1. Moscow, August 6 to August 12, 1991. Chapter 1. In Moscow, the summer night looks like fire and smoke. Stars and moon fade. Couples rise and dress and walk the street. Cars wander with their headlights off. There! Yak saw an Audi passing in the opposite direction. Arkady slipped on headphones, tapped the receiver. His radio's out. Yak U-turned to the other side of the boulevard and picked up speed. The detective had askew eyes set in a muscular face, and he hunched over the wheel as if he were bending it. Arkady tapped out a cigarette. First of the day. Well, it was 1 a.m., so it wasn't much to brag about. "Closer," he said, and pulled the phones off. "Let's be sure it's Rudy." Ahead were the lights of the peripheral highway that circled the city. The Audi swung onto the ramp to merge with highway traffic. Yak edged between two flatbed trucks carrying steel plates that clapped with every undulation of the road. He passed the lead truck, the Audi, and a tanker. On the way, Arkady had caught the driver's profile, but there were 2 people in the car, not 1. He'd picked someone up. "We need another look," he said. Yak slowed. The tanker didn't pass, but a second later the Audi slid by. Rudy Rosen, the driver, a round man with soft hands fixed to the wheel, was a private banker to the mafias, a would-be Rothschild who catered to Moscow's most primitive capitalists. His passenger was female, with the wild look achieved by Russian features on a diet, somewhere between sensual and ravenous, with short, stylishly cut blonde hair brushed back to the collar of her black leather jacket. As the Audi passed, she turned and sized up the investigator's car, a 2-door Zhiguli 8, as a piece of trash. In her 30s, Arkady thought. She had dark eyes and a wide mouth and puffy lips, parted slightly as if starving. As the Audi swung in front, it was followed by the sound of an outboard engine and the appearance of a Suzuki that inserted itself between the 2 cars. The motorcycle rider wore a black dome helmet, black leather jacket, and black high tops that sparkled with reflectors. Yak eased off. The biker was Kim, Rudy's protection. Arkady ducked and listened to the headset again. "Still dead. He's leading us to the market. There are some people there. If they recognize you, you're dead." Yak laughed. "Of course, then we'll know we're in the right place." Good point. God forbid anyone should exercise sanity, Arkady thought. Anyway, if anyone recognizes me, it means I'm still alive. All the traffic squeezed off the same exit ramp. Yak tried to follow the Audi, but a line of rockers, bikers, swarmed in between. Swastikas and czarist eagles decorated their backs, all wreathed in the rising smoke of exhaust pipes stripped of mufflers. At the end of the ramp, construction barriers had been pushed to one side. The car bounced as if they were crossing a potato field, and yet Arkady saw silhouettes that loomed high against the faint northern sky. A Moskvich went by, its windows crammed with swaying rugs. Ahead, brake lights spread into a pool of red. The rockers drew their bikes into a circle, announcing their stop with a chorus of roars. Cars and trucks spaced themselves roughly on a knoll here and a trough there. Yak killed the Zhiguli in first. The car had no neutral or parking gear. He emerged from the car with a smile of a crocodile who has found monkeys at play. Arkady got out wearing a padded jacket and cloth cap. He had black eyes and an expression of bemusement, as if he had recently returned from a long stay in a deep hole to observe changes on the surface, which wasn't far from the truth. This was the new Moscow. The silhouettes were towers, red lights at the top to warn off planes. At their bases were the chalky forms of earth movers, cement mixers, stacks of good bricks and mounds of bad, rebars sinking into mud. Figures moved around the cars, and more were still arriving, an apparent convention of insomniacs. No sleepwalking here, though. Instead, the swarming, purposeful hum of a black market. In a way, it was like walking through a dream, Arkady thought. Here were cartons of Marlboros, Winstons, Rothmans, even despised Cuban cigarettes, stacked as high as walls. Videotapes of American action or Swedish porn sold by the gross for distribution. Polish glassware glittered in factory crates. Two men in running suits arranged not windshield wipers, but whole windshields, and not merely carved out of some poor sod's car, but new, straight from the assembly line. And food. Not blue chickens dead of malnutrition, but whole sides of marbled beef hanging in a butcher's truck. Gypsies lit kerosene lamps beside attaché cases to display counterfeit gold Tsarist rubles in mint condition, sealed and sold in plastic strips. Yak pointed out a moon-white Mercedes. Further lamps appeared, spreading the aura of a bazaar. There might be camels browsing among the cars, Arkady thought, or Chinese merchants unrolling bolts of silk. An encampment to themselves was the Chechen mafia, men with pasty, pocked complexions and black hair who sprawled in their cars like pashas at their ease. Even in this setting, the Chechens enforced a space of fear. Rudy Rosen's Audi was in a choice central location near a truck unloading radios and VCRs. A well-behaved line had formed outside the car under the gaze of Kim, who stood, 1 foot on his helmet, about 10 meters away. He had long hair that he pushed away from small Korean features. His jacket was padded like armor and open to a compact model of the Kalashnikov called Malish, little boy. "I'm getting in line," Arkady told Yak. "Get some license plate numbers, then watch Kim." Arkady joined the queue while Yak loitered by the truck. From a distance, the VCR seemed solid Soviet goods. Miniaturization was a virtue for consumers of other societies. Generally, Russians wanted to show what they bought, not to hide it. But were they new? Yak ran his hand along the edges, searching for the telltale cigarette burns of a used machine. There was no sign of the golden-haired woman who had come with Rudy. Arkady felt himself being scrutinized, and turned toward a face whose nose had been broken so many times it had developed an elbow. "What's the rate tonight?" the man asked. "I don't know," Arkady admitted. "They twist your prick here if you have anything but dollars. Or tourist coupons. Do I look like a fucking tourist?" He dug into his pockets and came out with crumpled bills. He held up one fist. "Zlotys." He held up the other. "Forints. Can you believe it? I followed these two from the Savoy. I thought they were Italian, and they turned out to be a Hungarian and a Pole." "It must have been pretty dark," Arkady said. "When I found out, I almost killed them. I should have killed them to spare them the pain of trying to live on fucking forints and zlotys." Rudy rolled down the window on the passenger side and called to Arkady. "Next." To the man waiting with zlotys, he added, "This will take a while." Arkady got in. Rudy was well wrapped in a double-breasted suit, an open cash box on his lap. He had thinning hair combed diagonally across his scalp, moist eyes with long lashes, a blue cast to his jowls. A garnet ring was on the hand that held the calculator. The back seat was an office of neatly arrayed file boxes, laptop computer, computer battery, and cases of software, manuals and computer disks. "This is a thoroughly mobile bank," Rudy said. "An illegal bank. On my disks I can hold the complete savings records of the Russian Republic. I could do a spreadsheet for you some other time." "Thanks. Rudy, a rolling computer center does not make for a satisfying life." Rudy held up a Game Boy. Speak for yourself. Arkady sniffed. Hanging from the rear-view mirror was something that looked like a green wick. It's an air freshener, Rudy said. Pine scent. It smells like armpit of mint. How can you breathe? It smells cleaner. I know it's me. Cleanliness, germs. It's my problem. What are you doing here? Your radio's not working. Let me see it. Rudy blinked. You're going to work on it here? Here is where we want to use it. Behave as if we're conducting a normal transaction. You said this would be safe. But not foolproof. Everybody's looking. Dollars? Deutschmarks? Francs? Rudy asked. The cash box tray was stuffed with currencies of different nationalities and colors. There were francs that looked like delicately hand-tinted portraits, lira with fantastic numbers and Dante's face, oversized Deutschmarks brimming with confidence, and most of all, compartments of crisp-as-grass green American dollars. At Rudy's feet was a bulging briefcase with, Arkady assumed, much more. Tucked by the clutch, there was also a package wrapped in brown paper. Rudy lifted the $100 bills from the tray to reveal a transmitter and micro-recorder. Pretend I want to buy rubles, Arkady said. Rubles? Rudy's finger froze over the calculator. Why would anyone want to buy rubles? Arkady played the transmitter's power switch back and forth, then fine-tuned the frequency. You're doing it, buying rubles for dollars or Deutschmarks. Let me explain. I'm exchanging. This is a service for buyers. I control the rate. I'm the bank, so I always make money, and you always lose. Arkady, nobody buys rubles. Rudy's small eyes swelled with sympathy. The only real Soviet money is vodka. Vodka is the only state monopoly that really works. You have some of that, too. Arkady glanced at the rear floor, which was littered with silvery bottles of Starka, Ruskaya, and Kuban vodka. It's Stone Age barter. I take what people have. I help them. I'm surprised I don't have stone beads and pieces of 8. Anyway, the rate is 40 rubles to the dollar. Arkady tried the on button of the recorder. The miniature spools didn't move. The official rate is 30 rubles to the dollar. Yes, and the universe revolves around Lenin's asshole. No disrespect. It's funny. I deal with men who would slit their mother's throat and are embarrassed by the concept of profit. Rudy became serious. Arkady, if you can just imagine profit apart from crime, then you have business. What we're doing right now is normal and legal in the rest of the world. He's normal? Arkady looked in the direction of Kim, his eyes fixed on the car. The bodyguard had the flat face of a mask. Rudy said, Kim's there for effect. I'm like Switzerland, neutral. Everybody's banker. Everybody needs me. Arkady, we're the only part of the economy that works. Look around. Long Pond Mafia, Baumanskaya Mafia, local boys who know how to deliver goods, Lyubertsy Mafia, a little tougher, a little dumber, just want to improve themselves. Like your partner Borya? Arkady tried tightening the spools with a key. Borya's a great success story. Any other country would be proud of him. And the Chechens? Granted, Chechens are different. If we were all rotting bones, they wouldn't mind. But remember one thing, the biggest mafia is still the party. Never forget that. Arkady opened the transmitter and slapped out the batteries. Through the window he noticed customers growing restless, though Rudy seemed in no hurry. If anything, after his initial nervousness, he was in a serene, valedictory mood. The problem was that the transmitter was militia goods, never strong cause for confidence. Arkady twisted the connecting jacks. "You're not scared?" "I'm in your hands." "You're only in my hands because we have enough to put you in a camp." Circumstantial evidence of non-violent crimes. Incidentally, another way to say non-violent crimes is business. The difference between a criminal and a businessman is that the businessman has imagination. Rudy glanced at the rear seat. "I have enough technology here for a space station. You know, that transmitter of yours is the only thing in this car that doesn't work." I know. Arkady lifted the contact prongs and gently slipped the batteries back in. "There was a woman in your car. Who is she?" "I don't know. I really don't know. She had something for me." "What? A dream? Big plans? Is greed involved?" Rudy let a modest smile shine. "I hope so. Who wants a poor dream? Anyway, she's a friend." "You don't seem to have any enemies." "Chechens aside, no, I don't think I do." "Bankers can't afford enemies?" "Arkady, we're different. You want justice. No wonder you have enemies. I have smaller aims, like profit and pleasure, the way sane people live around the world. Which of us helps other people more?" Arkady hit the transmitter with the recorder. "I love to watch Russians fix things," Rudy said. "You're a student of Russians?" "I have to be. I'm a Jew." The spools started to roll. "It's working," Arkady announced. "What can I say? Once again, I'm amazed." Arkady laid transmitter and recorder under the bills. "Be careful," he said. "If there's trouble, shout." "Kim keeps me out of trouble." When Arkady opened the door to leave, Rudy added, "In a place like this, you're the one who has to be careful." As the line outside pressed forward, Kim pushed it back with rapid shoves. He gave Arkady a black stare as he brushed by. Yak had bought a shortwave radio that hung like a space-age valise from his hand. The detective wanted to stow his purchase in the Zhiguli. On the way to the car, Arkady said, "Tell me about this radio. Shortwave, longwave, medium wave, German?" "All waves." Yak squirmed under Arkady's gaze. "Japanese." "Did they have any transmitters?" They passed an ambulance that offered vials of morphine in solution and disposable syringes still in sterile American cellophane. A biker from Leningrad sold acid from his sidecar. Leningrad University had a reputation for the best chemists. Someone Arkady had known 10 years before as a pickpocket was now taking orders for computers. Russian computers, at least. Tires rolled out of a bus straight to the customer. Women's shoes and sandals were arrayed on tiptoe on a dainty shawl. Shoes and tires were on the march, if not into the daylight, at least into the twilight. There was a white flash and a gust of glass from behind them, in the middle of the market. Perhaps a camera bulb and a broken bottle, Arkady thought, though he and Yak started to return in the direction of the disturbance. A second flash erupted like a firework that caught each face in recoil. The flash subsided to an everyday orange, the sort of fire men start in an oil can to warm their hands on a winter's eve. Little stars rose and danced in the sky. The acrid smell of plastic was tinged by the heady bouquet of gasoline. Some men staggered back with sleeves on fire, and as the crowd spread and Arkady pushed through, he saw Rudy Rosen riding a blazing phaeton, upright, face black, hair aflame, hands clasped to the wheel, brilliant in his own glow but motionless within the thick, noxious storm clouds that whipped from the interior and out the gutted windows of his car. Arkady got near enough to look through the windshield at Rudy's eyes sinking into the smoke. He was dead. There was that silence, that gutted gaze in the middle of the flames. Around the burning car, other cars were moving, spilling rugs, gold coins, VCRs. A mass evacuation flowed to the gate. The ambulance lumbered off, plowing over a figure in its headlights, followed by a Chechen motorcade. Cycles split into several streams, searching for gaps in the sight fence. Yet some men stayed, and as the stars drifted overhead, fought to catch them. Arkady himself leaped and plucked from the air a burning Deutschmark, then $1, then a franc, all lined with worms of burning gold. Chapter 2. Although the ground was still in shadow, Arkady could see that the site was a layout of 4 20-story towers around a central plaza. 3 of the towers were faced in precast concrete, while the last was still in a skeletal girders and crane phase that in the hopeful light of dawn appeared both gargantuan and frail. On the ground floors, he supposed, there would be restaurants, cabarets, perhaps a cinema, and in the middle of the plaza, when the earth movers and cement mixers were gone, a view of tour buses and taxis. Now, however, there were a forensic van, the Zhiguli, and the black shell of Rudy Rosen's Audi sitting on a black carpet of singed glass. The Audi's windows were hollow, and the heat of the fire had exploded and then burned the tires, so at least it was the stench of burnt rubber that was strongest. As if listening, Rudy Rosen sat stiffly upright. "Glass seems to be evenly distributed," Arkady said. Paulina followed with her pre-war Leica and took a picture every other step. "Glass is melted closer to the car, which is a 4-door Audi. Left doors shut. Hood shut, headlights burned out. Right doors shut, trunk shut, tail lights burned out. There was nothing to do but get on his hands and knees. Fuel tank is blown. Muffler separated from exhaust pipe." He got up. "License plate black now, but a Moscow number is legible and identified as property of Rudik Rosen. By the wide spread of glass, origin of fire seems to have been inside the passenger compartment, not out." "Pending expert reports, of course," Paulina said, to maintain her reputation for disrespect. Young and tiny, the pathologist wore one coat and one smirk, summer and winter, her hair piled high and stabbed ferociously with pins. "You should get the thing up on a lift." Arkady's comments were written down by Minin, a detective with the deep-set eyes of a maniac. Behind Minin, a cordon of militia marched across the site. Arson dogs dragged their handlers around the towers, racing from pillar to post, raising their legs. "Exterior paint is peeled," Arkady went on. "Chrome on the door latch is peeled. There go prints," he thought. Nevertheless, he wrapped a handkerchief around his hand to open the front passenger door. "Thank you," Paulina said. At Arkady's touch, the door swung open, spilling ash on his shoes. "Interior of the car is gutted," he continued. "Seats are burned down to frames and coils. Steering wheel seems to have melted and disappeared." "Flesh is tougher than plastic," Paulina said. "Rear rubber floor mats melted around what appears to be puddled glass. Rear seat burned to springs. Charred computer battery and residue of non-ferrous metal. Flecks of gold, probably from conductors. which was all that was left of the computer Rudy was so proud of. Metal shuttles from computer disks, the megabytes of information. Covered with ash, the file boxes. Reluctantly, Arkady moved to the front. Flash signs by the clutch, fragments of charred leather, plastic residue, batteries in dash compartment. Naturally, the heat was intense. Paulina leaned in to snap a shot with her Leica. 2,000 degrees at least. On the front seat, Arkady said, a cash box. The tray is empty and charred. Under the tray are small metal contacts. 4 batteries, perhaps the remains of a transmitter and tape recorder. So much for surveillance. Also on the seat is a metal rectangle, perhaps the back of a calculator. Key in the ignition is turned to off. 2 other keys on the ring, which brought him to the driver. This was not where Arkady excelled. In fact, this is where he could have used a long walk and a cigarette. With the burned ones, you have to open the camera aperture all the way just to get any detail, Paulina said. Detail? The body is shrunken, Arkady said, too badly charred to be immediately identified as male or female, child or adult. Head is resting on the left shoulder, clothes and hair are burned off. Some skull shows through. Teeth do not appear salvageable from molds, no visible shoes or socks. Which didn't really describe the new, smaller, blacker Rudy Rosen riding on the airy springs of his chariot. It didn't capture his transformation into tar and bone, the particular nakedness of a belt buckle hanging in the pelvic saddle, the wandering sockets of the eyes, and the molten gold of his fillings, the pants stripped for speed, the way his right hand gripped an invisible steering wheel as if he were cruising through hell, and the fact that the pearlized wheel had melted like pink taffy on his fingers. It didn't convey the mysterious way bottles of Sterka and Kuban vodka had liquefied and pooled, how hard currency and cigarettes had vanished in a puff. Everybody needs me. Not anymore. Arkady turned away and saw that as black as Rudy Rosen was, Minin's face registered nothing but satisfaction, as if this sinner had suffered barely enough. Arkady took him aside and aimed him at some of the searchers among the militia who were stuffing their pockets. The ground was strewn with goods abandoned in the panic of the evacuation. I told them to identify and chart what they found. You didn't mean for them to keep it. Arkady took a deep breath. Right. Look at this. Paulina probed a corner of the back seat with her hairpin. Dried blood. Arkady went over to the Zhiguli. Yak was in the back seat, questioning their only witness, the same unlucky man Arkady had met when he was waiting to talk to Rudy, the mugger with too many zlotys. Yak had tackled him just inside the fence. According to his ID and work papers, Gary Orbelyan was a Moscow resident and hospital orderly, and by the looks of his coupons, due for a new pair of shoes. You want to see ID? Yak said. He pulled back Gary's sleeves. On the inside of the left forearm was the picture of a nude sitting in a wine glass and holding the ace of hearts. He likes wine, women, and cards, Yak said. On the right forearm was a bracelet of spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. He loves cards. On the left little finger a ring of upside-down spades. This means conviction for hooliganism. On the right ring finger a knife through a heart. This means he's ready to kill. So let's say Gary did not wash up in a basket of reeds. Let's say Gary is a multiple offender who was apprehended at a gathering of speculators and who should cooperate. Fuck you, Gary said. In the daylight his broken nose looked welded on. "Still have your forints and zlotys?" Arkady asked. "Fuck you!" Yak read from his notes. "The witness states that he spoke to the fucking deceased because he thought the deceased was someone who owed him money. He then left the fucking deceased's car and was standing at a distance of approximately 10 meters about 5 minutes later when the fucking car exploded. A man the witness knows as Kim threw a second fucking bomb into the car and then ran." "Kim?" Arkady asked. "That's what he says. He also says he burned his fucking hands trying to save the deceased." Yak reached into Gary's pockets to pull out handfuls of half-burned Deutschmarks and dollars. It was going to be a warm day. Already the dewiness of dawn was turning to beads of sweat. Arkady squinted at a sunlit banner that hung limply across the top of the western tower. New World Hotel. He imagined the banner filling with a breeze and the tower sailing away like a brigantine. He needed sleep. He needed Kim. Paulina knelt on the ground on the passenger side of the Audi. "More blood," she called. As Arkady unlocked Rudy Rosen's apartment door, Minin pressed forward with a huge Stechkin machine pistol. Definitely not standard issue. Arkady admired the weapon, but he worried about Minin. "You could saw a room in half with that thing," he told him. "But if someone's here, they would have opened the door or blown it off with a shotgun. A pistol won't help now. It just scares the ladies." He dispensed a reassuring nod to the 2 street sweepers he had gathered as legal witnesses to the search. They answered with shy glimpses of steel teeth. Behind them, a pair of forensic technicians pulled on rubber gloves. "Search the home of someone you don't know and you're an investigator," Arkady thought. "Search the home of someone you do know and you're a voyeur." Odd. He had watched Rudy Rosen for a month, but never been inside his apartment before. Upholstered front door with peephole, living dining room, kitchen, bedroom with TV and VCR, another bedroom turned into an office, bathroom with whirlpool, bookcases with hardbound collections of culture, Gogol, Dostoevsky, bios of Brezhnev and Moshe Dayan, stamp albums and back issues of Israel Trade, Soviet Trade, Business Week, and Playboy. At once the forensic technicians began a survey, Minin 1 step behind them to make sure nothing disappeared. "Don't touch a thing, please," Arkady told the street sweepers, who stood reverentially in the middle of the room as if they had stepped into the Winter Palace. A kitchen cabinet held American Scotch and Japanese brandy, Danish coffee in aluminum foil sacks, no vodka. In the refrigerator, smoked fish, ham, pâté, butter with a Finnish label, a cool jar of sour cream, and in the freezer a chocolate bar and an ice cream cake with pink and green frosting in the shape of flowers and leaves. It was the sort of cake that used to be sold in common milk shops, and was now a fantasy found only in the most special buffets. A little less rare, say, than a Fabergé egg. Kilims on the living room floor. On the wall, matched portrait photographs of a violinist in formal clothes and his wife at a piano. Their faces had the same roundness and seriousness as Rudy's. The front window looked down on Donskaya Street and over rooftops north, toward the giant Ferris wheel slowly rolling nowhere in Gorky Park. Arkady moved on to an office with a Finnish maple desk, stairmaster, telephone, and fax. A power surge protector at the outlet, so Rudy had used his laptop computer in the apartment. The drawers held paper clips, pencils, stationery from Rudy's hotel shop, savings book, and receipts. Minin opened a closet and slapped aside American warm-up outfits and Italian suits. Check the pockets, Arkady said. Check the shoes. In the bedroom bureau, even the underwear had foreign labels. Bristle brush on the television set. On the night table, travelogue, videotapes, satin sleep mask, and alarm clock. A sleep mask was what Rudy needed now, Arkady thought. Safe, but not foolproof. Was that what he had told Rudy? Why did anyone ever believe him? One of the street sweepers had followed him as silently as if she moved in felt slippers. She said, "Olga Semyonovna and I share a flat. We have Armenians and Turkmen in the other rooms. They don't speak to each other." "Armenians and Turks? You're lucky they don't kill each other," Arkady said. He unlocked the bedroom window for a view of a courtyard garage. Nothing hanging outside the sill. The communal apartment is death to democracy. He thought about it. Of course, democracy is death to the communal apartment. Minin entered. "I agree with the chief investigator. What we need is a firm hand." The sweeper said, "Say what you want. In the old days there was order." "It was rough order, but it was effective," Minin said. And they both turned to Arkady, with such expectation that he felt like a mad dog on a pedestal. "Agreed. There was no shortage of order," he said. At the desk, Arkady filled in the protocol of search. Date, his name, in the presence of, here he entered the names and addresses of the two women. According to search warrant number, entered citizen Rudik Davidovich Rosen's residence, apartment 4A at 25 Donskaya Street. Arkady's eye was caught by the fax again. The machine had buttons in English, for example, redial. Gingerly he lifted the phone and pushed the button. The receiver produced tones, a ring, a voice. "Feldman." "I'm calling for Rudy Rosen," Arkady said. "Why can't he call himself?" "I'll explain when we talk." "You didn't call to talk?" "We should meet." "I don't have time. It's important." "I'll tell you what's important. They're going to shut the Lenin Library. It's collapsing. They're turning off the lights, locking the rooms. It's going to be a tomb, like the pyramids at Giza. Arkady was surprised that anyone associated with Rudy cared about the state of the Lenin Library. "We still have to talk." "I work late." "Anytime." "Outside the library tomorrow at midnight." "Midnight?" "Unless the library comes down on top of me." "Let me just check the phone number." "Feldman, Feldman, Professor Feldman." He recited the number and hung up. Arkady set the receiver down. Terrific machine. Minin had a bitter laugh for one so young. "The forensic bastards will strip this place, and we could use a fax." "No, we leave everything, especially the fax." "Food and liquor, too?" "Everything." The second sweeper's eyes grew larger. The magnetic force of guilt made her stare at pearls of vanilla ice cream that traced a trail in the oriental carpet to the refrigerator and back. Minin whipped open the freezer door. "She ate the ice cream while our backs were turned, and the chocolate's gone." "Olga Semyonovna!" The first sweeper was also shocked. The accused lifted her hand from a pocket and seemed to sink at the knees, as if the weight of the incriminating chocolate bar were too much. Tears coursed down the folds of her cheeks and dropped from her trembling chin, as if she had stolen a silver cup off an altar. Terrific, Arkady thought. We've made an old woman cry over candy. How could she not succumb? Chocolate was an exotic myth, a whiff of history, like the Aztecs. "Well, what do you think?" Arkady asked Minin. "Should we arrest her? Not arrest her, but beat her, or just let her go?" "It would be more serious if she had taken the sour cream, too. But I want to know your opinion." Arkady really was curious to learn how zealous his assistant was. "I suppose," Minin said finally. "We can let her go this time." "If you think so." Arkady turned to the women and said, "Citizens, that means you both will have to help the organs of the law a little more." Soviet garages were mysteries because steel siding was not legally for sale to private citizens, yet garages constructed of such siding continued to appear magically in courtyards and multiply in rows down back streets. Rudy Rosen's second key opened the mystery in the courtyard. The hanging bulb Arkady left untouched. In the sunlight he could see a toolkit, cases of motor oil, windshield wipers, rear-view mirrors, and blankets kept to cover the car in winter. Under the blankets there was nothing more unusual than tires. Later, Minin and the technicians could dust the bulb and tap the floor. The sweepers had stood timidly in the open door the entire time. The old dears hadn't tried to make off with even a lug wrench. Why wasn't he tired or hungry? He was like a man with a fever but no diagnosed disease. When he caught up with Yak at the In-Tourist Hotel lobby, the detective was swallowing caffeine tablets to stay awake. "Gary's full of shit," Yak said. "I don't see Kim killing Rudy. He was his bodyguard. I'm so sleepy that if I find Kim, he's going to shoot me, and I won't even notice. He's not here." Arkady looked around the lobby. To the far left was a revolving door to the street, and the outdoor Pepsi stand that had become a landmark for Moscow prostitutes. Inside stood a line of security men who scrupulously let in only prostitutes who paid. Camped within the grotto darkness of the lobby, tourists waited for a bus. They'd been waiting for some time and had the stillness of abandoned luggage. The information stands were not only empty, but seemed to express the eternal mystery of Stonehenge. Why were they built? The only action was to the right, where a semi-Spanish courtyard under a skylight invited attention to the tables of a bar and the stainless steel glitter of slot machines. Rudy's lobby shop was the size of a large armoire. A case displayed postcards with views of Moscow, monasteries, the fur-trimmed crowns of dead princes. On the back wall hung ropes of amber nuggets and the bunting of peasant shawls. On the side shelves, wooden hand-painted dolls of ascending sizes crowded around plaques for Visa, MasterCard, American Express. Yak unlocked and opened the glass door. "One price for credit cards," he said, "half price for hard currency, which, when you consider that Rudy bought the dolls from idiots for rubles, still gave him a profit of 1,000%. "Nobody killed Rudy over dolls," Arkady said. Handkerchief on his hand, he opened the counter drawer and flipped through a ledger. All figures, no notes. Minin and forensics would have to come here, too. Yak cleared his throat and said, "I have a date. See you in the bar." Arkady locked the shop and wandered across the courtyard to the slots. The machines displayed draw poker or revealed plums, bells, and lemons on wheels of chance under instructions in English, Spanish, German, Russian, and Finnish. All the players were Arabs, who circulated joylessly, setting down cans of orange CC soda to stack tokens. In the middle of the machines, an attendant poured a silvery stream of tokens into a mechanical counter, a metal box with a crank that he kept in furious motion. He jumped when Arkady asked him for a light. Arkady caught his own reflection on the side of a machine. A pale man with lank, dark hair in desperate need of sunshine and a shave, but not frightening enough to account for the way the attendant wrestled with his lighter. "Did you lose count?" he asked. "It's automatic," the clerk said. Arkady read the numbers off the counter's tiny dials. Already 7,590. 15 canvas sacks were full and tied shut, 5 empty sacks to go. "How much are they?" he asked. 4 tokens for $1. 4 into... Well, I'm not good at mathematics, but it seems enough to share. When the clerk started looking around for help, Arkady said, "Just joking. Relax." Jak was sitting at the far end of the bar, sucking sugar cubes and talking to Yulia, an elegant blonde dressed in cashmere and silk. A pack of Rothmans and a copy of L were open beside her espresso. Jak pushed a cube across the table as Arkady joined them. "Hard currency bar. They don't take rubles." "Let me buy you lunch," Yulia offered. "We're staying pure," Jak said. She gave him a rich smoker's laugh. "I remember saying that myself." Jak and Yulia had once been man and wife. They had met on the job, so to speak, and fallen in love. Not a unique situation in their callings. She had gone on to bigger and better things. Or he had. Hard to say. The buffet had pastries and open-faced sandwiches under banners for Spanish brandy. Was the sugar the product of imported Cuban sugarcane or the plain but honest Soviet sugar beet? Arkady wondered. He could become a connoisseur. Australians and Americans traded monotones along the bar. At nearby tables, Germans wooed prostitutes with sweet champagne. "What are they like, the tourists?" Arkady asked Yulia. "You mean special kinks?" "Types." She allowed him to light her cigarette and took a thoughtful drag. She crossed her long legs in slow motion, drawing eyes from around the bar. "Well, I specialize in Swedes. They're cold, but they're clean, and they're regular visitors. Other girls specialize in Africans. There's been a murder or two, but generally Africans are sweet and grateful." "Americans?" "Americans are scared. Arabs are hairy. Germans are loud." "What about Russians?" Arkady asked. "Russians? I feel sorry for Russian men. They're lazy, useless, drunk." "But in bed?" Jak asked. "That's what I was talking about," Yulia said. She looked around. "This place is so low class." "Did you know that there are 15-year-old girls working the sidewalk?" she asked Arkady. "At night, girls work the rooms, knocking on doors. I can't believe Jak asked me here." "Yulia works at the Savoy," Jak explained. The Savoy was a Finnish venture around the corner from the KGB. It was the most expensive hotel in Moscow. "The Savoy says they don't have any prostitutes," Arkady said. "Exactly. It's very high class. Anyway, I don't like the word prostitute." Putana was the word most often used for high-class, hard-currency prostitutes. Arkady had the feeling that Yulia wouldn't like that word either. "Yulia's a multilingual secretary," Jak said. "A good one, too." A man in a warm-up suit set his athletic bag on a chair, sat down and ordered a cognac. A few sprints, a little cognac. It sounded like a good regimen. He had the knotty hair of a Chechen, but worn long in back, short on the sides, with curly bangs dyed an off-orange. The bag looked heavy. Arkady watched the attendant. "He doesn't seem happy. Rudy was always here when it counted. If Kim killed Rudy, who's going to protect him?" Jak read from a notebook. "According to the hotel, 10 entertainment machines leased by Transcom Services Cooperative from Recreativos Franco S.A. show total average reported receipts of about $1,000 a day. Not bad. The tokens are counted daily and checked daily against the meters in the backs of the machines. The meters in the slots are locked in. Only the Spanish can get into them and reset them. You saw 20 sacks, Arkady said. Yak calculated. Each sack holds 500 tokens, and 20 sacks is $2,500, so that's $1,000 for the state and $1,500 a day for Rudy. I don't know how he did it, but by the sacks he beat the meters. Arkady wondered who Transcom was. It couldn't be just Rudy. That kind of import and lease needed party sponsorship, some official institution willing to be a partner. Yak turned his eyes to Yulia. "Marry me again." "I'm going to marry a Swede, an executive. I have girlfriends in Stockholm who've already done it. It's not Paris, but the Swedes appreciate someone who's good with money and knows how to entertain. I've had proposals." "And they talk about the brain drain," Yak said to Arkady. "One gave me a car," Yulia said. "A car?" Yak was more respectful. "A Volvo." "Naturally. Your bottom should touch nothing but foreign leather." Yak implored her. "Help me. Not for cars or ruby rings, but because I didn't send you home the first time we took you off the street." He explained to Arkady. "The first time I saw her, she was wearing gumboots and a mattress. She's complaining about Stockholm, and she came from somewhere in Siberia where they take antifreeze to shit." "That reminds me," Yulia said, unfazed. "For my exit visa, I may need a statement from you saying you don't have any claims on me." "We're divorced. We have a relationship of mutual respect. Can I borrow your car?" "Visit me in Sweden." Yulia found a page in her magazine that she was willing to deface. She wrote 3 addresses in curly script, folded the margin, and tore it along the crease. "I'm not doing you a favor. Personally, Kim is the last person I'd want to find. You sure I can't buy you lunch?" Arkady said, "I'll just treat myself to one more cube before we go." "Be careful," Yulia told Yak. On the way out, Arkady caught another glance of himself in the bar mirror. Grimmer than he thought. Not the kind of face that woke up expecting sunshine. What was that old poem by Mayakovsky? "Regard me, world, and envy. I have a Soviet passport." Now everyone just wanted a passport to get out, and the government, ignored by all, had collapsed into the sort of spiteful arguments that erupted in a whorehouse where no customers had come to call in 20 years. What could explain this store, this country, this life? A fork with 3 out of 4 tines, 2 kopecks. A fish hook, 20 kopecks, used. But fish weren't choosy. A comb as small as a seedy mustache, reduced from 4 kopecks to 2. True, this was a discount shop. But in another, more civilized world, wasn't this trash? Wouldn't it all be thrown away? Some items had no discernible function. A wooden scooter with rough wooden wheels and no pole, no bars to hang on to. A plastic tag embossed with the number 97. What were the odds someone had 97 rooms, 97 lockers, or 97 anything, and was only missing the number 97? Perhaps it was the idea of buying, the idea of a market, because this was a cooperative shop, and people wanted to buy something. On the 3rd table was a bar of soap, shaved and shaped out of a larger, used bar of soap, 20 kopecks. A rusty butter knife, 5 kopecks. A blackened light bulb with a broken filament, 3 rubles. Why, when a new bulb was 40 kopecks? Since there were no new light bulbs for sale in the stores, you took this used bulb to your office, replaced the bulb in the lamp on your desk, and took the good bulb home so that you wouldn't live in the dark. Arkady slipped out the back door and walked across the dirt toward the second address, a milk shop, cigarette in his left hand, which meant that Kim had not been inside the cooperative. Up the street, Yak seemed to be reading a newspaper in a car. There was no milk, cream, or butter in the milk shop, though the coolers were stacked with boxes of sugar. The empty counters were staffed by women in white coats and caps who wore the boredom of a rear guard. Arkady lifted a sugar box. Empty. "Whipped cream?" Arkady asked the clerk. "No." She seemed startled. "Sweet cheese?" "Of course not. Are you crazy?" "Yes, but what a memory," Arkady said. He flashed his red ID and walked around the counter and through the swinging door into the rear. A truck was in the bay, and a delivery of milk was being unloaded directly into another, unmarked truck. The store director came out of a cooler. Before the door snapped shut, Arkady saw wheels of cheese and tubs of butter. "Everything you see is reserved. We have nothing, she announced. Arkady opened the cooler door. An elderly man huddled like a mouse in a corner. In one hand he clutched a certificate, naming him a volunteer civilian inspector to combat hoarding and speculation. In his other hand was a bottle of vodka. "Staying warm, Uncle?" Arkady asked. "I'm a veteran." The old man touched the bottle to the metal on his sweater. "I can see that." Arkady walked around the storeroom. Why did a milk shop need bins? "Everything here is special order for invalids and children," the director said. Arkady opened a bin to see sacks of flour stacked like sandbags. When he opened another, pomegranates rolled around his feet and over the storeroom floor. A third bin, and lemons poured over pomegranates. "Invalids and children!" the director shouted. The last bin was stacked with cigarettes. Arkady stepped carefully around the fruit and exited through the bay. The men loading the milk tucked their faces away. From the back of the shop, his cigarette still in his left hand, Arkady walked across a yard seeded with broken glass to the main street. On it, apartment houses rusted in seams along drain pipes and window casings. Cars had the creased and rusted look of wrecks. Kids hung on to a rust-orange carousel without seats. The schools seemed to be built of bricks of rust. At the end of the street, the local party headquarters was sheathed like a sepulchre in white marble. At Yulia's last address for Kim, Arkady dropped the cigarette as they approached a pet shop whose plaster had fallen from its facade in large geographic sections. He heard Yak and the car rolling close behind. The only animals for sale seemed to be chicks and cats peeping and mewing in wire cages. The clerk was a Chinese girl carving what looked like liver for a customer. When the liver stirred, Arkady saw that it was actually a spreading mound of bloodworms. He stepped behind the counter and into a back room, as the girl followed with her cleaver and warned, "This is no entry." In the back were sacks of wood shavings and chicken pellets, a refrigerator with a calendar for the year of the sheep, shelves with tall glass jars of teas, mushrooms and fungi, man-shaped ginseng, and items labeled only in Chinese characters, but which he recognized from the herbal shops he had seen in Siberia. What looked like tar in a jar was black bear bile. A larger bottle held a lumpish mass of coagulated pig's blood, good for soup. There were dried seahorses and deer penises that resembled peppers. Bear paws, another illegal delicacy, were stacked on a rope. An armadillo stirred, half alive, on a string. "No entry," the girl insisted. She couldn't have been more than 12, and the cleaver looked as long as her arm. Arkady apologized and left. A second door led upstairs littered with birdseed to a metal door. He knocked and pressed himself against the wall. "Kim, we want to help you. Come out so we can talk. We're friends." Someone was inside. Arkady heard the careful easing of a floorboard and a sound like rustling sheets. When he pounded the door, it popped open. He walked into a storeroom that was dark except for a shoebox that was burning from the top down in the middle of the floor. He smelled the lighter fluid that had been poured onto it. Around the walls were television cartons. On the floor, a bare mattress, toolkit, hot plate. He pulled the curtains aside and looked out the open window at a fire escape leading down to a yard knee-deep in pet shop trash. Birdseed bags, steel netting, dead chicks. Whoever had been here was gone. He tried the switch. The light bulb was gone, too. Well, that showed forethought. Arkady made a complete circuit of the room, looking behind the cartons before he returned to the burning box. The sound of the flames was soft and furious at the same time, a miniature firestorm. It wasn't a shoebox. The side of it said, Cindy, and showed a doll with a blonde ponytail sitting at a table pouring tea. He recognized it because Cindy dolls were the most popular import in Moscow, displayed in every toy store window, non-existent on the shelves. The box's illustration also showed a dog, perhaps a Pekingese, that sat at the doll's feet and wagged its tail. Yak rushed in to stamp out the fire. "Don't!" Arkady pulled him back. The fire line edged down into the picture. As Cindy's hair burst into flame, her face darkened in alarm. She seemed to raise the teapot, then stand as her upper half was consumed. The dog waited faithfully as paper burned down around him. Then the entire box was black, twisted, spider-webbed with red, turning gray and gauzy, with a layer of ashes that Arkady blew away. Inside was a landmine, lightly charred, its 2 pressure pins up, triggered, still waiting for Yak's foot to push them down. Chapter 3. Arkady drew a cartoon car on a piece of paper. Crayons, he thought, were about all he lacked. Amenities for rehabilitated Special Investigator Renko included desk and conference table, 4 chairs, files, and a closet that held a combination safe. Also 2 deluxe portable typewriters, 2 red outside phones with dials, and 2 yellow intercoms without. He had 2 windows dressed with curtains, a wall map of Moscow, a rollaway brown board, an electric samovar, and an ashtray. On the table, Polina spread a black-and-white 360-degree panorama of the construction site and approaching shots of the Audi, then detailed color shots of the gutted car and driver. Minin hovered zealously. Yak, 40 hours without sleep, stirred like a boxer trying to rise before the count of 10. "It was vodka that made the fire so bad," Yak said. "Everyone thinks of vodka," Polina sneered. "What really burns are seats, because they're polyurethane. That's why cars burn so quickly, because they're mostly plastic. The seat adheres to the skin, like napalm. A car is just an incendiary device on wheels." Arkady suspected that not so long ago Polina had been the girl in pathology class with the best reports, illustrated and footnoted in punctilious detail. "In these photographs I first show Rudy still in the car, then after we've peeled him off and removed him, then a shot through the springs to show what fell through from his pockets, intact steel keys, kopecks melted with floor trash, hardware from the seat, including what was left of our transmitter. The tapes burned, of course, if ever there was anything on them. In the first photographs you'll notice that I have circled in red a flash mark on the side wall by the clutch." She had, indeed, right by the charred shin bones and shoes of Rudy Rosen's legs. Around the flash mark were traces of red sodium and copper sulfate, consistent with an explosive incendiary device. Since there are no remains of a timer or fuse, I assume it was a bomb designed to ignite on contact. There was also gasoline. "From when the tank blew," Yak said. Arkady drew a stick figure in the car, and with a red pen a circle around the stick feet. "What about Rudy?" "Flesh in that condition is as hard as wood, and at the same time bones break as soon as you cut. It's hard enough to pick the clothes off. I brought you this." From a plastic bag, Polina produced a newly buffed garnet and a hard puddle of gold, what was left of Rudy's ring. The cool pride on her face reminded Arkady of the sort of cat that brings mice to its owner. "You checked his teeth?" "Here's a chart. The gold ran, and I haven't found it, but there are signs of a filling in the second lower molar. This is all preliminary to a complete autopsy, of course." "Thank you. Just one thing," she added. "There's too much blood."
"Rudy was probably pretty cut up," Jock said.
Polina said, "People who are burning to death don't explode. They're not sausages. I found blood everywhere." Arkady squirmed. "Maybe the assailant was cut." "I sent samples to the lab to check the blood type." "Good idea." "You're welcome." Chin up, contemptuous from then on of the proceedings, she even sat just like a cat. Jock diagrammed the market on the brown board, showing the relative positions of Rudy's car, Kim, the line of customers, then, at a distance of 20 meters, the truck with VCRs. A second grouping was arranged in a loose orbit of ambulance, computer salesman, caviar van, then more space, and half an orbit that included gypsy jewelers, rockers, rug merchants, the Zhiguli.
"It was a big night. With Chechens there, we're lucky the whole place didn't erupt."
Jock stared at the board.
"Our only witness states that Kim killed Rudy. At first I found it hard to believe, but looking at who was actually close enough to throw a bomb, it makes sense."
"This is from a memory of what you saw in the confusion in the dark?" Polina asked. Like much of life, Arkady searched his desk for cigarettes. No sleep, a little nicotine would take care of that. "What we have here is a black market, not the usual daytime variety for ordinary citizens, but a black market at night for criminals. Neutral territory and a very neutral victim in Rudy Rosen." He remembered Rudy's description of himself as Switzerland.
"You know, this was like spontaneous combustion," Jock said. "You get together enough thugs, drugs, vodka, throw in some hand grenades, and something's going to happen."
"A type like that probably cheated someone," Minin suggested. "I liked Rudy," Arkady said. "I forced him into this operation, and I got him killed." The truth was always good for embarrassment. Jock looked pained by Arkady's lapse, like a good dog that sees his master trip. Minin, on the other hand, seemed grimly satisfied. "The question is, why 2 firebombs? There were so many guns around. Why not shoot Rudy? Our witness is Gary Orbelyan," Jock reminded him. Arkady continued, "Who identifies Kim as an assailant? Now, we saw Kim with a Malish. He could have emptied 100 bullets into Rudy more easily than throwing a bomb. All he had to do was pull the trigger." Polina asked, "Why 2 bombs instead of 1? The first was enough to kill Rudy." "Maybe the point wasn't just to kill Rudy," Arkady said. "Maybe it was to burn the car. All his files, every piece of information, loans, deals, paper files, disks, were on the back seat." Jock said, "When you kill someone, you want to leave the area. You don't want to have to start moving files." "They're all smoke now," Arkady said. Polina changed to a happier subject. "If Kim was close to the car when the device ignited, maybe he was injured. Maybe it was his blood."
"I alerted hospitals and clinics to report anyone coming in with burns," Jock said. "I'll add lacerations to that. I just find it hard to believe that Kim would have turned on Rudy. If nothing else, Kim was loyal."
"How are we on Rudy's place?" Arkady asked while he followed the at once tantalizing and repellent smell of stale tobacco to a bottom drawer. Polina said, "The technicians lifted prints. So far they've only found Rudy's." In the back of a drawer, Arkady found a forgotten pack of Bellamores, a true gauge of desperation. He asked, "You haven't finished the autopsy?" She said, "There's a wait for morgue time, I told you." "A wait for morgue time? That's the ultimate insult." The Bellamore lit with a puff of black fumes, like diesel exhaust. Hard to smoke it and hold it away at the same time, but Arkady tried. "Watching you smoke is like watching a man commit suicide," Polina said. "No one has to attack this country, just drop cigarettes." Arkady changed the subject.
What about Kim's place? Yak reported that a more complete search of the storeroom had turned up more empty cartons for German car radios and Italian running shoes, the mattress, empty cognac bottles, birdseed, and tiger balm. All the fingerprints from the storeroom matched the militia file on Kim, Polina said. The prints on the fire escape were smudged. The witness identified Kim throwing a bomb into Rudy's car. You find a landmine in his room. How much doubt can there be? Minin asked. We didn't actually see Kim, Arkady said. We don't know who was there. The door opened and there was a fire inside, Yak said. Remember when you were a kid? Didn't you put dog shit in a bag and set the bag on fire to see people stamp it out? No, Minin shook his head. He'd never done anything like that. Yak said, we used to do it all the time. Anyway, instead of dog shit, there was a landmine. I can't believe I fell for it. Almost. A photo in front of Yak showed the mine's oblong case, the raised pins. It was a small army anti-personnel mine with a trinitrotoluol charge, the kind nicknamed Souvenir 4. The detective lifted his eyes and regained his poise. Maybe it's a gang war. If Kim went over to the Chechens, Borya will be looking for him. I bet the mine was left for Borya. Polina had never removed her coat. She stood and buttoned the top with quick fingers that expressed both decisiveness and disgust. The mine in the bag was left for you. The bomb in the car was probably meant for you, too, she told Arkady. No, he said, and was about to explain to Polina how backward her reasoning was when she left, shutting the door as her last word. Arkady killed the Bellamore and regarded his two detectives. It's late, children. That's enough for one day. Minin rose reluctantly. I still don't see why we have to keep a militiaman at Rosen's apartment. Arkady said, we want to keep it the way it is for a while. We left valuable items there. The clothes, television, savings book? I was thinking of the food, Comrade Minin. Minin was the only party member on the team. Arkady fed him comrade as occasional slops to a pig. Sometimes Arkady had the feeling that, while he had been away, God had lifted Moscow and turned it upside down. It was a nether Moscow he had returned to, no longer under the grey hand of the party. The wall map showed a different, far more colorful city, painted with grease pencils.
This ends Disc 1. Red Square, Disc 2.
Red, for example, was for the Mafia from Lyubertsy, a workers' suburb east of Moscow. Kim was unusual for being Korean, but otherwise he was typical of the boys who grew up there. The Lyubers were the dispossessed, the lads without elite schools, academic diplomas, and party connections, who had, in the last 5 years, emerged from the city's metro stations, first to attack punkers, and then to offer protection to prostitutes, black markets, government offices. Red circles showed Lyubertsy spheres of influence. The tourist complex at Izmailovo Park, Domodyedovo Airport, video hawkers on Shabalovka Street. The racetrack was run by a Jewish clan, but they bought muscle from Lyubertsy. Blue was for the Mafia from Long Pond, a northern dead-end suburb of barrack housing. Blue circles marked their interest in stolen cargo at Sheremetyevo Airport and prostitutes at the Minsk Hotel, but their main business was car parts. The Moskvich auto factory, for example, sat in a blue circle. Rudy's friend Borya Gubenko had not only risen to the top of Long Pond, but had also brought Lyubertsy under his influence. Islamic green was for the Chechens, Muslims from the Caucasus Mountains. 1,000 lived in Moscow with reinforcements that arrived in motorcades, all answering to the orders of a tribal leader called Mahmud. The Chechens were the Sicilians of the Soviet mafias. Royal purple was reserved for Moscow's own Bomanskaya mafia, from the neighborhood between Lefortovo prison and the Church of the Epiphany. Their business base was the Rishki market. Finally, there was brown, for the boys from Kazan, More a swarm of ambitious hit-and-run artists than an organized mafia, they raided restaurants on the Arbat, moved drugs, and ran teenage prostitutes on the streets. Rudy Rosen had been banker for them all. Just following Rudy in his Audi had helped Arkady to draw this brighter, darker Moscow. 6 mornings a week, Monday through Saturday, Rudy had followed a set routine. A morning drive to a bathhouse run by Borya on the north side of town, then a swing with Borya to pick up pastries at Izmailovo Park and meet the Ljubers. Late morning coffee at the National Hotel with Rudy's Baumanskaya contact, even lunch at the Uzbekistan with his enemy Mahmud. The circuit of a modern Moscow businessman, always trailed by Kim on the motorcycle like a cat's tail. The night outside was still white. Arkady wasn't sleepy or hungry. He felt like the perfect new Soviet man, designed for a land with no food or rest. He got up and left the office. Enough. There was grill work at each landing of the stairwell to catch divers, prisoners trying to escape. Maybe not only prisoners, Arkady thought on the way down. In the courtyard, the Zhiguli was parked next to a dog van. 2 dogs with bristling backs were chained to the van's rear bumper. Ostensibly, Arkady had 2 official cars, but gas coupons enough for only 1, because the oil wells of Siberia were being drained by Germany, Japan, even fraternal Cuba, leaving a thin trickle for domestic consumption. From his second car, he'd also had to cannibalize the distributor and battery to keep the first one running, because to send the Zhiguli to the shop was equivalent to sending it on a trip around the world, where it would be stripped on the docks of Calcutta and Port Said. Gas was bad enough. Gas was the reason that defenders of the state slipped from car to car with a siphon tube and can. Also the reason dogs were leashed to bumpers. Arkady got in through the passenger side and slid over to the wheel. The dogs shot the length of their chains and tried to claw through his door. He prayed and turned the key. Ah, at least 1/10 of a tank of gas. There was a God. 2 right turns put him in Gorky Street's gamut of shop windows, still lit. What was for sale? A scene of sand and palm trees surrounded a pedestal surmounted by a jar of guava jam. At the next store, mannequins fought over a bolt of chintz. Food stores displayed smoked fish as iridescent as oil slicks. At Pushkin Square, a crowd spilled into the street. A year before, there had been exhilaration and tolerance between competing bullhorns. 12 different flags had waved: Lithuanian, Armenian, the Tsarist red, white, and blue of the Democratic Front. Now all were driven from the field except for 2 flags, the front's and, on the opposite side of the steps, the red banner of the Committee for Russian Salvation. Each standard had its 1,000 adherents trying to outshout the other group. In between were skirmishes, the occasional body down and being kicked or dragged away. The militia had discreetly withdrawn to the edges of the square and to the metro stairs. Tourists watched from the safety of McDonald's. Cars were stopped, but Arkady maneuvered up an alley into a courtyard of plane trees, a quiet backwater to the lights and horns on the avenue outside. A playground's chairs and a table were set into the ground, waiting for a bear's tea party. At the far end he drove up a street narrowed by trucks straddling the sidewalk. They were heavy, with massive military wheels, the backs covered by canvas. Curious, Arkady honked. A hand drew aside a flap, revealing special troops in grey gear and black helmets, with shields and clubs. Armed insomniacs. The worst kind, Arkady thought. The prosecutor's office had offered him a modern flat in a suburban high-rise of apparatchiks and young professionals, but he had wanted to feel he was in Moscow. That he was, and the angle formed by the Moscow and Yaza rivers, in a 3-story building behind a former church that produced liniment and vodka. The church spire had been gilded for the '80 Olympics, but the interior had been gutted to make way for galvanized tanks and bottling machinery. How did the distillers decide which part of their production was vodka and which was rubbing alcohol? Or did it matter? While he was removing windshield wipers and rear-view mirror for the night, Arkady remembered Yak's shortwave radio, still in the car trunk. Radio, wipers, and mirror in hand, he considered the food shop on the corner. Closed, naturally. He could either do his job or eat. That seemed to be the option. If it was any consolation, the last time he had made it to the market, he'd had a choice of cow head or hooves. Nothing in between, as if the bulk of the animal had disappeared into a black hole. Since access to the building could be gained only by punching numbers into a security box, someone had helpfully written the code by the door. Inside, the mailboxes were blackened where vandals had shoved newspapers in the slots and torched them. On the second floor, he stopped by a neighbor's for his mail. Veronika Ivanovna, with the bright eyes of a child and the loose grey hair of a witch, was the closest thing to a guard the building had. 2 personal letters and a phone bill. She handed them over. I couldn't get you any food because you didn't remember to give me your ration card. Her apartment was illuminated by the airless glow of a television set. All the old people in the building seemed to have gathered on chairs and stools around the screen to watch, or rather to listen, with their eyes closed to the image of a grey, professorial face with a deep, reassuring voice that carried like a wave to the open door. You may be tired. Everyone is tired. You may be confused. Everyone is confused. These are difficult times, times of stress. But this is the hour of healing, of reconnecting with the natural, positive forces all around you. Visualize. Let your fatigue flow out your fingertips. Let the positive force flow in. A hypnotist? Arkady asked. Come in. It's the most popular program on television. Well, I am tired and confused, Arkady admitted. Arkady's neighbors leaned back in their seats, as if from the radiant heat of a fireplace. It was the fringe of beard under the chin that gave the hypnotist a serious academic cast. That and the thick glasses that enlarged his eyes, as intense and unblinking as an icon's. Open yourself up and relax. Cleanse your mind of old dogmas and anxieties, because they only exist in your mind. Remember, the universe wants to work through you. I bought a crystal on the street, Veronika said. His people are selling them everywhere. You place a crystal on the television set, and it focuses his emanations directly on you like a beacon. It amplifies him. In fact, Arkady saw a row of crystals on her set. Do you think it's a bad sign when it's easier to buy stones than food? He asked. You will only find bad signs if you're looking for them. That's the problem. In my work, I look for them all the time. From his refrigerator, Arkady took a cucumber, yogurt, and stale bread that he ate standing at an open window, looking south over the church toward the river. The neighborhood had ancient lanes on real hills, and an actual wood-burner's alley hidden behind the church. Behind the houses were back lots that used to hold dairy cows and goats, which sounded good now. It was the newer parts of the city that looked abandoned. The neon signs above the factories were half dark, half lit, delivering illegible messages. The river itself was as black and still as asphalt. Arkady's living room had an enamel-top table with a coffee can of daisies, armchair, good brass lamp, and so many bookshelves that the room seemed to have been built against a dam of books, a paperback bulwark from the poet Akhmatova to the humorist Zoshchenko, and including a Makarov, a 9mm pistol he kept behind the Pasternak translation of Macbeth. The hall had a shower and WC, and led to a bedroom with more books. His bed was made. He gave himself credit for that. On the floor were a cassette player, headphones, and ashtray. Under the bed he found cigarettes. He knew he should lie down and close his eyes, yet he discovered himself wandering back through the hall. He wasn't sleepy or hungry. Merely as an occupation, he looked into the refrigerator again. The last items were a carton of something called Berry of the Forest and a bottle of vodka. The carton demanded a mauling to permit a stream of brown, gritty juice to plop into a glass. By taste it was either apple, prune, or pear. Vodka barely cut it. To Rudy. He drank and filled the glass again. Since he had Yak's radio, he placed it on the table and turned on a garble of shortwave transmissions. From distant points of the earth came spasms of excitable Arabic and the round vowels of the BBC. Between signals, the planet itself seemed to be mindlessly humming, perhaps sending those positive forces the hypnotist had talked about. On a medium band, he heard a discussion in Russian about the Asian cheetah. The most magnificent of desert cats, the cheetah claims a range that extends across southern Turkmenia to the tableland of Ustyurt. Distribution of these splendid animals is uncertain, since none have been seen in the wild for 30 years. Which made the cheetah's claims about as valid as Tsarist banknotes, Arkady thought. But he liked the concept of cheetahs still lurking in the Soviet desert, loping after the wild ass or the goitered gazelle, gathering speed, darting around tamarisk trees, leaping skyward. He found he had gravitated to the bedroom window again. Veronica, who lived below, said he walked a kilometer from room to room every night. Just claiming his open range, that's all. A different voice on the radio, a woman's, read the news about the latest Baltic crisis. He half listened while he considered the landmine at Kim's address. Arms were stolen from military depots every day. Were army trucks going to set up shop at every street corner? Was Moscow the next Beirut? Filmy smoke hung over the city. Below, the same smoke swirled around empty vodka cases. He drifted back to the living room. There was a strange slant to the broadcast, yet the voice itself sounded vaguely familiar. The right-wing organization Red Banner stated that it planned a rally tonight in Moscow's Pushkin Square. Although special forces are on the alert, observers believe the government will once again sit on its hands until chaos escalates and it has the excuse of public order to sweep away political opponents on both the right and the left. The indicator needle was between 14 and 16 on the medium wave, and Arkady realized he was listening to Radio Liberty. The Americans ran 2 propaganda stations, the Voice of America and Radio Liberty. VOA, staffed by Americans, was a buttery voice of reason. Liberty was staffed by Russian emigres and defectors, hence offered vitriol more in character with its audience. An arc of jamming arrays had been built south of Moscow simply to block Radio Liberty, sometimes chasing the signal up and down the dial. Although full-time jamming had stopped, this was the first time since then that Arkady had heard the station. The broadcaster talked calmly about riots in Tashkent and Baku. She reported new findings on the poison gas used in Georgia, more thyroid cancer from Chernobyl, battles along the border with Iran, ambushes in Nagorno-Karabakh, Islamic rallies in Turkestan, miners' strikes in the Donbass, railroad strikes in Siberia, drought in the Ukraine. In the rest of the world, Eastern Europe still seemed to be rowing its lifeboats away from the sinking Soviet Union. If it was any consolation, the Indians, Pakistanis, Irish, English, Zulus, and Boers were making hells of their parts of the globe. She finished by saying that the next news would be in 20 minutes. Any reasonable man would have been depressed, yet Arkady checked his watch. He got up, assembled cigarettes, and took the next vodka straight. The program between newscasts was about the disappearance of the Aral Sea. Irrigation for Uzbek cotton fields had drained the Aral's river, leaving thousands of fishing boats and millions of fish foundered in slime. How many nations could say they had wiped out an entire sea? He got up to change the water for the daisies. The news came on at the half-hour for only 1 minute. He listened to the blissful chirpings of Belorussian folk songs until the news returned again at the hour for 10 minutes. The stories didn't change. It was her voice he sat forward to attend to. He laid his watch on the table. He noticed he had lace curtains. Of course, he knew his windows had curtains, but a man can forget these niceties until he sits still. Machine-made, of course, but quite nice, with a floral tracery fading into the pale light outside. "This is Irina Asanova with the news," she said. So she hadn't married. Or else she hadn't changed her name. And her voice was both fuller and sharper, not a girl's anymore. The last time he had seen her, she was stepping across a snowy field, wanting to go and wanting to stay at the same time. The bargain was that if she went, he stayed behind. He had listened for her voice so many times since. First in interrogation, when he was afraid she had been caught. Later in psycho wards, where his memory of her was grounds for treatment. Working in Siberia, he sometimes wondered whether she still existed, had ever existed, was a delusion. Rationally, he knew he would never see or hear her again. Irrationally, he always expected to see her face turning the next corner, or hear her voice across a room. Like a man with a condition, he had waited every second for his heart to stop. She sounded good. She sounded well. At midnight, when programming started to repeat, he finally turned the radio off. He had a last cigarette by the window. The church spire blazed like a golden flame against the grey under the arch of the night. Chapter 4. The museum had a catacomb's low ceiling and compressed atmosphere. Unlit dioramas were spaced down the walls like abandoned chapels. At the far end, instead of an altar, open crates held unpolished plaques and dusty flags. Arkady remembered the first time he had been granted admittance, 20 years before, and the ghoulish eyes and sepulchral tone of his elderly guide, a captain whose only duty was to instill in visitors the glorious heritage and sacred mission of the militia. He tried the light switch on a display. Nothing. The next switch did work, and illuminated a foreshortened Moscow street, circa 1930, with the hearse-like cars of that period, model figures of men striding importantly, women shuffling with bags, boys hiding behind lampposts, all apparently normal, except for, lurking on the corner, a doll with his coat collar turned up to his hat brim, a miniature paranoid. "Can you find the undercover officer?" the captain had proudly asked. The younger Arkady had arrived with other high school boys, a group picture of sniggering hypocrisy. "No," they chorused with a straight face while they traded smirks. 2 more dead switches. Then a scene of a man skulking into a house to reach for an overcoat hanging in the foyer. In an adjoining parlor, a plaster family listened contentedly to the radio. A caption revealed that when this master criminal was captured, he had 1,000 coats in his possession. Wealth beyond compare. "Can you tell me," the captain had asked, "how this criminal, without drawing suspicion, carried these coats home? Think before you answer." 10 blank faces stare back. "He wore them." The captain looked each boy in the eye so that everyone understood the sheer brilliance and inventive deceit of the criminal mind. "He wore them." Other models continued the historical survey of Soviet crime. Not a tradition of subtlety, Arkady thought. See photos of slaughtered children. See the axe. See the hair on the axe. Another display of disinterred bodies, another murderer with a face half erased by a lifetime of vodka consumption, another carefully preserved axe. 2 scenes in particular were designed to draw gasps of horror. One was of a bank robber who made his getaway in Lenin's car, equal to stealing an ass from Christ. The other featured a terrorist with a homemade rocket that had narrowly missed Stalin. Find the crime, Arkady thought. Trying to kill Stalin or missing him? Don't dwell in the past, Rodionov said from the door. The city prosecutor delivered his warning with a smile. We're the men of the future, Renko. All of us from now on. The city prosecutor was Arkady's superior, the all-seeing eye of Moscow courts, the guiding hand of Moscow investigators. More than that, Rodionov was also an elected deputy to the People's Congress, a barrel-chested totem of the democratization of Soviet society at all levels. He had the frame of a foreman, the silvery locks of an actor, and the soft palm of an apparatchik. Perhaps a few years ago he had been just one more clumsy bureaucrat. Now he had the particular grace that comes from performing for cameras, a voice modulated for civil debate. As if he were bringing together two dear friends, he introduced Arkady to General Penyagin, a larger, older man with deep phlegmatic eyes, whose blue summer uniform was marked by a black armband. The chief of criminal investigation had died only days before. Penyagin was now head of CID, and though he had 2 stars on his shoulder boards, he was distinctly the new bear in the circus, taking his cue from Rodionov. The city prosecutor's other companion was a different type altogether, a jaunty visitor named Albov, who looked less Russian than American. Rodionov dismissed the displays and cartons with a wave and told Arkady, Penyagin and I are in charge of cleaning out the ministry archives. These will all be junked, replaced by computers. We joined Interpol because as crime becomes more international, we have to react imaginatively, cooperatively, without outdated ideological blinders. Imagine when our computers here are hooked up to New York, Bonn, Tokyo. Already, Soviet representatives are actively assisting in investigations abroad. No one could escape anywhere, Arkady said. You don't look forward to that prospect? Penyagin asked. Arkady wanted to please. He had once shot a prosecutor, a fact that lent relations a certain delicacy. But was he thrilled by that prospect? The world as a single box? You've worked with Americans in the past, Rodionov reminded Arkady, for which you suffered. We all suffered. That's the tragic nature of mistakes. The office suffered the loss of your services during crucial years. Your return to us is part of a vital healing process that we all take pride in. Since this is Penyagin's first day at CID, I wanted to introduce him to one of our more special investigators. I understand you demanded certain conditions when you returned to Moscow, Penyagin said. You were given 2 cars, I hear. Arkady nodded. With 10 liters of gas, that makes for short car chases. Your own detectives, your own pathologist, Rodionov reminded him. I thought a pathologist who wouldn't rob the dead was a good idea. Arkady glanced at his watch. He had assumed they would leave the museum for the usual conference room with Bay's table and double sets of aides taking notes. The important point, Rodionov said, is that Renko wanted to run independent investigations with a direct channel of information to me. I think of him as a scout in advance of our regular forces, and the more independently he operates, the more important the line of communication between him and us becomes. He turned to Arkady, and his tone became more serious. That's why we have to discuss the Rosen investigation. I haven't had time to review the file, Penyagin said. When Arkady hesitated, Rodionov said, You can talk in front of Albov. This is an open, democratic conversation. Rudek Davidovich Rosen, Arkady recited from memory. Born 1952, Moscow, parents now dead, diploma with distinction in mathematics from Moscow State University, uncle in the Jewish mafia that runs the racetrack. During school vacations, young Rudy helped set the odds. Military duty in Germany, accused of changing money for Americans in Berlin, not convicted. Came back to Moscow, motor pool dispatcher at the Commission on Cultural Work for the Masses, where he sold designer clothes retail out of cars. Switchyard director at the Moscow Trust of the Flour and Groats industry. where he stole wholesale by the boxcar. Up to yesterday managed a hotel souvenir shop, from which he ran the lobby slot machines and bar, which were sources of hard currency for his money-changing operation. With the slots and the exchange, Rudy made money at both ends. "He lent money to the mafia, that's it?" Penyagan asked. "They have too many rubles," Arkady said. "Rudy showed them how to invest their money and turn it into dollars. He was the bank." "What I don't understand," Penyagan said, "is what you and your special team are going to do now that Rosen is dead. What was it, a Molotov cocktail? Why don't we leave Rosen's killer to a more ordinary investigator?" Penyagin's predecessor at CID had been that rare beast who actually had risen from the detective ranks, so he would have understood without having everything explained. The only thing Arkady knew about Penyagin was that he had been a political officer, not operational. He tried to educate him gently. "As soon as Rudy agreed to put my transmitter and recorder in his cash box, he became my responsibility. That's the way it is. I told him I could protect him, and he was part of my team. Instead, I got him killed." "Why would he agree to carry a radio for you?" Albov spoke for the first time. His Russian was perfect. "Rudy had a phobia. He was hazed in the army. He was Jewish, he was overweight, and the sergeants got together and put him in a coffin filled with human waste and nailed him in for a night. Since then he had a fear of close physical contact or dirt or germs. I only had enough to put him in a camp for a few years, but he didn't think he could survive. I used the threat to make him carry the radio." "What happened?" Albov asked. "The militia equipment failed, as usual. I entered Rudy's car and tinkered with the transmitter until it worked. 5 minutes later, he was on fire." "Did anyone see you with Rudy?" Rodionov asked. "Everyone saw me with Rudy. I assumed no one would recognize me." "Kim didn't know that Rosen was cooperating with you?" Albov asked. Arkady revised his opinion. Though Albov had the physical ease and blow-dried assurance of an American, he was Russian. About 35, dark brown hair, soulful black eyes, charcoal suit, red tie, and the patience of a traveler camping with barbarians. "No," Arkady said. "At least I didn't think he did." "What about Kim?" Rodionov asked. Arkady said, "Mikhail Senovich Kim, Korean, 22, Reform School, Miners' Colony, Army Construction Battalion, Lyubertsy Mafia, car theft, and assault. Rides a Suzuki, but we expect him to take any bike off the street, and of course he wears a helmet, so who knows who he is. We can't stop every biker in Moscow. The witness identifies him as the assailant. We're looking for him, but we're also looking for other witnesses." "But they're all criminals," Penyagin said. "The best witnesses were probably the killers." "That's generally the case," Arkady said. Rodionov shuddered. "The whole thing is a typical Chechen attack." "Actually," Arkady said, "Chechens are more partial to knives. Anyway, I don't think the point was to only kill Rudy. The bombs burned the car, which was a computerized mobile bank stuffed with disks and files. I think that's why they used 2 bombs, in order to make sure. They did a good job. It's all gone now, along with Rudy." "His enemies must be happy," Rodionov said. "There was probably more incriminating evidence about his friends on those disks than about his enemies," Arkady said. Albov said, "It sounds as if you liked Rosen." "He burned to death. You could say I sympathized." "Would you describe yourself as an unusually sympathetic investigator?" "Everyone works in a different way." "How is your father?" Arkady thought for a moment, more to adjust to this shift of ground than to search for an answer. "Not well, why do you ask?" Albov said, "He's a great man, a hero. More famous than you, if you don't mind my saying so. I was curious." "He's old. Seen him lately?" "If I do, I'll tell him you asked." Albov's conversation had the slow but purposeful motion of a python. Arkady tried to catch the rhythm. "If he's old and sick, you should see him, don't you think?" Albov asked. You select your own detectives? Yes. Arkady was trying to answer the second question. Kuznets is an odd name. For a detective, I mean. Jak Kuznets is the best man I have. But there aren't that many Estonians who are Moscow detectives. He must be especially grateful and loyal to you. Estonians, Koreans, Jews. It's hard to find any Russians in your case. Of course, some people think that's the problem with the whole country. Albov had the calm gaze of a Buddha. Now he let it incline toward the prosecutor and the general. Gentlemen, your investigator seems to have both a team and a goal. The times demand that you let initiative have its head, not bring it to a halt. I hope we don't make the same mistake with Renko that we made before. Rodionov could tell the difference between a red light and a green. My office is totally committed to our investigator, of course. I can only repeat that the militia wholeheartedly supports the investigator, Penyagin said. You're from the prosecutor's office? Arkady asked Albov. No. I didn't think so. Arkady added up the suit and ease. State Security or Ministry of the Interior? I'm a journalist. You brought a journalist to this meeting? Arkady asked Rodionov. My direct channel to you includes a journalist? An international journalist, Rodionov said. I wanted a more sophisticated point of view. Albov said, Remember, the prosecutor is also a people's deputy. There's an election to consider now. Well, that is sophisticated, Arkady said. Albov said, The main thing is, I've always been an admirer. This is a turning point in history. This is Paris in the Revolution, Petrograd in the Revolution. If intelligent men can't work together, what hope is there for the future? Arkady was still stunned after they left. Maybe Rodionov would show up next time with the editorial board of Izvestia, or cartoonists from Crocodile. And what would become of the crates and dioramas of the militia museum? Were they really going to be replaced by a computer center? And what would become of all the bloody axes, knives, and threadbare overcoats of Soviet crime? Would they be stored? Of course, he answered himself, because the bureaucratic mind saved everything. Why? Because we might need it, you know. In case there was no future, there was always the past. Jak drove, skipping lanes in the manner of a virtuoso pianist going up and down a keyboard. Don't trust Rodionov or his friends, he told Arkady as he shouldered another car to the side. You don't like anyone from the prosecutor's office. Prosecutors are political shits, always have been, no offense. Jak glanced over. But they're party members, even if they quit the party, even if they become a people's deputy. In their hearts, they're party members. You didn't quit the party, you were thrown out. That's why I trust you. Most prosecutors, investigators never leave their office. They're part of the desk. You get out. Of course, you wouldn't get far without me. Thanks. One hand on the wheel, Jak handed Arkady a list of numbers and names. Plates from the black market. The truck nearest Rudy when he blew up is registered to the Lenin's Path Collective Farm. I think it was supposed to be carrying sugar beets, not VCRs. There are 4 Chechen cars. The Mercedes was registered in the name of Apollonia Gubenko. Apollonia Gubenko? Arkady tried it on the tongue. There's a round name. Borya's wife, Jak said. Of course, Borya has a Mercedes of his own. They looped ahead of a Lada, whose windshield was patched with pins, paper, and glue. Windshields were hard to come by. The driver steered with his head out the side. Jak, what is an Estonian doing in Moscow? Arkady asked. Why aren't you defending your beloved Tallinn from the Red Army? Don't give me any more of that shit, Jak warned. I was in the Red Army. I haven't been to Tallinn in 15 years. What I know about Estonians is that they live better and complain more than anyone else in the Soviet Union. I'm going to change my name. Change it to Apollo. You still have an accent, though, that nice Baltic click. Fuck accents. I hate this subject. Jak made an effort to cool down. Speaking of dumb, we're getting calls from a coach at Red Star Komsomol who says Rudy was such a club supporter that the boxers there gave him one of their trophies. The coach thinks it should be among Rudy's personal effects. An idiot, but a persistent guy. As they approached Kalinin Prospect, a tour bus tried to cut in front of Yak. It was an Italian bus with tall windows, baroque chrome, and 2 tiers of stupefied faces, almost a Mediterranean trireme, Arkady thought. The Zhiguli accelerated with a burst of blue smoke. Yak tapped the brakes just enough to threaten the finish on the bus's front bumper and raced ahead, laughing triumphantly. Homo Sovieticus wins again! At the gas station, Arkady and Yak got into separate lanes for meat pies and soda. Dressed like a lab technician in white coat and toque, the pie vendor whisked flies from her wares. Arkady remembered the advice of a friend who picked mushrooms to stay away from those surrounded by dead flies. He reminded himself to check the ground when he reached the pushcart. A far longer line, all male, stretched from a vodka store at the corner. Drunks sagged and leaned like broken pickets on a fence. Their clothes had the grayness of old rags. Their faces were raw red and blue, but they clutched empty bottles in the solemn knowledge that no new bottle would cross the counter except in exchange for an empty. Also, it had to be the right size, empty bottle, not too big, not too small. Then they had to pass militiamen stationed at the door to check coupons for out-of-towners trying to buy vodka marked for Moscow. As Arkady watched, a satisfied patron left the store, cradling his bottle like an egg, and the line inched forward. There was a selection, which was what was holding up Arkady's line, meat or cabbage pies. Since the filling was sure to be no more than a suggestion, a delicate soupçon of ground pork or steamed cabbage, a fine line within dough, first steeped in boiling fat and then allowed to cool and congeal, it was a choice that demanded a fine palate, not to mention hunger. The vodka line also stalled, held up by a customer who had swooned on his way into the store and dropped his empty. The bottle rang as it rolled to the gutter. Arkady wondered what Irina was doing. All morning he had denied to himself that he was thinking about her. Now, with the chiming of the bottle, the very strangeness of the sound, he saw her having her midday meal, not on the street, but in a western cafeteria of gleaming chrome, brightly lit mirrors, smoothly rolling carts bearing white porcelain cups. Meat or cabbage? It took him a moment to return. Meat, cabbage, the vendor repeated and held up identical pies. Her own face was as round and coarse, her eyes sunk in a crease. Come on, everyone else knows what they want. Meat, Arkady said, and cabbage. She grunted, sensing indecision rather than appetite. Maybe this was his problem, Arkady thought, lack of appetite. She made his change and handed over 2 pies embellished by paper napkins dripping grease. He checked the ground. No dead flies, though the ones buzzing around looked depressed. "You don't want it?" the vendor asked. Arkady was still seeing Irina, feeling the warm pressure of her, and smelling not the rancid fumes of grease, but the clean crispness of sheets. He seemed to be moving quickly through progressive stages of insanity, or else Irina was moving from oblivion to the unconscious, then to the conscious areas of his mind. As the vendor leaned over her cart, a transformation took place. In the middle of her face appeared what was left of a girl's embarrassment, of sad eyes lost between jowls, and she shrugged apologetically with round shoulders. "Eat it. Don't think about it." When Yak brought the sodas, Arkady awarded him both pies. "No, thanks," Yak recoiled. "I used to like them before I started working with you. You ruined them for me." Chapter 5. On Butyevsky Street, past a long storefront of lingerie and lace, was a building of barred windows with a driveway that dipped by a guardhouse down to entrance stairs. Inside, an officer issued numbered aluminum tags to Arkady and Yak. A grill with a heart-shaped pattern slid open. and they followed a guard across a parquet floor, down a stairwell with rubber treads, and into a corridor of calcified stucco lit by bulbs and wire cages. Only one person had ever escaped from Butyrski prison, and that was Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the KGB. He had bribed the guard. In those days a ruble meant something. "Name?" the guard asked. A voice behind the cell door said, "Orbelian." "Article?" "Speculation, resisting arrest, refusal to cooperate with proper organs. What the fuck, I don't know." The door opened. Gary stood, stripped to the waist, his shirt tied turban-style around his head. With his rakishly broken nose and torso of tattoos, he looked more like a pirate marooned on a desert island than a man who had spent one night in jail. "Speculation, resisting, and refusal. Great witness," Yak said. The interrogation room had a monastic simplicity. Wooden chairs, metal desk, icon of Lenin. Arkady filled out the protocol form. Date, city, his own name, under the grand title, Investigator of Very Important Cases, under the General Prosecutor of the USSR. Interrogated Orbelian, Gary Semyonovich, born 3/11/60, Moscow, passport number, Armenian nationality. "Naturally," Yak said. Arkady went on. "Education and specialization?" "Vocational. Medical industry," Gary said. "Brain surgeon," Yak said. "Unmarried, hospital orderly, not a party member, criminal record of assault and possession of drugs for sale." "Government honors?" Arkady asked. Both Yak and Gary laughed. "It's the next question on the protocol," Arkady said, probably just looking to the future. After he wrote out the exact time, the questioning began, going over the same ground Yak had covered at the crime site. Gary had been walking away from Rudy's car when he saw it blow up, and then Kim throw in a second bomb. "You were walking backwards from Rudy's car?" Yak asked. "How did you see all this?" "I stopped to think." "You stopped to think?" Yak asked. "What about?" When Gary fell silent, Arkady asked, "Did Rudy change your forints and zlotys?" "No." Gary's face went dark as a cloud. "You were pretty mad." "I would have twisted his fat neck." "Except for Kim?" "Yeah. But then Kim did it for me." Gary brightened. Arkady drew an X in the middle of a page and handed Gary the pen. "This is Rudy's car. Mark where you were, then mark what else you saw." With concentration, Gary drew a stick figure with trembly limbs. He added a box with wheels. Truck with electronic goods. Between him and Rudy, a black tin figure. Kim. A box with a cross. Ambulance. A second box. Maybe a van. Lines with heads. Gypsies. Smaller squares with wheels. Chechen cars. "I remember a Mercedes," Yak said. "They were already gone." "They?" Arkady asked. "Who was they?" "A driver. I know the other one was a woman." "Can you draw her?" Gary drew a stick figure with a big bust, high heels, and curly hair. "Maybe blonde. I know she was built." "A real careful observer," Yak said. "So you saw her out of the car, too," Arkady said. "Yeah, coming from Rudy's." Arkady held the paper a couple of ways. "Good drawing." Gary nodded. Arkady thought so, too. With his blue body and busted face, Gary looked just like the stick figure on the page, rendered more human by his picture. The Southport car market was bounded by Proletariat Prospect and a loop of the Moscow River. New cars were ordered in a hall of white marble. No one went inside. There were no new cars. Outside, gamblers laid cardboard on the ground to play three-card monte. Construction fences were papered with offers. Have tires in medium condition for 1985 Zhigulis, and please, looking for fan belt for 64 Peugeot. Yak wrote down the number for the tires just in case. At the end of the fence was a dirt lane of used Zhigulis and Zaporozhets, two-cylinder German Trabants, and Italian Fiats as rusty as ancient swords. Buyers moved with eyes that scrutinized tire tread, odometer, upholstery, dropping to one knee with a flashlight to see whether the engine was actively leaking oil on the spot. Everyone was an expert. Even Arkady knew that a Moskvich built in far-off Izhevsk was superior to a Moskvich built in Moscow, and that the only clue was the insignia on the grille. Around the cars were Chechens in warm-up outfits. They were dark, bulky men with low brows and long stares. Everyone cheated. Car sellers went to the market clerk's wooden shack to learn, depending on model, year, and condition, what price they could demand and on which they would pay tax, which bore no resemblance to the money that actually passed between seller and buyer. Everyone, seller, buyer, and clerk, understood that the real price would be 3 times higher. Chechens cheated in the most devious way. Once a Chechen had title in hand, he paid only the official price, and there was as much chance of a seller getting the rest of his money as taking a bone from the jaws of a wolf. Of course, the Chechen turned around and sold the car for full price. The tribe amassed fortunes at the Southport market. Not off every sale, that would destroy the incentive that brought fresh cars, but off an intelligent percentage. Chechens culled the market as if it were a flock of sheep that was all their own. Yak and Arkady stopped halfway down the line, and the detective nodded toward a car parked by itself at the end of the lane. It was an old, black, once official Chaika sedan with a scalloped chrome grille rubbed to a mirror finish. Curtains were drawn across the side windows of the back seat. "Fucking Arabs," Yak said. "They're no more Arab than you are," Arkady said. "I thought you were free of prejudice. Mahmoud is an old man. I hope he's got the strength to show you his collection of skulls." Arkady went on alone. The last car for sale was a Lada so dented that it looked as if it had been rolled to the market end over end. 2 young Chechens with tennis bags stopped him to ask where he was headed. When Arkady mentioned Mahmoud's name, they escorted him to the Lada, pushed him into the back, felt his arms, legs, and torso for a gun or a wire, and told him to wait. One went to the Chaika. The other got in front, opened his bag, and turned to slide a gun between the 2 front seats, so that the muzzle nestled in Arkady's lap. The gun was a new single-barrel Bear carbine, cut to half-length and retooled for shot. The visors of the car were fringed with beads, the dash decorated with snapshots of grapevines, mosques, and decals of AC/DC and Pink Floyd. An older Chechen got in behind the wheel, ignored Arkady, and opened the Koran, droning aloud as he read. He had a heavy gold ring on the pinky finger of each hand. Another got in beside Arkady with a skewer of shashlik wrapped in paper and handed pieces of meat around, including Arkady, not in a friendly fashion, more as if he were a despised guest. All they needed were mustachios and bandoliers, Arkady thought. The Lada pointed away from the market, but in the rearview mirror he occasionally caught sight of Yak examining different cars. Chechens had nothing to do with Arabs. Chechens were Tartars, a western tide of the golden horde that had settled in the fastness of the Caucasus Mountains. Arkady studied the postcards on the dash. The city with the mosque was their mountain capital of Grozny, as in Ivan Grozny, Ivan the Terrible. Did that twist the Chechen psyche a little bit, growing up with a name like that? Finally, the first Chechen returned, accompanied by a boy not much bigger than a jockey. He had a heart-shaped face with raddled skin and eyes full of ambition. He reached into Arkady's jacket for his ID, studied it, and slipped it back. To the man with the shotgun he said, "He killed a prosecutor." So by the time Arkady got out of the car, he was accorded some respect. Arkady followed the boy up to the Chaika, where the rear door opened for him. A hand reached out and pulled him in by the collar. Vintage Chaikas had a stately Soviet style. Upholstered ceiling, elaborate ashtrays, banquette seats with corded piping, air conditioning, plenty of room for the boy and driver up front, and Mahmoud and Arkady in back. Also bulletproof windows, he was sure. Arkady had seen pictures of mummified figures dug from the ashes of Pompeii, They looked like Mahmoud, bent and gaunt, no lashes or brows, skin a parchment grey. Even his voice sounded burned. He turned stiffly, as if hinged, to hold his visitor at arm's length and stare with eyes as black as little coals. "Excuse me," Mahmoud said. "I had this operation. The wonder of Soviet science. They fix your eyes so you don't have to wear glasses anymore. They don't do this operation anywhere else in the world. What they don't tell you is from then on you only see at one distance. The rest of the world is a blur." "What did you do?" Arkady asked. "I could have killed the doctor. I mean, I really could have killed the doctor. Then I thought about it. Why did I have this operation? Vanity. I'm 80 years old. It was a lesson. Thank God I'm not impotent." He held Arkady steady. "I can see you right now. You don't look very good. I need some advice." "I think you need more than advice. I had them keep you down there while I asked some questions about you. I like to have information. Life is so various. I've been in the Red Army, White Army, German Army. Nothing is predictable. I hear that you've been an investigator, a convict, an investigator again. You're more confused than I am." "Easily." "It's an unusual name. You're related to Renko, that madman from the war?" "Yes." "You have mixed eyes. I see a dreamer in one eye and a fool in the other. You see, I'm so old now that I'm going around a second time, and I appreciate things. Otherwise you go crazy. I gave up cigarettes 2 years ago for the lungs. You have to be positive to do that. You smoke?" "Yes." "Russians are a gloomy race. Chechens are different." "People say that." Mahmoud smiled. His teeth looked oversized, like a dog's. "Russians smoke. Chechens burn." Rudy Rosen burned. For an old man, Mahmoud changed expression quickly. "Him and his money, I heard." "You were there," Arkady said. The driver turned. Though he was big, he was almost as young as the boy beside him, with acne clustered at the corners of a pouty mouth, hair long and back, short on the side, bangs a spray-painted orange. It was the athlete from the in-tourist bar. Mahmoud said, "This is my grandson, Ali. The other is his brother, Benno." "Nice family." "Ali is very fond of me, so he doesn't like to hear this sort of accusation." "That's not an accusation," Arkady said. "I was there too. Maybe we're both innocent." "I was at home asleep. Doctor's orders." "What do you think might have happened to Rudy?" "With this medication I have and oxygen tubes, I look like a cosmonaut and I sleep like a baby." "What happened to Rudy?" "My opinion? Rudy was a Jew, and a Jew thinks he can eat with the devil and keep his nose from being bitten off. Maybe Rudy knew too many devils." 6 days a week, Rudy and Mahmoud had taken Turkish coffee together while they bargained over exchange rates. Arkady remembered seeing the fleshy Rudy across the table from the bone-thin Mahmoud and wondering who would eat whom. "You were the only one he was afraid of." Mahmoud rejected the compliment. "We had no problem with Rudy. Other people in Moscow think the Chechens should go back to Grozny, back to Kazan, back to Baku. Rudy said you were out to get him." "He was lying." Mahmoud dismissed the idea like a man used to demanding belief. "It's hard to argue with the dead," Arkady noted as tactfully as he could. "Do you have Kim?" Rudy's bodyguard? No, he's probably looking for you. Mahmoud said to the front of the car, "Benno, could we have some coffee?" Benno passed back a thermos, small cups and saucers, spoons, and a paper bag of sugar cubes. The coffee came out of the thermos like black sludge. Mahmoud's hands were large, fingers and nails curved. The rest of him might have shrunk with age, but not the hands. "Delicious," Arkady said. He felt his heart fibrillate with joy. "The mafias used to have real leaders. Antibiotic was a theatrical promoter, and if he liked a show, he'd hire the whole hall for himself. He was like family to the Brezhnevs, a character, a racketeer, but his word was good. Remember Otarik?" "I remember he was a member of the Writers' Union, even though his application had 22 grammatical errors," Arkady said. "Well, writing was not his main occupation. Anyway, now they're replaced by these new businessmen like Borya Gubenko. It used to be that a gang war was a gang war. Now I have to watch my back two ways, from hitmen and militia." "What happened to Rudy? Was he part of a gang war?" "You mean a war between Moscow businessmen and bloodthirsty Chechens? We're always the mad dogs. Russians are always the victims. I'm not addressing you personally, but as a nation you see everything backwards. Could I give you a small example from my life?" "Please." "Did you know that there was a Chechen Republic? Our own. If I bore you, stop me. The worst crime of old people is to bore young people." Even as he said this, Mahmoud clutched Arkady's collar again. "Go on." "Some Chechens had collaborated with the Germans. So in February 1944, mass meetings were called in every village. There were soldiers and brass bands. People thought it was a military celebration, and everyone came. You know what those village squares are like, a loudspeaker in each corner playing music and announcements. Well, this announcement was that they had 1 hour to gather their families and possessions. No reason given. 1 hour. Imagine the scene. First the pleading, which was useless. The panic of looking for small children, for grandparents, forcing them to dress and dragging them out the door to save their lives. Deciding what you should take, what you can carry, a bed, a bureau, a goat. The soldiers loaded everyone into trucks, Studebakers. People thought the Americans were behind it and Stalin would save them. In Mahmoud's stare, Arkady saw black irises locked like the lens of a camera. In 24 hours there wasn't a Chechen left in the Chechen Republic. 500,000 people gone. The trucks put them on trains, in unheated freight cars which traveled for week after week after week in the middle of winter. Thousands died. My first wife, my first 3 boys. Who knows at what siding the guards threw their bodies out? When the survivors were finally allowed to climb down from the cars, they found themselves in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia. Back home, the Chechen Republic was liquidated. Russian names were given to our towns. We were removed from maps, histories, encyclopedias. We disappeared. 20, 30 years went by before we managed to return to Grozny, even to Moscow. Like ghosts, we make our way back home to see Russians in our houses, Russian children in our yards, and they look at us and they say, "Animals." Now, you tell me, who's been the animal? They point fingers at us and shout, "Thief!" Tell me, who's the thief? When anyone dies, they find a Chechen and say, "Murderer." Believe me, I would like to meet the murderer. Do you think I should feel sorry for them now? They deserve everything that's happening to them. They deserve us. Mahmoud's eyes became their most intense. Dead coals come alive, and then dimmed. His fingers unclenched and released Arkady's lapel. Fatigue folded into a smile across his face. I apologize. I wrinkled your jacket. It came wrinkled. Nevertheless, I got carried away. Mahmoud smoothed the jacket. He said, I'd like nothing more than to find Kim. Grapes? Benno handed back a wooden bowl overflowing with green grapes. By now Arkady could see not so much of family resemblance among him, Ali, and Mahmoud, as a likeness of species, like the bill of a hawk. Arkady took a handful. Mahmoud opened a short knife with a hooked blade to carefully slice off a bunch. When he ate, he rolled down the window to spit on the ground. Diverticulitis. I'm not supposed to swallow the seeds. It's a terrible thing to grow old. Chapter 6. Paulina was dusting Rudy's bedroom for prints when Arkady arrived from the car market. He had never seen her out of her raincoat before. Because of the heat, she wore shorts, had knotted her shirt into a halter, and tied her hair up in a kerchief, and with her rubber gloves and little camel's hair brush, she looked like a child playing house. We dusted before. Arkady dropped his jacket on the bed. Aside from Rudy's prints, the technicians got nothing. Then you have nothing to lose, Paulina said cheerfully. The human mole is in the garage, tapping for trapdoors. Arkady opened the window over the courtyard and saw Minin in his hat and coat in the open door of the garage. You shouldn't call him that. He hates you. Why? Paulina rolled her eyes, then climbed a chair to dust the bureau mirror. Where's Yak? We've been promised another car. If he gets it, he'll go to the Lenin's Path Collective Farm. Well, it's potato time. They can use Yak. At a variety of odd locations, on hairbrush and headboard, inside the medicine cabinet door and under the raised toilet lid, were the shadowy ovals of brushed prints. Others had already been lifted with tape and transferred to slides lying on the night table. Arkady pulled on rubber gloves. This isn't your job, he said. It isn't your job either. Investigators are supposed to let detectives do the real work. I have the training for this, and I'm better than the others, so why shouldn't I? Do you know why no one wants to deliver babies? Why? Immediately he was sorry he asked. Doctors don't want to deliver babies because they're afraid of AIDS, and because they don't trust Soviet rubber gloves. They wear 3 or 4 at a time. Imagine trying to deliver a baby wearing 4 pairs of gloves. They don't do abortions either for the same reason. Soviet doctors would rather set women out about 100 meters away and watch them explode. Of course, there wouldn't be so many babies if Soviet condoms didn't fit like rubber gloves. True. Arkady sat on the bed and looked around. Though he had followed Rudy for weeks, he still knew too little about the man. He didn't bring women here, Paulina said. There are no crackers, no wine, not even a condom. Women leave things. Hairpins, pads, face powder on a pillow. It's too neat. How long was she going to be up on the chair? Her legs were whiter and more muscular than he would have expected. Perhaps she'd wanted to be a ballerina at one time. Black curls escaped from the discipline of her kerchief and coiled at the nape of her neck. You're working room by room? Arkady asked. Yes. Shouldn't you be out with your friends playing volleyball or something? It's a little late for volleyball. Did you lift prints from the videotapes? Yes. She bounced a glare off the mirror. I got you more morgue time, Arkady said to mollify her. Isn't that the way to soothe a woman, he thought, by offering her more time in a morgue? Why do you want to go back inside Rudy? There was too much blood. I did get laboratory results on the blood from the car. It was his type, at least. Good. If she was happy, he was happy. He turned on the television and VCR, inserted one of Rudy's tapes, pushed play and fast forward. Accompanied by high-speed gibberish, images rushed across the screen. The golden city of Jerusalem, Wailing Wall, Mediterranean beach, synagogue, orange grove, high-rise hotels, casinos, El Al. He slowed the tape to catch the narration, which was more glottal than Russian. "Do you speak Hebrew?" he asked Polina. "Why in the world would I speak Hebrew?" The second tape showed in rapid succession the white city of Cairo, pyramids and camels, Mediterranean beach, sailboats on the Nile, muezzin on a minaret, date grove, high-rise hotels, Egypt air. "Arabic?" Arkady asked. "No." The third travelogue opened in a beer garden and raced through etchings of medieval Munich, aerial views of rebuilt Munich, shoppers on the Marienplatz, beer cellar, polka bands and lederhosen, Olympic Stadium, Oktoberfest, Rococo Theater, Gilded Angel of Peace, Autobahn, another beer garden, nearby Alps, vapor trail of Lufthansa. He rewound to the Alps to listen to a narration that was both ponderous and exuberant. "You speak German?" Polina asked. The dusted mirror was starting to look like a collection of moth wings, each one an oval of whorls. "A little." Arkady had spent his army years in Berlin listening to Americans, and had picked up some German in the truculent fashion that Russians approach the language of Bismarck, Marx, and Hitler. It wasn't only that Germans were a traditional foe. It was because for centuries the Tsars had imported Germans as taskmasters, not to mention that the Nazis had regarded all Slavs as subhuman. There was a certain accretion of national ill will. "Auf Wiedersehen," said the television. "Auf Wiedersehen." Arkady turned the set off. "Polina, auf Wiedersehen. Go home, see your boyfriend, go to a movie." "I'm almost done." So far, Polina seemed to have sensed more about the apartment than Arkady had. He knew he was missing not so much clues as essence. Rudy's phobia about physical contact had created an apartment that was solitary and sterile. No ashtrays, not even butts. He craved a cigarette, but didn't dare upset the apartment's hygienic balance. Rudy's single weakness of the flesh appeared to be food. Arkady opened the refrigerator. Ham, fish, and Dutch cheese were still cool, in place, and overwhelming, even to a man who had just eaten an appetizer of Mahmoud's grapes. The food was probably from Stockman's, the Helsinki department store that delivered complete smorgasbords, office furniture, and Japanese cars for hard currency to Moscow's foreign community. God forbid they should live like Russians. In its rind of wax, the cheese shone like a mushroom cap. Polina stepped into the bedroom doorway, one arm already thrust into her raincoat. "Are you examining the evidence or consuming it?" "Admiring it, actually. Here is cheese from cows who graze on grass that grows on dikes 1,000 miles away, and it's not as rare as Russian cheese. Wax is a good medium of prints, isn't it? Humidity is not the best atmosphere. It's too humid for you? I didn't say I couldn't do it. I just didn't want to get your hopes up. Do I look like a man with high hopes?" "I don't know. You're different today." It was not characteristic of Polina to be uncertain about anything. Arkady put a finger to his lips. He heard a barely audible noise, like the fan of a refrigerator, except that he was standing by the refrigerator. "A toilet," Polina said. "Someone's relieving themselves on the hour." Arkady went to the water closet and touched the pipes. Usually pipes banged and rang like chains. This sound was fainter, more mechanical than liquid, and inside Rosen's apartment, not out. It stopped. "On the hour?" Arkady asked. "On the dot. I looked, but I didn't find anything." Arkady went into Rudy's office. The desk was undisturbed, the phone and fax silent. He tapped the fax and a red alert light blinked. Tapped harder and the button winked as regularly as a beacon. The volume had been turned all the way down. He pulled the desk forward and found facsimile paper that had scrolled between the desk and the wall. "First rule of investigation, pick things up," he said. "I hadn't dusted here yet." The paper was still warm. On top was the transmission date and time, 1 minute ago. The message, typed in Russian, read, "Where is Red Square?" Anyone with a map could answer that. He read the previous message. The transmission time on it had been 61 minutes ago. Where is Red Square? You didn't need a map. Ask anyone in the world, up the Nile, in the Andes, or even in Gorky Park. There were 5 messages in all, each sent on the hour, with the same insistent demand. Where is Red Square? The first also said, "If you know where Red Square is, I can offer contacts with International Society for 10% finder's fee." A finder's fee for Red Square sounded like easy money. The machine had automatically printed a long transmitting phone number across the top. Arkady called the international operator, who identified the country code as Germany and the city as Munich. "Do you have one of these?" he asked Polina. "I know a boy who does." Close enough. Arkady wrote on Rudy's stationery, "Need more information." Polina inserted the page, picked up the receiver and dialed the number, which answered with a ping. A light flashed over a button that said transmit, and when she pushed the button, the papers started to roll. Polina said, "If they're trying to reach Rudy, they don't know he's dead. That's the idea. So you'll get pointless information, or find yourself in an embarrassing social situation. I can't wait."
This ends Disc 2. Red Square, Disc 3.
They waited an hour without an answer. Finally, Arkady went downstairs and visited the garage, where Minin was tapping the floor with the butt end of a shovel. The hanging light bulb had been replaced by one with greater wattage. Tires were moved to the side and stacked according to size. Rubber belts and oil cans were enumerated and tagged. Minin's only concession to the heat had been to remove his coat and jacket. His hat stayed on his head, casting an umbra across the middle of his face. The man in the moon, Arkady thought. When he saw his superior, Minin came to sullen attention. Arkady thought the problem was that Minin was the classic dwarf child. Not that he was small, but Minin was the unloved creature, the sort who always felt despised. Arkady could have removed him from the team. An investigator didn't have to accept everyone assigned to him. But he didn't want to justify Minin's attitude. Also, he hated to see an ugly man pout. "Investigator Renko, and Chechens are on the loose. I think I would be of better use on the street than in this garage." "We don't know if we're after the Chechens, and I need a good man doing this. Some people would slip the tires under their coat." Humor seemed to give Minin a wide berth. He said, "Do you want me to go upstairs and watch Polina?" "No." Arkady tried human interest. "There's something new about you, Minin. What is it?" "I don't know." "That's it." On Minin's sweat-darkened shirt was the enamel pin of a red flag. Arkady never would have noticed it if he hadn't taken off his jacket. "A membership pin?" "Of a patriotic organization," Minin said. "Very stylish." "We stand for the defense of Russia, for the repeal of so-called laws that steal the people's wealth and give it to a narrow group of vultures and money changers, for a cleansing of society and an end to chaos and anarchy. You don't mind?" It was a challenge as much as a question. "Oh, no. On you it looks right." Driving to Boria Gubenko's, it seemed to Arkady that the summer evening had fallen like a silence. Streets vacant, taxis camped outside hotels, refusing to carry anyone but tourists. One store was besieged with shoppers, while stores on either side were so empty they looked deserted. Moscow looked like a cannibalized city, without food, gas, or basic goods. Arkady felt like a cannibalized man, as if he might be missing a rib, a lung, some part of his heart. It was oddly reassuring that someone in Germany had asked a Soviet speculator about Red Square. It was confirmation that Red Square still existed. Borya Gubenko picked up a ball from a pail, set it on his tee, cautioned Arkady about the backswing, concentrated, drew the club back so that it seemed to encircle his body, uncoiled, and lashed the ball on a line. "Want to try it?" he asked. "No, thanks, I'll just watch," Arkady said. A dozen Japanese teed up on squares of plastic grass, drew back their clubs and drove golf balls that sailed as diminishing dots the interior length of the factory. The irregular pop of balls sounded like small arms fire, appropriately since the factory used to turn out bullet casings. During the White Terror, Patriotic War, and Warsaw Pact, workers had manufactured millions of brass and steel core cartridges. To convert to a golf range, assembly lines had been scrapped and the floor painted a pastoral green. A couple of immovable metal presses were screened by cut-out trees, a touch appreciated by the Japanese, who wore golf caps even indoors. Besides Borya, the only Russian players Arkady could see were a mother and daughter in matching short skirts taking a lesson. On the far wall, balls thudded against a green canvas marked in ascending distances, 200, 250, 300 meters. Borya said, "I confess I overestimate a little bit. A happy customer is the secret of business." He posed for Arkady. "What do you think? The first Russian amateur champion?" "At least." Borya's big frame was tamed by a plush pastel sweater, his unruly hair wetted into sleek golden wings around a watchful, angular face with eyes of crystal blue. "Look at it this way." Borya plucked another ball from the pail. "I spent 10 years playing football for Central Army. You know the life, terrific money, apartment, car, as long as you can perform. You get injured, you start to slip, and suddenly you're on the street. You go right from the top straight to the bottom. Everyone wants to buy you a beer, but that's it. That's the payoff for 10 years and your busted knees. Old boxers, wrestlers, hockey players, same story. No wonder they go into the mafia. Or worse, start playing American-style football. Anyway, I was lucky." More than lucky. Borya seemed to have crystallized into a new, successful persona. In the new Moscow, no one was as transcendently popular and prosperous as Borya Gubenko. Behind the driving range, slot machines sang beside a bar decorated with Marlboro posters, Marlboro ashtrays, and Marlboro lamps. Borya lined up his shot. If possible, he looked more robust than in his playing days, also sleek, like a well-groomed lion. He swung and froze, studying a drive that faded as it rose. "Tell me about this club," Arkady said. "It's hard currency, members only. The more exclusive you make it, the more foreigners want in. I'll tell you the secret," Borya said. "Another secret?" "Location. The Swedes have poured millions into an 18-hole resort outside town. It's going to have conference facilities, communication center, super security so that businessmen and tourists can come without ever really staying in Moscow. In comparison, we're downtown, right on the river, practically across from the Kremlin. Look what it took. A little paint, astroturf, clubs, and balls. We're in guidebooks and foreign magazines, and all of it was Rudy's idea." He looked Arkady up and down. "What sport did you play?" "Football in school." "Position?" "Mainly goal." Arkady wasn't going to claim any athletic distinction in Borya's company. "Like me. The best position. You study, see the attack, learn anticipation. The game comes down to a couple of kicks. And when you commit, right? If you try to save yourself, that's how you get hurt. For me, of course, playing was a way to see the world." I didn't understand what food was until we went to Italy. I still referee some international games just to eat well. To see the world had to be a mild description of Borya's ambition, Arkady thought. Gubenko had grown up in the concrete Khrushchev barracks of Long Pond. In Russian, Khrushchev rhymed with slum, giving bite to the title. Borya would have been raised on cabbage soup and cabbage hopes, and here he was talking about Italian restaurants. Arkady asked, "What do you think happened to Rudy?" "I think that what happened to Rudy was a national disaster. He was the only real economist in the country." "Who killed him?" Without hesitating, Borya said, "Chechens. Mahmoud is a bandit with no concept of Western style or business. The fact is he holds everyone else back. The more fear, the better, never mind that it closes a market down. The more unsettled everyone is, the stronger the Chechens become." On the T's, a tier overhead, the Japanese hit a unified salvo, followed by excited shouts of "Banzai!" Borya smiled and pointed his club up. "They fly from Tokyo to Hawaii for a weekend of golf. I have to throw them out at night." "If Chechens killed Rudy," Arkady said, "they had to get past Kim. For all his reputation, muscle man, martial arts, he doesn't seem to have been much protection. When your best friend Rudy was looking for a bodyguard, didn't he come to you for advice?" "Rudy carried a lot of money, and he was concerned about his safety." "And Kim?" "The factories in Ubertsi are closing down. The problem with interacting with the free market, Rudy always said, is that we manufacture shit. When I suggested Kim to Rudy, I thought I was doing them both a favor." "If you find Kim before we do, what will you do?" Borya aimed the club at Arkady and dropped his voice. "I'd call you. I would. Rudy was my best friend, and I think Kim helped the Chechens. But do you think I'd endanger all this, everything I've achieved, to take some sort of primitive revenge? That's the old mentality. We have to catch up with the rest of the world, or we're going to be left behind. We'll all be in empty buildings and starving to death. We have to change. Do you have a card?" he asked suddenly. "Party card?" "We collect business cards and have a drawing once a month for a bottle of Chivas Regal." Borya controlled a smile, barely. Arkady felt like an idiot. Not an ordinary idiot, but an outdated, socially uninformed idiot. Borya put down his driver and proudly led Arkady to the buffet. In chairs upholstered in red, white, and black Marlboro colors were more Japanese in baseball caps and Americans in golfing shoes. Arkady suspected that Borya had hit upon the exact decor of an airport lounge, the natural setting of the international business traveler. They could have been in Frankfurt, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, anywhere, and for this very reason felt at home. Above the bar, a television showed CNN. The crowded buffet offered an array of smoked sturgeon, trout, red and black caviar, eggplant caviar, German chocolates, and Georgian pastries around bottles of sweet champagne, Pepsi, pepper vodka, lemon vodka, and five-star Armenian cognac. Arkady was dizzy from the smell of food. "We also have karaoke nights, putting tournaments, and corporate parties," Borya said. "No prostitutes, no hustlers. It couldn't be more innocent." Like Borya? The man had not only gone from football to the mafia, but had made the second, steeper evolutionary leap to entrepreneur. The way his Western sweater draped his shoulders, the directness of his eyes, the freer gestures of clean hands, all said businessman. Borya gave a discreet, proprietary wave, and a uniformed waitress immediately arrived from the buffet and set a plate of silver herring on the table in front of Arkady. The fish seemed to swim before his eyes. Borya asked, "Remember unpolluted fish?" "Not well enough, thanks." Arkady dug a last cigarette from the pack. "Where do you get the fish?" "Like anyone else, I trade this, barter that." "On the black market?" Borya shook his head. "Direct. Rudy said there wasn't a farm or fishing collective that wasn't willing to do business if you could offer more than rubles." Rudy told you what to offer? Borya held Arkady's eyes with his. Rudy started out as a football fan. He ended up as an older brother. He simply wanted to see me happy. He gave me advice. That doesn't sound like a crime to me. It depends on the advice. Arkady wanted to provoke a reaction. Borya's eyes were clear as water, without a ripple. Rudy always said there was no need to break the law, just to rewrite it. He looked ahead. "Do you know an Apollonia Gubenko?" Arkady asked. "My wife. I know her well." "Where was she the night Rudy died?" "What does it matter?" "There was a Mercedes registered in her name at the black market about 30 meters from where Rudy died." Borya took a little longer to answer. He glanced at the television, where an American tank was rolling through a desert. "She was with me. We were here." "At 2 a.m? "I often close after midnight. I remember we went home in my car because Polly's was in the garage being repaired." "You have 2 cars?" "Between Polly and me, 2 Mercedes, 2 BMWs, 2 Volgas, and a Lada. In the West, people can invest in stocks and bonds. We have cars. The trouble is, as soon as a nice car goes to the garage, someone borrows it. I can try to find out who." "You're sure she was with you, because a woman was seen in it?" "I treat women with respect. Polly is her own person. She doesn't have to answer to me for every second of her time, but that night she was with me." "Did anyone else see you here?" "No. The secret of business is you stay close to the cash register and lock up yourself." "There are a lot of secrets in business," Arkady said. Borya leaned forward and spread his hands. Although Arkady knew he was a big man, he was surprised at the wingspan. He remembered how Borya the player used to roar out of the Central Army goal to stop penalty kicks. Gubenko let his hands fall. His voice was soft. "Renko." "Yes?" "I'm not going to kill Kim. That's your job." Arkady looked at his watch. It was 8 p.m. He had already missed the first broadcast, and his mind was starting to wander. "I have to go." Borya steered Arkady through the bar. Another discreet signal had been sent, because the waitress caught up to them with 2 packs of cigarettes, which Borya stuffed into Arkady's jacket. The mother and daughter made their way around the tables. They shared the same fine features and grey eyes. When the woman spoke, she had a faint lisp. Arkady was relieved to hear an imperfection. "Borya, the teacher's waiting for you." "The pro, Polly, the pro." Armenian nationalists attacked Soviet internal troops again yesterday, inflicting 10 deaths and as many wounded, Irina said. The object of the Armenian attack was a Soviet army depot, which they ransacked, removing small arms, assault rifles, mines, a tank, a personnel carrier, mortars, and anti-tank guns. The Moldavian Supreme Soviet yesterday declared its sovereignty, 3 days after the Georgian Supreme Soviet did the same. Arkady set a table of brown bread, cheese, tea, and cigarettes, and sat facing the radio as if it had come to dinner. He should have returned to Rudy's apartment, yet here he was, a man with no will, in time for her broadcast. What apocalyptic news she had! But it didn't matter. Rioting continued in Kyrgyzia between Kyrgyz and Uzbeks for the 3rd straight day. Armored personnel carriers patrolled the streets of Osh after Uzbeks took control of the downtown tourist hotels and directed automatic fire at the local offices of the KGB. Deaths in the unrest now total 200, and the question of draining the Uzgen Canal to find more bodies has been raised. The bread was fresh, and the cheese was sweet. A breeze drifted in the open window, and the curtain stirred like a skirt. A Red Army spokesman admitted today that Afghan insurgents have penetrated the Soviet border. Since Soviet troops withdrew from Afghanistan, the border has become accessible to drug runners and to religious extremists who are urging Central Asian republics to begin a holy war against Moscow. The sun hung on the northern horizon, onion domes and chimney pots. Her voice was a shade huskier, and her Siberian accent sounded more schooled and sophisticated. Arkady remembered her gestures, sometimes flamboyant, and the color of her eyes like amber. Listening, he found himself leaning toward the radio. He felt ridiculous, as if he should be holding up his side of the conversation. Miners in Donetsk yesterday demanded the resignation of the government and the removal of the party, and announced the start of a new strike. Work stoppages have also begun in all 26 mines in the Karaganda Basin and in 29 mines in Rostov-on-Don. Mass rallies in support of the strikers were held by miners in Sverdlovsk, Chelyabinsk, and Vladivostok. The news was not important. He hardly heard it. It was her voice and breath, transmitted across 1,000 miles. Last night in Moscow, the Democratic Front rallied outside Gorky Park to call for the delegalization of the Communist Party. At the same time, members of the right-wing Red Banner met to defend the party. Both groups demanded the right to march in Red Square. She was Scheherazade, Arkady thought. Night after night she could tell tales of oppression, insurrection, strikes, and natural disaster, and he would listen as if she were spinning stories of exotic lands, magical spices, flashing scimitars, and pearl-eyed dragons with scales of gold, as long as she would talk to him. Chapter 7. At midnight, Arkady waited across from the Lenin Library, admiring the statues of Russian writers and scholars that hovered along the roofline. He remembered what he had heard about the building being ready to collapse. True enough, the statues looked ready to jump. When a shadow emerged and locked the door, Arkady crossed the street and introduced himself. "An investigator, I'm not surprised." Feldman wore a fur hat, carried a briefcase, and looked like Trotsky, down to a goat's beard of snow white. He started a vigorous shuffle toward the river, and Arkady fell in step beside him. "I have my own key. I didn't steal anything. You want to search?" Arkady ignored the invitation. "How do you know Rudy?" "It's the only time to work. I thank God I'm an insomniac. Are you?" "No." "You look like one. See a doctor. Unless you don't mind." "Rudy?" Arkady tried again. "Rosen? I didn't. We met once a week ago. He wanted to talk about art." "Why art?" "I'm a professor of art history. I told you I was a professor on the phone. You're a hell of an investigator, I can tell already." "What did Rudy ask?" "He wanted to know everything about Soviet art. Soviet avant-garde art was the most creative, most revolutionary period in history, but Soviet man is an ignoramus. I couldn't educate Rosen in half an hour." "Did he ask about any paintings in particular?" "No. But I catch your point, and it is amusing. For years the party demanded socialist realism, and people hung paintings of tractors on their walls and hid avant-garde masterpieces behind the toilet or under the bed. Now they're dragging them out. Suddenly Moscow is full of art curators. You like socialist realism?" "Socialist realism is one of my weakest areas." "Are you talking about art?" "No." Feldman regarded Arkady with a more wary, interested eye. They were in the park behind the library, where steps ran between trees down to the river near the southwest corner of the Kremlin. Spotlights made the lower branches into lattices of gold that turned to black. "I told Rosen that what people forget is that there actually was idealism at the beginning of the revolution. Starvation and civil war aside, Moscow was the most exciting place in the world to be. When Mayakovsky said, 'Let us make the squares our palettes, the streets our brushes,' he meant it. Every wall was a painting. There were painted trains, boats, airplanes, balloons. Wallpaper and dinner plates and gum wrappers were all created by artists who genuinely thought they were making a new world. At the same time, women were marching for free love. They all believed anything was possible. Rosen asked how much one of those gum wrappers would be worth now.
The same question occurred to me, Arkady admitted. Feldman stomped down the stairs in disgust. Since avant-garde art was not approved, you chose a fairly suicidal specialty. Is that how you got used to working late at night? Arkady asked.
Not a totally stupid observation. Feldman stopped short. Why is red the color of revolution?
It's traditional?
Prehistoric, not traditional. The two earliest habits of the ape-man were cannibalism and painting himself red. Soviets are the only ones who still do it. Look what we did to the genius of the revolution. Describe Lenin's tomb.
It's a square of red granite.
It's a constructivist design inspired by Malevich. It's a red square on red square. There's more to it than just Lenin laid out like a smoked herring. Art was everywhere in those days. Tatlin designed a revolving skyscraper taller than the Empire State Building. Popova drew high fashions for peasants. The artists of Moscow were going to paint the trees of the Kremlin red. Lenin did object to that, but people thought that anything was possible. Those were days of hope, days of fantasy.
You lecture on this?
No one wants to hear. They're like Rosen, they only want to sell. I spend all day authenticating art for idiots.
Rosen had something to sell?
Don't ask me. We were supposed to meet 2 days ago. He didn't come.
Then why do you think he had something to sell?
Today everyone is selling everything they have. And Rosen said he found something. He didn't say what.
At the embankment, Feldman looked around with such fervor that Arkady could nearly imagine painted trees in the Kremlin gardens, Amazons marching on Gorky Street, dirigibles towing propaganda posters under the moon.
We live in the archaeological ruins of that new world that never was. If we knew where to dig, who knows what we would find?
Feldman asked, and trudged on alone across the bridge. Arkady wandered along the embankment wall toward his flat. He didn't feel sleepy, but he didn't feel like an insomniac. Just the word made him restless. He found no Amazons along the river. There were fishermen baiting hooks. A couple of years of his exile had been spent on a Pacific trawler. He had always appreciated how at dusk the rustiest, most nondescript ship became a dazzling and intricate constellation of stars, with fishing lights on masts, booms, gunwales, bridge, ramp, and deck. It occurred to him now that the same could be done for Moscow's nocturnal fishermen, with batteries and lamps on their hats, belts, and the tips of their poles. Maybe the problem wasn't insomnia. Maybe he was crazy. Why was he trying to find out who killed Rudy? When an entire society was collapsing like so many rotten beams, what difference did it make who murdered one black market speculator? Anyway, this wasn't the real world. The real world was out there where Irina lived. Here he was one more shadow in a cave where he couldn't sleep anyway. Straight ahead, the silhouette of St. Basil's stood like a crowd of turbaned Moors, backlit by the all-night floodlights of the square. In shadow at the stone base of the cathedral were about 100 soldiers from the Kremlin barracks in full field gear with radio packs and submachine guns. Red Square itself rose as a vast hill of cobblestones. To the left, the Kremlin was illuminated, bricks nearly white, with swallowtail battlements that were grace notes on a fortress that seemed to stretch as far as the Chinese wall. The spires above the gates looked like churches that had been captured, roped, dragged from Europe, and erected as trophies to a czar, topped now by ruby stars. Shimmering in upturned lights, the Kremlin was midway between reality and dream, an immense, oppressive vision. From the gate at Spassky Tower, a black sedan issued like a bat and flitted across the stones. Far off at the head of the square, a 4-story banner for Pepsi covered the facade of the Army Museum. To his right, the classical stone face of Gum
the world's largest and emptiest department store, shrank into the dark. From the roof of GUM and from the Kremlin wall, cameras constantly monitored the square, but no floodlights were bright enough to penetrate the valley of shadow in its center, where he stood. No individual here would be more than a blip on a gray screen. The sheer size of scale and awesome vacuum of the square didn't so much uplift the soul as both hide it and suggest how inconsequential it was. Except for one soul. When Lenin lay dying, he begged for no memorials. The mausoleum Stalin built for him was a vengeful pile of crypts, a squat ziggurat of red and black under the battlements of the Kremlin wall. Empty tiers of white marble flanked it, the area where dignitaries would sit for the May Day parade. Lenin's name was inscribed in red letters above the door of the tomb. At the door, 2 honor guards, boy sergeants with white gloves and faces as pale as waxworks, swayed with fatigue. Ordinary traffic was barred from the square, but as Arkady turned away from the tomb, a black Zil rolled out of Cherny Street, and racing at official speed, crossed in front of GUM toward the river and sank into the dark around St. Basil's. Tires squealed, a sharp sound of protest that reverberated the length of the square. The Zil came back. Because the car's headlights were dark, it was too late when Arkady realized it was coming straight at him. When he started to run for the museum, the Zil followed, its bumper almost on his heels. He darted left toward the tomb, and the big car roared by and cut in front. He dodged the rear bumper and headed for Cherny Street. The Zil tipped, settled, and lumbered toward him in a wider circle, the car's centrifugal force accelerating. When his escape intersected the path of the car, Arkady dove. He rose and started dizzily back toward St. Basil's, but slipped on the stones. Headlights rose up. He fell to one knee and raised his arm across his eyes. The Zil stopped directly in front of him. 4 uniforms emerged from the halos, exploding in his eyes. Dark dress-green generals' uniforms with brass stars, fringed shoulder boards, and mosaics of medals behind ropes of golden braid. But as his vision returned, Arkady saw that the men inside the uniforms were strangely shrunken, holding each other up. As the driver got out, he almost fell. He wore a civilian sweater and jacket, topped by a sergeant major's cap. He was drunk, and his eyes were leaking tears that rolled from his eyes to his jowls. "Belov?" Arkady asked as he stood. "Arkasha." Belov's voice was as deep and hollow as a barrel. "We were at your address, and you were not at home. We went to your office, and you weren't there. We were just driving around when we saw you, and then you ran." Arkady dimly recognized the generals, though they were gray and stunted versions of the tall, impressive officers who used to trail behind his father. Here were the staunch heroes of the siege of Moscow, the tank commanders of the Bessarabian offensive, the vanguard of the push to Berlin, each of the 4 properly wearing an Order of Lenin awarded for a decisive action that significantly altered the course of the war. Except that Shuksin, who had always slapped his boots with a crop, was now so shriveled and bent that he was hardly much higher than the top of those boots, and Ivanov, who had always claimed the privilege of carrying his father's field case of plans, was as stooped as an ape. Kuznetsov had turned as round as a child, whereas Gul was a skeleton, his vigor and ferocity reduced to hair bristling from his brows and ears. Though Arkady had hated them all his life, despised them, really, because they had abused him out of sycophancy rather than evil, he was astonished at their feebleness. Boris Sergeyevich was different. He had been Sergeant Belov, his father's driver, the very same bodyguard who had escorted the boy Arkady to Gorky Park. Later, Boris became Investigator Belov, though his gift was less for legal scholarship than for devotion to orders and ironclad loyalty. His attitude toward Arkady had never been less than adoration. Arkady's arrest and exile was something Belov had never grasped, like, say, French or quantum mechanics. Belov removed his cap and placed it under his left arm as if reporting for duty. "Arkady Kirillovich, it is my painful task to inform you that your father, General Kirill Ilyich Renko, has died." The generals advanced and shook Arkady's hand. "He should have been Marshal of the army," Ivanov said. Shuksin said, "We were comrades in arms. I marched into Berlin with your father." Ghoul waved a rusty arm. "I marched here in this same square with your father and laid 1,000 fascist flags at Stalin's feet. Our most sincere condolences for this immeasurable loss." Kuznetsov sobbed like an aunt. Belov said, "The funeral is already arranged for Saturday. That's soon, but your father left instructions for everything as usual. He wanted me to give you this letter. I don't want it. I have no idea of the contents." Belov tried to push an envelope inside Arkady's jacket. "Father to son." Arkady knocked Belov's hand away. He was surprised by his own brusqueness to a good friend and by the depth of his revulsion for the others. "No thanks." Shuksin took a wobbly step toward the Kremlin. "Then the army was appreciated. Soviet power meant something. Then the fascists shit their pants whenever we blew our nose." Ghoul picked up the theme. "Now we crawl to Germany to kiss their ass. That's what we get for letting them get off their knees. And what do we get for saving Hungarians and Czechs and Poles, except the spit on our face?" The passion of his question was too much for Ivanov. The ancient bearer of the field case slumped against the fender of the car. They were all so thoroughly soaked with vodka, Arkady realized, that a match would set them off like rags. "We saved the world, remember?" Shuksin demanded. "We saved the world." Belov pleaded. "Why?" "He was a killer," Arkady said. "That was war." Ghoul asked, "Do you think we would have lost Afghanistan, or Europe, or a single republic?" "I'm not talking about the war," Arkady said. "Read the letter," Belov begged. "I'm talking about murder," Arkady said. "Arkasha, please." Belov's eyes were as pleading as a dog's. "For me. He's going to read the letter." The generals rallied, regrouped, and crowded around. One push and they would probably collapse and turn to piles of dust, Arkady thought. Who did they see, he wondered? Him? His father? Who? This could be his moment of vindictive triumph, a child's long-awaited fantasy. But it was too pathetic, and the generals, grotesque as they were, also were at their most human in this last stage of fangless dotage. He took the letter. It had a luminous quality, and his name printed in spidery letters. It felt light, as if empty to the hand. "I'll read it later," Arkady said, and walked away. "The Vagankovskoye Cemetery," Belov called after him. 10 a.m. Or I'll throw it away, Arkady thought. Or burn it. Chapter 8. The following day was the final one of so-called hot investigation, the last day of official alerts at travel points, a peak time for frustration and argument. Arkady and Yak chased false sightings of Kim north, west, and south at all 3 Moscow airports. On the 4th tip, they headed east toward the dead end known as Lyubetsy. "A new informant?" Arkady asked. He was driving, which was always a sign of bad humor. "Totally new," Yak insisted. "Not Yulia," Arkady said. "Not Yulia," Yak maintained. "Borrow her Volvo yet?" "I will. Anyway, it isn't Yulia, it's a gypsy." "A gypsy?" With an effort, Arkady stayed on the road. "You always say I'm prejudiced," Yak said. "When I think of gypsies, I think of poets and musicians. I don't think of reliable informants." Yak said, "Well, this guy would sell out his brother, and that's what I call a reliable informant." Kim's motorcycle was there, an exotic midnight blue Suzuki, propped on a chrome kickstand in back of a 5-story apartment house. Arkady and Jock walked around the machine and admired it from every angle, taking an occasional glance at the building. The upper floors had balconies that were illegally enclosed. The ground was littered with refuse that seemed to have rained down from the windows, paper cartons, mattress springs, broken bottles. The next house was 100 meters away. It was an incomplete landscape of houses set far apart, sewer pipes lying in open trenches, concrete walkways that intersected among weeds. No one was walking. The sky was soiled with that particular kind of smog which expressed both industrial poison and despair. Lyubertsy was what all Russians feared, which was to be outside the center, not to be in Moscow or Leningrad, to be forgotten and invisible, as if the steppes started here, only 20 kilometers from the Moscow city limits. This was the vast population that moved on a straight track from daycare to vocational school to assembly line to the long vodka line to the grave. Lyubertsy was also what Muscovites feared, because its young factory workers took the train into Moscow to beat up privileged urban kids. It was only natural that Lyubers developed into a mafia with a special talent for tearing up rock shows and restaurants. Jock cleared his throat. "In the cellar," he said. "The cellar?" It was the last thing Arkady wanted to hear. "If we're going into the cellar, we should have bulletproof vests and lamps. You didn't order those?" "I didn't know Kim was going to be here." "You didn't really believe your reliable informant, did you?" "I didn't want to cause a lot of fuss," Jock said. The trouble was that Lyubertsy's cellars were not ordinary cellars, because until recently the private practice of unarmed Oriental self-defense had been against the law. In response, Lyuber musclemen had gone underground, refitting coal bins and boiler rooms as secret gymnasiums. Wandering alone around a Lyubertsy basement was not a prospect Arkady looked forward to, but he knew it would take a day to get special gear out of Moscow. 3 babushkas sat on the steps of the apartment house and watched over a playground where toddlers climbed into a sandbox that was made from rotting boards. The women had the gray heads and black coats of crows. Jock asked, "Remember the Komsomol club that called about a trophy for Rudy?" "Vaguely." "Did I mention they keep calling?" "Is this a good time to mention it?" Arkady asked. "What about my radio?" Jock asked. "Your radio?" "I bought it. I'd like to listen to it. You keep forgetting to bring it in." "Come by my place tonight and pick it up." They couldn't stand around the bike all day, Arkady thought. They had already been seen. Jock said, "I have the gun, so I'll go in." "As soon as someone goes in, he's going to run. Since you have the gun, you wait here and stop him." Arkady walked up to the steps. The women regarded him as if he had arrived from a different solar system. He tried a smile. No, they didn't accept smiles here. He looked at the playground. It was empty. The kids were chasing cottonwood fluffs across the lot. He glanced back at Jock, who was sitting on the bike and watching the building. He moved along the base of the house until he found stairs leading down to a steel door. The door was unlocked, and the other side of it was as black as an abyss. He called, "Kim? Mikhail Kim, I want to talk to you." The answer was a profound hush. This was the sound of mushrooms growing, Arkady thought. He didn't want to enter the cellar. "Kim?" He felt around until he found a chain. When he pulled it, a dozen dim light bulbs appeared, hanging from an electrical line tacked directly to bare support beams. Not so much illumination as markers in the dark. As he stooped down, it was like slipping into shallow water. Clearance from floor to ceiling was 1.5 meters, sometimes less. It was crawl space excavated into a tunnel that worked its way over and around exposed pipes and valves. The underside of the house creaked overhead like a ship. He peeled cobwebs from his face and held his breath. Claustrophobia was an old friend come along for the trip. The main thing was to keep moving from one tiny shivering light bulb to the next, to breathe more evenly, to not think about the weight of the building pressing down on his back, to not consider the low quality of Soviet construction, to not imagine for a moment that the tunnel resembled a mouldering grave. At the last light bulb, Arkady squeezed through a second hatch and found himself on his hands and knees inside a low, windowless room that was smoothly plastered and painted and lit by a fluorescent tube. On the floor were mattresses, barbells, and pulleys. The barbells were homemade, from steel wheels crudely slotted to fit over bars. The pulleys were boiler plates cut up and strung with wire. On the walls were a full-length mirror and a picture of Schwarzenegger in total flex. A heavy bag hung by a chain from the ceiling. The air was pungent with sweat and talc. Arkady got to his feet. Beyond was a second room with benches and weights on blocks. Books on bodybuilding and nutrition lay on a mattress. One bench was slick and showed the imprint of a sneaker. Set in the ceiling above the bench was a metal plate. There was a switch on the wall. Arkady turned the light off so that he wouldn't be a silhouette. He stood on the bench, lifted the plate, and slid it back. He was beginning to hoist himself up when a gun pressed against his head. It was dark. Arkady's head was halfway through the floor, behind the stairs of the building foyer. The bench was 1,000,000 miles below his swaying feet. The odor of stale urine wafted from the foyer floor. He could see a tricycle with no wheels, the cornered detritus of cigarette packs and condoms, and on the other end of the automatic, Yak. "You scared me," Yak said. He pointed the gun up. "Really?" Arkady felt as if more than his feet were dangling. Yak pulled him up. The foyer faced the opposite street from the way they had approached the building. Arkady leaned against the mailboxes, which were torched as usual. The foyer light was broken, of course. No wonder people got killed. Yak was embarrassed. "You were taking forever, so I came around to see if there was another way in, just as you popped up." "I won't do it again." Yak said. "You should have a gun." "If I had a gun, we'd be a suicide pact." Arkady still felt dizzy when they went outside. "Let's just watch the motorcycle," Yak suggested. When they came around the building, Kim's beautiful bike was gone. The militia towed vehicular wrecks to a dock near the South Port, handy to the metal stamps and auto factories of the proletariat borough. Whatever was remotely reusable had been stripped from them. These were the bones of cars, and they had a kind of dignity, like dried flowers. The dock had a vista of the entire southern end of Moscow. It was not Paris, granted, but it possessed a certain sweep, the occasional gold cap of a church flashing in the shadow of industrial chimneys. The evening sky was still lit. Arkady found Polina at the end of the dock, working with a brush, cans of paint, and squares of pressed wood. She had unbuttoned her raincoat, a concession to the balmy weather. "Your message sounded urgent," Arkady said. "I thought you should see this." "What?" He looked around. "You'll see." He was losing patience. "There's no emergency? You're just working?" "You're working, too." "Well, I lead an obsessed but empty life. Don't you want to go dancing or see a movie with a friend?" Irina's newscasts had begun, and he knew there was something he would rather be doing. Polina dabbed green paint on a square of wood balanced on the fender of a Zil from which doors and seats had been removed. She herself made rather a pretty picture, Arkady thought. If she had an easel and a little more technique, but she just slapped the paint on. She seemed to sense his mind wandering. "How did you do with Yak?" It was not a day covered in glory. He looked over her shoulder. "Very green." "You're a critic?" "Artists are so temperamental. I meant it as in expansively, generously green." He stood back to study the cityscape of Black River, grey cranes and chimneys melting into a milky sky. "What exactly are you painting?" "The wood." "Ah." Polina had 4 different pots of green paint, labeled CS1, CS2, CS3, CS4, separated from 4 pots of red, labeled RS1, RS2, etc. Each pot had its own brush. The green paint had an infernal reek. He searched his pocket, but he had left Borya's Marlboros in his other jacket. When he did find Bellamore's, Polina blew the match out. "Explosives," she said. "Where?" "Remember, in Rudy's car we found traces of red sodium and copper sulfate? As you know, that's consistent with an incendiary device." Chemistry wasn't my strong point. "What we couldn't understand," Polina went on, "was why we didn't find a timer or remote receiver. I did some research. You don't need a separate source of ignition if you combine red sodium and copper sulfate." Arkady looked at the pots at his feet again. RS, red sodium, marine paint red, a deep carmine with an ochre tinge. CS, copper sulfate, a vile stewpot green with a sniff of the devil. He put his matches away. "You don't need a fuse?" Polina set the wet board down on the Zill's front seat and brought out another on which the green paint was dry. Over the board she taped brown paper. "Red sodium and copper sulfate are relatively harmless individually. Together, however, they react chemically and generate enough heat to spontaneously ignite." Spontaneously? But not immediately, and not necessarily. That's the interesting part. It's a classic binary weapon. 2 halves of an explosive charge separated by a membrane. I'm testing different barriers, such as cheesecloth, muslin, and paper, for time and effectiveness. I've already put painted boards in 6 cars. Polina took the brush from a can marked RS4 and started painting the paper in broad strokes of red sodium. Arkady noticed that she started with a W, like a house painter. "If they did ignite immediately, you'd know by now," he said. "Yes." "Polina, don't we have militia technicians with bunkers and body armor and very long brushes to do this sort of thing?" "I'm faster and better." Polina was quick. She kept red drips from falling into green cans, and in less than a minute covered the papered board so that it had a completely scarlet surface. Arkady said, "So when the wet red sodium soaks through the paper and makes contact with the copper sulfate, they heat up and ignite? That's the idea, put very simply." Polina took a notepad and pen from her raincoat and jotted the paint numbers and the time down to the second. With finished board and brush in hand, she started to stroll down the line of wrecks. Arkady walked with her. "I can't help thinking you'd be better off skipping through a park or sharing an ice cream sundae with someone." The cars on the dock were crushed, rusted, and stripped. A Volga was so twisted that its axle aimed at the sky. A blunt-nosed Niva wore its steering wheel through the front seat. They passed a Lada with its engine block resting ominously in the rear. Around the dock were darkened factories and military depots. Out on the river, the last hydrofoil of the evening slid by like a snake of lights. Polina laid the red board by the brake pedal of a 4-door Moskvich and painted a 7 on the left front door. When she saw Arkady begin to approach the other 6 cars on the end of the dock, she said, "You'd better wait." They sat in a Zill from which windshield and wheels had been removed, affording a low, clear view of the dock and the far bank. Arkady said, "A bomb inside the car, Kim outside. It seems a little redundant." Polina said, "At the assassination of Duke Ferdinand, which started World War I, there were 27 terrorists with bombs and guns at different points along the procession route." "You've made a study of assassinations? Rudy was only a banker, not an heir to the throne." "In contemporary attacks by terrorists, especially against Western bankers, the car bomb is the weapon of choice." "You have made a study of this." It made his heart sink. "I'm still confused about the blood in Rudy's car," Polina admitted. "I'm sure you'll figure it out. You know, there's more to life than death." Polina had the dark curls of a girl painted by Manet, Arkady thought. She ought to be in a lace collar and long skirt, sitting at a wrought-iron table on sun-dappled grass, not in a wreck on a dock talking about the dead. He noticed her eyes observing him. "You really do lead an empty life, don't you?" she said. "Wait a second," Arkady said. Somehow the conversation seemed to have been, without any warning or logic, reversed. "You said so yourself," she pointed out. "Well, you don't have to agree." "Exactly," Polina said. "You can lead your empty life, but you criticize how I lead mine, even though I'm working day and night for you." The first car blew, with a muffled sound like a damp drum. A white flash mixed with the explosion of windshield and windows. After a blink, and while crystallized glass was still raining down, the car interior filled with flames. Polina entered the time in her notepad. Arkady asked, "That didn't have a blasting cap or a fuse, just chemicals?" "Just what you saw, although with solutions at different concentrations. I have others with phosphorus and aluminum powder. Those need a blasting cap or some sort of blow to detonate." "That one seemed pretty effective," Arkady said. He had expected some sort of spontaneous combustion, but not an explosion of such strength. Already the fire had taken root, the front seat and dash covered with lapping flames that produced dark, noxious smoke. How did anyone ever escape car fires? "Thanks for not letting me take a closer look," Arkady said. "Entirely my pleasure. And I apologize for criticizing, even by suggestion, your professional dedication, since you're the only member of the team who has shown any competence. I'm in awe, really." While Polina scrutinized him for sarcasm, he lit a cigarette. "I'd roll down the window if there were a window," he said. The second car burst into flame, without the explosive force of the first, and the bomb in the third car was even weaker, hardly a blast at all, though it was followed by a steady, hard-working flame. The fourth met the initial standard. By now Arkady was a veteran observer and could appreciate the sequence. The initial eruption of crystallized safety glass, the blinding flare of ignition, the whoomp of compacted air, and then the two-step flowering of roseate flames and brown, toxic smoke. Polina jotted down notes. She had delicate hands, made even smaller by the rolled cuffs of her coat. Her rapid writing was as neat as type. Belov had said there would be a funeral for his father. Were they going to bury the body or a pot of ashes? They could skip the crematorium and bring the old man out here for a glorious post-mortem ride in one of Polina's flaming chariots. Irina could report it on the news as one more Russian atrocity. It occurred to Arkady that cars were not meant for Russians. First of all, Russia didn't have enough roads free of frost heaves and mud wallows. More important, vehicles capable of any speed should not be placed in the hands of people given to vodka and melancholy. "Did you have something else planned tonight?" Polina asked. "No." The fifth and sixth cars exploded almost simultaneously, then burned very differently, one developing into a bowl of fire, and the other, already a burned-out shell, subsiding into guttering flames. No fire engines had arrived yet. The era of night shifts was long over, and at this hour the factories around the dock were empty except for watchmen. Arkady wondered how much of the city he and Polina could torch before anyone noticed. As she leafed through her notes, Polina said, "I wanted to put dummies in the cars." "Dummies?" "Mannequins. I wanted thermometers, too. I couldn't even find oven thermometers." "Everything's so hard to find." "Because chemical combustion is inexact, especially in the lead time to ignition." "It's my impression that it would have been more exact for Kim to spray Rudy with a submachine gun. Not that I'm not having a wonderful time watching cars blow up. It's sort of like Sati." You know how Indian women immolate themselves on their husbands' funeral pyres? This is like a grand sati on the Ganges, except that we're on the Moscow, and it's not the middle of the day, it's the middle of the night. And we neglected to bring any widows, even dummies. Otherwise, it's practically romantic. Paulina said, "That's hardly an analytical approach." Analytical? I wouldn't need an oven thermometer. I smelled Rudy. He was done. Paulina was stung. Arkady was shocked at himself. What could he say now? That he was tired, upset, wanted to be home, cupping his ear to his radio? "I'm sorry," he said. "That was mean." "I think you'd better get a different pathologist," Paulina said. "I think I'd better go." As he got out, the 7th car exploded, shooting fountains of glass high into the air. After the clap of detonation, the glass rang like chimes as it fell and scattered in crystals around his feet. The Moskvich burned like a furnace at full blast, white flames leaping excitedly from window to window, broadcasting a circle of heat that made Arkady flinch and step back. As the seat burned, the nature of the flames changed into roiling, purplish smoke, rich with toxin. Paint bubbled, and the whole dock glowed with shining glass, like coals. He noticed that Paulina was making notes again. She would have made a good assassin, he thought. She was a good pathologist. He was an idiot. Chapter 9. It's sad about Rudy. He was very human, warm, concerned about Soviet youth. Antonov winced as one boy backed another into a corner and knocked out his mouthpiece. Many's the time he was here, encouraging the kids, telling them to mind the straight and narrow. Antonov bobbed sympathetically as the beleaguered fighter slipped free. Stick him! Stick him! Move! Well, that's a good imitation of a propeller. Anyway, Rudy was like an uncle. This is not the center of Moscow. These kids are not going to special schools for ballerinas. Hit him! But youth is our most precious possession. Every boy and girl in Komsomol gets a fair chance. Model planes, chess, basketball. I bet Rudy sponsored every club here. Backpedal! No, not you, him! Yak hadn't checked in yet. Paulina had called, but the last place Arkady had wanted to start the day was the morgue. Didn't she ever get her fill of gore? On the other hand, watching boys pummel each other was proving no cure for a headache. Master of Sport Antonov gave the impression of a man whose brains had long since been pounded into more solid stuff. He had a grey crew-cut and flat utilitarian features, and in his fists, so knotted that he seemed to have extra knuckles, he held a bell mallet and a watch. The boys in the ring wore leather helmets, tank tops, shorts. Their skin was as pale as potato flesh, except where they had been hit. Sometimes they looked like they were boxing, the next moment as if they were dancing badly. Besides the ring, the Leningrad Borough Komsomol Gymnasium also gave room to wrestling mats and weights, so the walls resounded with the puffing of wrestlers and lifters. There were two different psychological types, Arkady thought. Weightlifters were soloists of grunts, while wrestlers couldn't wait to get tangled. A dim light penetrated whitewashed windows, and an ancient reek clung to the air. Wrestling and boxing ladders framed the door, and a sign that said, "Cigarettes and success don't mix," which reminded Arkady that he had unconsciously put on the jacket with Borya's 2 packs of Marlboros, so there was a bright side to things. Rudy was a sports enthusiast. That's why you asked me to come? You had a trophy for him? Antonov asked. He's really dead? Absolutely dead. Follow up! Follow up! Antonov shouted up at the ring. To Arkady he said, Forget the trophy. Forget the trophy? Antonov had called the office twice a day about the trophy. What's Rudy going to do with the trophy now? That's what I wondered, Arkady said. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I had a question. Say, in a cooperative, The person who signs the checks dies. Does that mean the other partner in the cooperative gets whatever money is left in the account? You were partners with Rudy? Antonov sneered as if the question were ridiculous. Not me, personally, no. The club. Excuse me, don't switch leads. If you're right-handed, stay right-handed. Arkady started to wake up. The club and Rudy? Local komsomols are allowed to be in cooperatives. It's only fair, and sometimes it helps to have an official partner involved when you want to bring in certain stuff. Slot machines? Arkady took the happiest guess. Antonov remembered his watch and whacked the mallet on a pail. The fighters reeled away from each other, neither able to raise a glove. It's perfectly legal, Antonov said, and lowered his voice. Transcom Services with a capital K. Transcom. The Young Communist League plus Rudy equaled the in-tourist slots. Seen in the light of Rudy's talent, this dingy little Komsomol club was dross turned to gold. For Arkady it was a minor victory, admittedly inconsequential compared to finding Kim. Antonov said, "You'll see the club's on the cooperative papers. There were the names of the partners, statement of services, bank accounts, everything." "You have the papers?" "Rudy had all the papers," Antonov said. "Well, I think Rudy took them with him." The dead were perverse. In the morgue, they were patient. Gurneys lined the hall, the bodies under soiled sheets, waiting their turn on the table with a final supine lack of urgency. No matter to them if they rotted for lack of formaldehyde. There was no offense taken if an investigator lit an expensive American cigarette to mask the stench. Rudy was in a drawer, internal organs in a plastic bag between his legs. Polina, however, was gone. Arkady found her midway in a line of 1,000 people queuing for beets in the small park next to Petrovka. Rain fell in a steady, insinuating drizzle that sparkled around lamplights. Some umbrellas were up, though not many, because people needed both hands free for bags. At the head of the line, soldiers piled sacks in the mud. With her raincoat buttoned to her chin, drops beaded on her dark hair, Polina looked as if she were being borne forward by a centipede of pinched eyes and mouths. There were other lines for eggs and bread, and a line that wound around a kiosk for cigarettes. Food vigilantes patrolled the lines to make sure no one switched. Arkady didn't have his coupons, so all this plenty was wasted on him. Polina said, "I came here after the doc to finish up Rudy. I told you there was too much blood. He's all yours now." Arkady doubted there could ever be too much blood for Polina, but he maintained an attitude of appreciation. Obviously she had worked all night. "Polina, I'm sorry about the doc. I'm terrible about forensic medicine and pathology. You have more nerve than I do." Behind Polina, a woman with a gray shawl, gray brows, and mustache leaned toward him to demand, "Are you trying to cut in?" "No," the woman said. "They should shoot people who cut in." "Watch him," advised the man behind her. He was a short, bureaucratic type with an impressive briefcase, the kind that could hold a lot of beets. All the way down the queue, Arkady saw faces regarding him with suppressed fury. They moved one lockstep forward, crowding to make a wall he couldn't breach. "How long have you been in line?" Arkady asked Polina. "Just an hour. I'll get some beets for you," she said, and glared at the pair behind her. "Fuck them." "What do you mean, too much blood?" Polina shrugged. She had offered. "Describe the explosions when Rudy died," she said. "What you saw, exactly." "2 bursts of flame," Arkady said. "The first was a surprise. It was brilliant, white. That was the red sodium copper sulfate device. The second burst?" "The second was bright, too." "As bright?" "Less." He had run them together in his mind before. "We didn't have a clear view, but maybe more orange than white. Then we saw burning money rising in the smoke. So 2 bursts of flame, but only one hot enough to leave a flash point in the car. Did you smell anything after the second burst? Gasoline. The gas tank? That blew later. Arkady watched a brawl at the kiosk where a customer claimed he had been given only 4 packs for the month, not 5. A pair of soldiers carried him like a suitcase, one arm around his neck and one around his crotch, and threw him into a van. Gary told us that Kim threw a bomb into the car. It could have been a Molotov cocktail, a bottle of gasoline. It was better than that, Polina said. What's better? Gelled gasoline. Gelled gasoline sticks and burns and burns. That's why there was so much blood. Arkady still didn't understand. Before you said burning didn't cause bleeding. I went over Rosen again. He simply didn't have the number or kind of cuts to produce all that blood inside the car and out. I know that the lab said it was his blood type, but this time I checked it myself. It wasn't his type. It wasn't even human blood. It was cattle blood. Cattle blood? Drain the blood through a cloth and use the serum. Mix it with gasoline and a little coffee or baking soda. Stir until it gels. A bomb of blood and gasoline? It's a guerrilla technique. I would have caught on faster if the lab result had been correct, Polina said. You can thicken gasoline with soap, eggs, or blood. That must be why they're in short supply, Arkady said. The couple behind Polina were listening intently. Don't get eggs, the woman warned. The eggs have salmonella. The bureaucrat countered. That is a baseless rumor started by the persons who intend to keep all the eggs to themselves. The line shuffled forward another step. Arkady wanted to stamp his feet to keep warm. Polina was in open sandals, but she could have been a plaster bust for her reaction to rain, blood, and the insanity of the weight. Her entire attention was focused on the nearing scales. The rain fell harder. Drops ran along the contour of her temple and webbed the pagoda curve of her hair. "Are they selling by weight or by count?" she asked her neighbors. "Dear," the old woman said, "it all depends whether they have rigged scales or little beets." "Do we get beet greens, too?" Polina asked. "There's another line for greens," the woman said. Arkady said, "You did a good job. I'm sorry it had to be so gruesome." Polina said, "If it bothered me, I'd be in the wrong profession." "Maybe I'm in the wrong profession," Arkady said. Most of the transactions at the scales were mute and sullen exchanges of rubles and ration chits for beets, though every 4th or 5th erupted into an accusation of cheating and a demand for more, denunciations that sang with frustration, hysteria, and rage, which drew the line anxiously closer, until soldiers pushed it back and the customer on, so that there was a constant eddy and pulse within the line. At least the rain washed the beets, showing their scarlet under a lamp-post. In its light, Arkady could see that the sacks heaped behind the scales exhibited the effects of their rough passage from the country, dirt and bruises staining the wet burlap. The wetter sacks were smeared bright red, the ground around them was steeped red, and the scales were dyed a winy vermilion speckled with the skins of beets. In the reflection off the water running from the sacks, the entire park glowed in a spreading lens of red. Polina stared down at her toes and open sandals, which were already stained pink. Arkady watched her face turn to wax, and he caught her as she dropped. "Not the morgue, not the morgue," she said. Arkady put her arm over his shoulder and half-carried, half-walked her out of the park and down Petrovka Street in search of some place she could sit. Across the street an ambulance was leaving the gate of a buff-colored mansion, the sort of pre-revolutionary building the party loved to use for offices. It seemed to be some kind of clinic. As soon as he got her into the courtyard, though, Polina insisted, "Not a doctor." On one side of the courtyard was a rustic wooden entrance, whimsically painted with crowing roosters and dancing pigs. They went through into an empty café. Small tables were surrounded by leather banquettes, and a row of stools stood along a padded bar. In back of the counter was an arsenal of orange juice presses. Polina sat at a banquette, put her head between her knees, and said, "Shit, shit, 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 shit." A waitress appeared from the kitchen to chase them away, but Arkady held up his ID and asked for brandy. "This is a medical clinic. We don't serve brandy." "Then medicinal brandy." "For $. Arkady put a pack of Marlboros on the table. The waitress stared, unmoved. He added the other pack. 2 packs. "And 30 rubles. She disappeared, returned a moment later, and in one circular motion set down a flask of Armenian cognac with 2 glasses and scooped up the cigarettes and money.
This ends Disc 3. Red Square, Disc 4.
Polina sat up and let her head loll back. Her hair hung in sad ringlets. "That's half your weekly salary," she said. "What was I going to save it for? Beets?" He poured her a glass that she downed in one swallow. "I don't think you really wanted borscht anyway," he said. "That lousy body. Once you know what happened, it's worse, not better." She tried long, deliberate breaths. "That's why I went outside. Then I saw the food lines and joined the nearest one. No one makes you go back to work if you're shopping." At the bar, the waitress dug under her apron for a lighter, lit a cigarette, and exhaled with a sensuality that hooded her eyes. Arkady envied her. "Excuse me," he called. "What kind of clinic is this? A cafe with leather seats and soft lighting? It's rather fancy." "It's for foreigners," the waitress said. "It's a diet clinic." Arkady and Polina shared a glance. There must be hysteria in the air, he thought, because she seemed ready to laugh and cry at the same time, and he felt the same way himself. "Well, Moscow is certainly the right place," he said. "They couldn't come to a better place," Polina said. Arkady saw color return to her cheeks. It was interesting how quick recovery was in someone young, like roses. He poured her another glass, and one for himself. "It's insane, Polina. It's Dante's Inferno with breadlines. Maybe there's a diet center in hell." "Americans would go," she said. "They'd do aerobics." There was a real smile on her face, perhaps because there was a real smile on his. It merely took appreciating insanity together. "Moscow could be hell. This could be it," she said. "Good cognac." Arkady poured 2 more glasses. It had a terrific impact on an empty stomach. "To hell," he added. He could feel the damp in his clothes rising like steam. He called to the waitress, "What kind of food is on this diet?" "Depends." She screwed her lips around the cigarette. "Whether you're on a fruit diet or a vegetable diet." "Fruit diet? Do you hear that, Polina? Like what?" he asked. "Pineapples, papayas, mangoes, bananas." The waitress rattled them off casually, as if she were intimately acquainted with them. "Papayas," Arkady repeated. "Polina, you and I would be willing to stand in line for 7 or 8 years for a papaya. I'm not sure I even know what a papaya looks like. They could give me a potato, and I'd probably be happy. Then I wouldn't lose weight. Luxury is wasted on people like you and me." He asked the waitress, "Could you show us a papaya?" She studied them. "No." "She probably doesn't even have a papaya," Arkady said. "She just says it to impress her friends. Feel better?" "I'm laughing, so I must feel a little better." "I've never heard you laugh before. It's a nice sound." "Yes." Polina slowly rocked back and forth. Her smile sank. At medical school we used to ask each other, what is the worst way to die? After Rudy, I think I know. Do you believe in hell? There's a question out of the blue. Well, you're like the devil. You take a secret glee in your work, like you've come to grab the damned. That's why Jak likes to work with you. Why do you work with me? He didn't think she was going to quit now. Polina took a moment. You let me do things right. You let me get involved. Arkady knew this was the problem. The morgue was a simple theater of black and white, dead or alive. Polina had been full of analytical detachment, a blind determinism, perfect for labeling the dead as so many cold and inert specimens. But a pathologist who became involved in the investigation outside the morgue started seeing bodies as living people, and then the cadaver on the table became the picture of someone's worst and ultimate breath on earth. He had robbed her of professional distance. In a way, he had corrupted her. Because you're smart. Arkady left it at that. She said, I've been thinking about what you said last night. Kim had a gun. Why use 2 different kinds of bombs on Rudy? It's such a complicated way to kill him. The point wasn't just to kill him. The point was to burn him, or burn all the records and computer disks and every piece of information that would connect him to someone else. I'm more sure of that all the time. So I am a help. A hero of red labor. He toasted her. Polina drank her cognac and leveled her gaze. I heard that you left once, she said. There was a woman, I heard. Where do you hear all these things? You're avoiding the question. I don't know what people say. I was out of the country for a short time, and then I came back. The woman did not come back. Who was right? Polina asked. Now that, Arkady thought, was a question asked only by the very young. Chapter 10. Irina said, The Soviet defense minister conceded that Soviet troops attacked civilians in Baku to prevent the overthrow of the Azerbaijan communist regime. The army had stood aside when Azeri activists rioted against Armenians in the capital, but went into action when an Azeri crowd threatened to burn down party headquarters. Tanks and troops broke through blockades set up by anti-communist militants and stormed into the city, firing dum-dum bullets and spraying apartment buildings without provocation. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of civilians are estimated to have died in the assault. Although the KGB had spread rumors that Azeri militants would be armed with heavy machine guns, only hunting rifles, knives, and pistols were found among the dead. Arkady had left Polina and hurried home in time to catch Irina's first broadcast. Drinks with one woman, then rushing to the voice of another. What a sophisticated life, he thought. Official justification for the military operation was the mob violence against Armenians by militants who showed documents identifying themselves as leaders of the Azeri Popular Front. Since the front does not issue such documents, a KGB provocation is once again suspected. While Arkady listened, he changed to a dry shirt and jacket. Who was right? She was. He was. There was no choice, no right or wrong, no black or white. He wished for one blinding ray of certainty. Even to be wrong would be a relief. He had stepped back in his memory so many times. His tracks would have worn through stone, and he still didn't know what else he could have done. He had told Polina, "We'll never know." Irina said, Increasingly, Moscow has cited nationalist tensions to justify the continued presence of Soviet army troops in different republics, including the Baltic states, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and the Ukraine. Tanks and missile launchers that were supposed to be scrapped in the arms control agreement with NATO have instead been moved to bases in the dissident republics. At the same time, nuclear missiles have been removed from those republics to the Russian Republic. He hardly heard her words. Every rumor he heard was worse than her reports. Reality was worse than her reports. So, like a beekeeper separating honey from a comb, he was able to hear only her voice and not the words. She had a darker sound tonight. Had it rained in Munich? Were there traffic jams on the Autobahn? Was she with anyone? She could have said anything, and he would have gone on listening. Sometimes he felt as if he were going to fly out the window and wheel in the sky above Moscow. He would home in on that voice like a beacon, which would lead him away. When the news went to a tape, Arkady left his apartment not with wings but with wipers, attached them to his car, and plunged into the midnight traffic. Night and rain combined to make disoriented streets and paint smears of light across the windshield. At the embankment road he had to stop for a convoy of army trucks and personnel carriers as long and slow as a freight train. While he waited, he felt his jacket for cigarettes, found an envelope, and winced when he recognized the letter Belov had given him in red square. His name was written across the face of the envelope with a fine nib, in letters that started as slashes and ended in sprawls, as if the hand had been too weak to wield a pen or a knife. Polina had asked what the worst way to die was. Holding the letter, letting it rest lightly across his palm with the shadow of water running over his name, Arkady knew the answer. It was to realize that when you died no one would care. It was to realize that you were already dead. He didn't feel that way now. He would never feel that way. Just hearing Irina made him come so alive his heart shook with every beat. What had his father written? The wise course, he thought, would be to leave the letter on the street. The rain would wash it down a storm drain. The river would carry it to the sea, where the paper would unfold and fall apart, and the ink would run and fade like poison. Instead, he slipped it back into his pocket. Minin let him into Rudy's apartment. The detective was agitated because of the rumor that speculation would become legal. "This undermines the basis of our investigation," he said. "If we can't go after money changers, who can we arrest?" "There are still murderers, rapists, and violent thieves. You'll always be busy," Arkady reassured him, and gave him his hat and coat. Getting Minin out of the place was like unearthing a mole. "Catch some sleep. I'll take over here." "The Mafia is going to open banks." "Very likely. I understand that's how they start." "I searched everything," Minin said, and stepped reluctantly onto the threshold. "Nothing hidden in books, bureaus, under the bed. I left a list on the desk." "It's suspiciously clean, isn't it?" "Well, that's what I thought too," Arkady said as he started to shut the door. "And don't worry about a lack of crime. In the future we'll have a better class of criminal. Bankers, brokers, businessmen. You'll need lots of sleep for that." Alone, the first place Arkady went was to the office desk to see whether anything new had come in on the fax. The paper was clean and bore the same faint pencil dot on the reverse side that he had left after tearing off the messages about Red Square. He picked up Minin's list. The detective had cut open Rudy's mattress and springs, inspected bureau and drawers, unscrewed switches, tapped baseboards, disassembled and reassembled the apartment, and found nothing. Arkady ignored Minin's list. What could be found, he thought, would be more obvious. Sooner or later an apartment fit a man like a shell. He might be gone, but his outline stayed in a worn chair, a photo, a crust of food, a forgotten letter, in the smell of hope or despair. In part, he took this approach because technological support for investigations was so weak. The militia had invested in German and Swedish gear, spectrographs and hemotypers, which lay unused for lack of parts, for dearth of funds. There was no computer matching of blood or license plates, let alone of something so laughably out of reach as genetic fingerprints. What Soviet forensic labs possessed were archaic chemistry sets of blackened test tubes, gas burners, and curlicues of glass piping that the West hadn't seen in 50 years. Polina had extracted answers from the body of Rudy Rosen in spite of her equipment, not because of it. Since the chain of hard evidence tended to be thin, a Soviet investigator was more dependent on softer clues, on social nuance and logic. Arkady knew investigators who believed that with a sufficiently clear understanding of the scene of a homicide, they could deduce a murderer's sex, age, occupation, and hobbies. The only place in the Soviet Union where psychological analysis was allowed to thrive was criminal investigation. Of course, Soviet investigators had always relied on confession, too. Confession solved everything. But confession really worked only with amateurs and innocents. Mahmoud or Kim would no more confess to a crime than suddenly burst into Latin. What had this apartment said so far? One thing. Where is Red Square? Was Rosen religious? There were no menorahs, Torahs, prayer shawls, or Sabbath candles. The portraits of his parents were the bare minimum of family history. Generally, Russian homes were photo galleries of sepia ancestors in oval frames. Where were Rudy's pictures of himself, or of friends? He was hygienic. The walls were smooth, scrubbed clean, not a nail hole to mar the blank space, as if he had effaced himself. Arkady pulled books and magazines from the shelves. Business Week and Israel Trade were in English and indicated an international breadth of ambition. Did the stamp album speak of a solitary youth? Inside was a regular aquarium of outsized stamps of tropical fish issued by miniature nations and islands around the world. In a paper sleeve were loose stamps of nondescript variety, Tsarist 2 kopecks, French libertés, American franklins, no valuable red squares. He stacked the books and moved to the bedroom, where he balanced the pile on the night table. The sleep mask had a poignant quality, suggesting that a combination of rich food and diet pills made for uneasy nights. There was no chair in the bedroom. Arkady removed his shoes, sat on the bed, and at once had the shock of hearing the complaint of springs that anticipated Rudy's weight. He packed the pillows behind his back, the way Rudy would have, and flipped through the books. Every home had a few classics, just to prove literacy. Rudy read his. Arkady found underlined the humorous passage in the immortal Pushkin's The Captain's Daughter, in which a hussar offers to teach a young man the game of billiards. "It's quite essential to us soldiers," he said. "One can't always be beating Jews, you know. So there is nothing to it but to go to the inn and play billiards, and to do that one must be able to play." Or beat Jews with cues was scribbled below the line. Arkady recognized Rudy's handwriting from the bank book. Deep in Gogol's Dead Souls, Rudy had marked, "For some time, Chichikov made it impossible for smugglers to earn a living. In particular, he reduced Polish Jewry almost to despair. So invincible, so almost unnatural was the rectitude, the incorruptibility which led him to refrain from converting himself into a small capitalist." In the margin, Rudy had added, "Nothing changes." There had to be more, Arkady thought. Thanks to Jewish emigration, the Moscow Mafia had good connections with Israeli criminals. He put on the television set and replayed the Jerusalem videotape, skipping from place to place, from Wailing Wall to casino. His mind wandered to what Polina had said. Too much blood. He agreed. If gasoline could be thickened with blood, it could also be thickened with a dozen other agents easier to get a hold of. He'd seen blood in some other strange form recently, but couldn't remember where. He looked at the Egyptian tape again. It was warming to see the tawny hues of the Sinai desert while rain tapped on the windows, and he crowded closer, like a man to a fireplace. He reached into his jacket for cigarettes, and before he remembered that he had given them away, he had pulled the letter from his pocket. He could count the number of letters he had received from his father. 1 a month while Arkady was in pioneer camp. 1 a month when the general was in China, at a time when relations with Mao were fraternal and deep. All those missives were brisk, military-like reports that ended with instructions for Arkady to be hard-working, responsible, and worthy. About 12 letters altogether. He received one more after choosing the University Over-Officers School. He was impressed because his father had cited the Bible, namely the episode in which God demanded from Abraham the sacrifice of his only son. This was where Stalin improved on God, the general said, because he not only would have allowed the execution, but would have been glorified by Abraham all the more. Besides, there were some sons, like weak calves, who were fit only for sacrifice. Too much blood? For his father there was never enough. The father renounced his son. The son renounced his father. One cutting off the future, the other the past, and neither daring to mention, it occurred to Arkady now, the one point in time where they would always dwell together. At the dacha, boy and man had stared from the dock at feet caught in the drowsy, warm river that ran by the edge of the dacha's lawn. The feet were bare, and they neither floated up nor plunged down to deeper water. Instead, they lazed beneath the surface like underwater flowers. Farther down, Arkady could make out his mother's white dress billowing and swaying in the current, to his child's mind waving goodbye. Dhows tipped and cruised the waters of the Nile. Arkady realized that he had stopped consciously watching the television. He replaced the letter in his jacket as delicately as if it were a razor, then punched the Egyptian tape out of the VCR and pushed in the one from Munich. He paid more attention now because in a rudimentary way he understood German, and because he needed to focus on something besides the letter. Of course, he watched with Russian eyes. "Willkommen to München," the tape began. On the screen was an etching of medieval monks watering sunflowers, turning a spitted boar, pouring beer. It didn't look like such a bad life. The next image was of modern, rebuilt Munich. The narration managed to be boastful of this phoenix-like accomplishment without directly mentioning any world wars, suggesting that a sad and tragic plague had reduced the city to rubble. Munich had been liberated by Americans, and there was the plastic feel of an American mall to the images on the screen. From the figure of the belled jester turning in the Marienplatz clock tower to the checkerboard walls of the old court, every historical site was sterilized to quaintness. Virtually every other image was of a beer garden or a beer hall, as if the brew were an anointing oil of innocence. Hitler's beer hall putsch aside, of course. Yet Munich was undeniably attractive. People looked so wealthy and well-dressed that they seemed to be shopping on a different planet. Cars looked inexplicably clean and sounded like the brass horns of a hunt. Swans and ducks flocked to the city's lakes and river. When was a swan last seen on the Moscow? "Munich is a city with the stamp of royal builders," the narrator intoned. "Max Joseph Platz and the National Theatre were built by King Max Joseph. Ludwigstrasse by his son, King Ludwig I, the Golden Mile of Maximilianstrasse by Ludwig's son, King Max II, and Prinzregentenstrasse by his brother, Prince Regent Luitpold. Ah, but do we get to see the beer hall where Hitler and his brown shirts started their first premature march to power? Will we see the square where Goering took the bullet meant for Hitler and in so doing captured der Führer's heart forever? Will we tour Dachau? Well, Munich's history is so packed with people and events that we can't see everything on one tape. Arkady admitted his attitude was unfair, jaundiced, and corroded with envy. At last year's Oktoberfest, celebrants drank over 5 million liters of beer and consumed 700,000 chickens, 70,000 pork knuckles, and 70 roasted oxen. Well, they could come to Moscow to diet. The nearly pornographic display of food glazed Arkady's eyes. After opera in the National Theatre, built by a tax on beer, refreshment in a romantic beer cellar. After a spin on the Autobahn, a pit stop in the beer garden. After an alpine hike up the Zugspitze, well-earned beer at a rustic inn. Arkady stopped the tape and rewound to the hike. Vista of Alps, leading to the stone and snow escarpment of the Zugspitze. Hikers in lederhosen, tight shot of Edelweiss, silhouettes of mountaineers high above, drifting clouds. Beer garden of the inn, honeysuckle climbing yellow plaster, the enervated stillness of Bavarians after lunch, except for one woman in short sleeves and sunglasses. Cut to a vapor trail leading from clouds to a Lufthansa jet. Arkady rewound and ran the scene in the garden again. The tape quality seemed the same, but both the narrator's voice and the music were absent. In their place was the scraping of chairs and the off-screen sounds of traffic. The sunglasses were a mistake. In a professional tape they would have been off. He went back and forth from Alps to airliner. The clouds were the same. The beer garden scene had been inserted. The woman raised her glass. Blonde hair was brushed back like a mane from her broad brow and broader cheeks, short chin, medium height, mid-30s. Dark sunglasses, gold necklace, black short-sleeved sweater. Contrasts that were more sensual than pretty in any ordinary sense. Red nails, fair skin, red lips half open in the same slack, reckless study she had once given Arkady through a car window, lifting a corner of a half-smile. She mouthed, "I love you." Her lips were easy to read, because her promise was in Russian. Chapter 11. "I don't know," Yak said. "You saw her better than I did. I was driving." Arkady drew the curtains so that his office was lit only by the glow of the beer garden. On the monitor a glass was lifted and held by the pause button of the VCR. The woman who was in Rosen's car looked at us. "She looked at you," Yak said. "My eyes were on the road. If you think she's the same woman, that's good enough for me." "We need stills." "What's the matter?" "We need Kim or the Chechens. They killed Rudy. Rudy as good as told you they would. If she's German, if we drag foreigners in, we have to spread the circle and share with the KGB. You know how that goes. We feed them, and they shit on us." "You told them?" "Not yet. When we have more." Arkady turned off the monitor. "Like what?" "A name, maybe an address in Germany." "You're going to run this one around them?" Arkady handed Yak the tape. "We just don't want to bother them until we have something definite. Maybe the woman is still here." Yak said, "You've got brass balls. You must ring when you walk." "Like a belled cat," Arkady said. "The bastards would just take all the credit anyway." Yak reluctantly accepted the tape, then brightened and waved a pair of car keys. "I borrowed Yulia's. The Volvo. After I run your errand, I'm headed for the Lenin's Path Collective. Remember the truck that sold me the radio? It's possible they saw something when Rudy was killed. I'll bring the radio, Arkady promised. Bring it to Kazan Station. I'm meeting Yulia's mother at the Dream Bar at 4. Yulia won't be there? She wouldn't be caught dead at Kazan Station. But her mother's coming in on the train. That's how I got the car. Unless you want to keep the radio. No. When he was alone, Arkady opened the curtains. The rain had stopped, leaving weepy stains around the windows of the courtyard. The skyline was a ring of damp chimney pots, upraised like spades. Perfect weather for a funeral. The man at the Ministry of Foreign Trade said, "A joint business venture requires a partnership between a Soviet entity, a cooperative or a factory, and a foreign company. It helps if there is sponsorship from a Soviet political organization, meaning from the party. Yes, to be plain, but it's not necessary." This is capitalism? No, this is not pure capitalism. This is an intermediate stage of capitalism. Can the joint venture take rubles out? No. Can it take dollars out? No. This is a very intermediate stage. It can take oil or vodka. We have that much vodka? For sale abroad. Arkady asked, "All joint ventures must be approved by you?" "They should be, but sometimes they aren't. In Georgia or Armenia, they tend to make their own arrangements, which is why Georgia and Armenia don't ship anything to Moscow anymore." He giggled. Fuck them. His office was on the 10th floor, with a view of squalls moving east to west. No factory smoke, though, because parts hadn't arrived from Sverdlovsk, Riga, Minsk. What did Transcom register as its purpose? Importation of recreational equipment. It is sponsored by the Leningrad Borough Komsomol. Boxing gloves, things of that nature, I suppose. Like slot machines? Apparently. In trade for what? Personnel. People? I guess so. What kind of people? Olympic boxers? Nuclear physicists? Tour guides. Touring where? Germany? Germany needs Soviet guides? Apparently. Arkady wondered what else the man would believe. That the baby Lenin left coins under pillows in exchange for teeth? Transcom has officers? 2. The man read from the file in front of him. Many positions, but all filled by 2 people. Rudik Davidovich Rosen, Soviet citizen, and Boris Benz, a resident of Munich, Germany. Transcom's address is Rosen's. There may be any number of investors, but they're not listed. Excuse me. He covered the file with Pravda. The ministry has no names for the tour guides? The man folded the newspaper in halves and quarters. No. You know, people come here to register a venture to import medicine, and the next thing you know, they're bringing in basketball shoes or building hotels. Once conditions exist here for a free market, it will be like watering the ground. What will you do when capitalism is in full swing? I'll find something. You're inventive? I have to be. From a drawer he took a ball of string, bit off an arm's length, and put it and Pravda in his jacket. I'll walk you out. I was on my way to lunch. Bureaucrats survived on the butter, bread, and sausage they took home from cafeterias. The jacket was loose, and its pockets were jowls dappled with grease. Vagankovskoye Cemetery was lovingly but casually tended. A coverlet of wet leaves lay unswept around limes, birches, oaks. Dandelions were allowed to line the walk, and over all spread the soft embrace of natural decay. Many of the gravestones were busts of party stalwarts, hewn from granite and black marble, composers, scientists, writers of socialist realism with broad brows and commanding gazes. More timid souls were represented by photographs set like cameos on their stones. Since the graves were surrounded by iron fences, the faces on the tombstones seemed to peer from black bird cages. Not all, though. The first grave inside the gate belonged to the roughneck singer-actor Vysotsky, and was heaped so high with daisies and roses freshly watered by the rain that it stirred with the hum of bumblebees. Arkady found his father's funeral procession halfway down the central path. Cadets bearing a star of red roses and a cushion covered with medals were followed by a porter pushing a handcart and coffin, then a dozen shuffling generals in dark green uniforms and white gloves, 2 musicians with trumpets and 2 with dented tubas playing a funeral march from a sonata by Chopin. Belov was in the rear guard, wearing civilian clothes. His eyes lit when he saw Arkady. "I knew you would come." Solemnly he pumped Arkady's hand with both of his. "Of course you couldn't stay away. It would have been disgraceful. You saw Pravda this morning. Being used as a food wrap. I knew you'd want this." He gave Arkady an article that seemed to have been meticulously torn from the newspaper with a ruler. Arkady stopped to read the obituary. General of the Army Kirill Ilyich Renko, a prominent Soviet military commander. It was a long piece, and he read it in small handfuls. After completing the M.V. Frunz Military Academy, K.I. Renko's active involvement in the Great Patriotic War was a brilliant page in his biography. Commander of a tank brigade, he was cut off by the first rush of the fascist invasion, but joined partisan forces and mounted raids behind enemy lines. Fought successfully in battles for Moscow, in the Battle of Stalingrad, the campaign in the steppes, and operations around Berlin. After the war, he was responsible for stabilizing the situation in the Ukraine, and then for command of the Urals military district. Or, to put it another way, Arkady thought, the general, now numbed to slaughter, was responsible for a mass execution of Ukrainian nationalists so bloody that he had to be exiled to the Urals. Twice awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union, and awarded 4 orders of Lenin, the Order of the October Revolution, 3 orders of the Red Banner, 2 orders of Suvorov, first class, 2 orders of Kutuzov, first class. Belov had pinned a plaque of fading ribbons onto his jacket. His white crew-cut was a sparse stubble, and badly shaved wattles covered his collar. "Thanks." Arkady put the obituary in his pocket. "You read the letter?" Belov asked. "Not yet." "Your father said it would explain everything." That would be quite a letter. It would take more than a letter, Arkady thought. It would take a heavy tome bound in black leather. The generals marched ahead in creaky lockstep. Arkady had no desire to catch up. "Boris Sergeyevich, do you remember a Chechen named Mahmoud Khasbulatov?" "Khasbulatov?" Belov adjusted slowly to the change of subject. "What's interesting is that Mahmoud claims he's been in 3 armies, White, Red, and German. According to the records, he's 80. In 1920, during the Civil War, he would have been 10 years old." "It's possible. There were plenty of children on each side, White and Red. Those were terrible times." "Let's say that at the time of Hitler, Mahmoud was in the Red Army." "Everyone served one way or another." "I was wondering, in February 1944, was my father in the Chechen military district?" No. We were pushing toward Warsaw. The Chechen operation was completely rear echelon." "Hardly worth the time of a hero of the Soviet Union." "Not worth a second of his time," Belov said. Wasn't it wonderful, Arkady thought, how completely some people retired? Belov had only recently left the prosecutor's office. Now Arkady had asked him about the head of the Chechen mafia, and the old sergeant had not made the connection at all, as if his mind had already retreated 40 years. They started walking again in silence. Arkady felt watched. In marble and bronze the dead stood over their graves. A dancer whirled dreamily in white stone. An explorer paused, compass in hand. Against a bas-relief of clouds, a pilot pulled aviator goggles from his eyes. They shared a somber, communal gaze, restless and restful at the same time. "It was a closed coffin, of course," Belov muttered. Arkady was distracted, because moving in the opposite direction on a parallel path was another, longer procession with an empty cart, a larger battery of horns and tubas, and among the mourners some familiar faces. Bolstering a widow on either side were General Penyagin and Rodionov, the city prosecutor, both of them with black bands on their sleeves. Arkady remembered that Penyagin's predecessor at CID had died only days ago. Presumably the woman was the dead man's wife. The three were trailed by a slow-moving entourage of militia officers, party officials, and relatives parading fixed expressions of boredom and grief. None of them noticed Arkady. His own cortege had turned down an alley of shaggy pines and stopped at a gate open to a fresh hole in the ground. Arkady looked around. Since Soviet tombstones were not anonymous slabs, he felt introduced to his father's new neighbors. Here was a statue of a singer listening to music inscribed in granite. There a sportsman with bronze muscles shouldered an iron javelin. Behind the trees, gravediggers hunkered over cigarettes, hands on their shovels. Beside the open grave was a small marker of white marble, almost flush with the ground. Space was tight at Vagankovskoye, and sometimes husbands and wives were stacked on top of each other. But not this time, thank God. As the generals formed ranks by the grave, Arkady recognized the four he had seen in Red Square. Shuksin, Ivanov, Kuznetsov, and Gul looked even smaller in the daylight, as if the men he had feared and detested as a child had magically bent into beetles with carapaces of green serge and gold brocade, their sunken chests stiffened by tiers of campaign medals, honors, and orders, a dazzling clatter of ribbons, brass stars, and coins. They were all weeping bitter vodka tears. "Comrades," feebly Ivanov unfolded a piece of paper and began to read. "Today we say goodbye to a great Russian, a lover of peace, yet a man forged—" Arkady was constantly amazed at people's faith in lies, as if words had the remotest relationship to the truth. This band of veterans were nothing but little butchers bidding a mawkish farewell to a great butcher. Take the arthritis from their joints, and they would drive the knife home as vigorously as in their glorious youth, and they believed every lie they uttered. By the time Shuksin took Ivanov's place, Arkady wanted his own cigarette and a shovel. "Not one step back," Stalin ordered. "Yes, Stalin. His name is still sacred to my lips." Stalin's favorite general was what his father had been called. When they were surrounded and without food and ammunition, other generals would dare surrender their men alive. General Renko never surrendered. He wouldn't have surrendered if he'd had nothing but dead to command. Anyway, the Germans never caught him. He broke back through the lines to join the defense of Moscow, and a famous photograph showed him and Stalin himself, like two devils defending hell, studying a subway map to plot the shifting of troops from station to station. The round Kuznetsov took his turn and balanced on the lip of the grave. "Today, when every effort is made to libel our army's glorious duty—" Their voices had the hollow tremor of busted cellos. Arkady would have felt sorry for them if he didn't remember how they would troop into the dacha like so many lesser shadows of his father for the midnight dinners and drunken songs that ended in the army roar, "Arr!" Arkady wasn't sure why he had come. Perhaps for the sake of Belov, who had faithfully maintained the hope of a reunion between father and son. Perhaps for his mother. She would have to lie side by side with her own murderer. He stepped forward to brush dirt off the white marker. "Soviet power, built on the holy altar of 20 million dead," Kuznetsov droned on. No, not metamorphosed into beetles, Arkady thought. That was too kind, too Kafkaesque. More like hoary three-legged dogs, senile but rabid, baying at a pit. Ghoul wavered, his green tunic weighted with medals and hanging from his bones. He removed his hat, revealing hair the color of ashes. "I recall my last encounter with Arkady Renko a very short time ago." Ghoul laid his hand on the coffin of dark wood with brass handles, slim as a skiff. "We remembered comrades in arms, whose sacrifices burn like an eternal flame in our hearts. We talked of the present period of doubt and self-mortification, so different from our own iron resolve. I give you now the words the General gave me then. Those who would shovel dirt on the party, those who forget the Jewish historical sins, those who would distort our revolutionary history, debase and vulgarize our people. To them I say, my banner was and is and always will be red." "Well, that's about as much as I can take," Arkady told Belov and started back down the path. "There's more," Belov caught up. "That's why I'm going." Ghoul was still ranting on. "We were hoping you would say a few words now that he's dead." "Boris Sergeyevich, if I had been the investigator of my mother's death, I would have arrested my father. I gladly would have killed him." "Arkasha, just the idea that this monster died quietly in his bed will haunt me for the rest of my life." Belov's voice dropped. "He didn't." Arkady stopped. He forced himself to be calm. "You said it was a closed coffin. Why?" Belov had trouble drawing breath. "At the end, the pain was so great. He said the only thing holding him together was cancer. He didn't want to die that way. He said he preferred the officer's way out. He shot himself. Forgive me. I was in the next room. As Belov's knees gave way, Arkady eased him onto a bench. He felt incredibly stupid. He should have seen what was in the old man's face before this. Belov dug into his jacket, twisted around, and gave Arkady a gun. It was a black Nagant revolver and 4 squat bullets as polished as old silver. He wanted you to have this. The General always had a good sense of humor, Arkady said. There was brisk business at a kiosk beside Vysotsky's grave when Arkady got back to the gate. Now that the sun was out, fans were buying pins, posters, postcards, and cassettes of the singer, dead 10 years and more popular than ever. The number 23 tram stopped right across the street. It was the handiest souvenir run in Moscow. Around the gate were beggars, peasant women with white kerchiefs and sun-browned faces, legless men with crutches and carts. They congregated around worshippers leaving the cemetery's little yellow church, coffin lids dressed in crepe and wreaths of sharp-smelling evergreens and carnations rested against the church front. Seminarians sold Bibles from a card table, asking 40 rubles for the New Testament. Carrying his father's gun in his pocket, Arkady felt a little dizzy and had some difficulty in discriminating. As much as he saw the ceremonies of human grief, a widow polishing the photo on a headstone, he saw just as clearly a robin wrestling a worm from a grave. He had no sense of focus. A funeral bus pulled inside the gate, and the family clambered down its front steps. A coffin was slid out the rear, slipped and hit the ground with a bang. A girl in the family made a comic grimace. That was the way Arkady felt. Outside the gate, the Rodionov-Penyagin party was still milling around the sidewalk. Arkady didn't feel in decent enough shape to talk to either the prosecutor or the general, so he slipped into the church. There was a crowd inside, all standing, no pews. The atmosphere was like a crowded, colorful train station, with incense for cigarette smoke, and instead of a loudspeaker, an unseen choir whose voices hovered in the vaulted ceiling, singing about the Lamb of God. Icons, Byzantine, age-darkened faces, and cutouts of bright silver tipped down from the walls. Icon candles were wicks suspended in glass cups of oil. Strategically placed on the floor were cans of oil to keep the flames alight. Votive candles came in 30 kopeck, 50 kopeck, and 1 ruble sizes. Candles burned and sputtered in pools of pearly wax. Candle stands glowed like softly burning trees. Lenin had described religion as a hypnotic flame for a reason. Women in black gathered contributions on brass plates covered with red felt. To the left, a store sold postcards of miraculous relics. To the right, 3 women, also in black dresses and scarves, hands crossed on their breasts, lay in open coffins, surrounded by candles on arms of wrought iron and wax. In a chapel next to the coffins, a priest taught a boy how to bow by pushing down his head. Arkady found himself forced by the sheer press of bodies into the Devil's Corner, where confessions were heard. A priest in a wheelchair looked up expectantly, his long beard as white as rays of the moon. Arkady felt an interloper, because his disbelief was not an institutional attitude, but the fury of a son who had deliberately and in a rage left his father's camp. Yet his father had not been a believer. For all the good it had done her, it was his mother who had secretly slipped like a bird into the few churches open in Stalin's Moscow. Kopecks dropped, wax dripped. Collection plates circulated around the faithful as the glorious music unfolded, descant climbing over descant, appealing to the Almighty. Hear us and watch over us. No, Arkady thought. Better to beg that he was deaf and blind. The voices pleaded, and be merciful, be merciful, be merciful. At least mercy was the last thing the general ever wanted. Arkady looped around the horse track to Gorky Street, stuck the blue light on the car roof, leaned on his horn, and raced down the middle lane, while traffic officers, like so many semaphores and slickers and batons, cleared the way ahead. The rain had started again, marching in gusts up the street, raising umbrellas on the sidewalk. He wasn't going anywhere in particular. It was the sound of water tearing under the wheels, the blur of a windshield without wipers, the gondola flow of running lights, and the melting of store windows that he pursued. At the in-tourist hotel, prostitutes fluttered for cover like pigeons. Without braking, Arkady swung into Marx Prospect. Rain turned the wide square into a lake that taxis surged through like motorboats. Move fast enough and you could move through time, he thought. Gorky Street, for example, had been given back its old title of Tverskaya. Marx Prospect was being renamed Mokovaya, and Kalinin, just ahead, was once again New Arbat. He imagined Stalin's ghost wandering the city in confusion, lost, looking into windows, frightening babes. Or worse, seeing the old names and not being confused at all. Through the rain, Arkady saw that a traffic officer had stopped a taxi in the middle of the square. Trucks blocked him on the right. To his left were oncoming cars. He hit his brake pedal and fought the squirming wheels as the faces of officer and the taxi driver gaped in the lights. The Zhiguli skidded up to their trouser legs. Arkady jumped out. The officer wore a plastic cover on his cap. A license was in one hand and a blue 5-ruble note in the other. The taxi driver had a narrow face, with eyebrows frightened to his hairline. Both looked as if they had been struck by lightning and were waiting for the thunder's clap. The militiaman stared at the car bumper, miraculously stopped. "You almost killed us." He waved the ruble note, which was damp and limp. "Excellent. It's a bribe. A lousy 5 rubles. You can take me off and shoot me. You don't need to run me down. 15 years and I make 250 rubles a month. You think my family can live on that? I have 2 bullets in me, and they gave me a traffic light as if that made up for it. Now you want to kill me over a bribe? I don't care. I no longer care." "You're not hurt?" Arkady asked the taxi driver. "No problem." The man snatched his license back and dove into his car. "You too?" Arkady asked the officer. He wanted to be sure. "Yes." "Fuck, who cares? Still on duty, comrade." The officer saluted. He became braver when Arkady turned his back. "As if you never saw a little extra. The higher you go, the more you get. At the top, it's a golden trough." Arkady sat in the Zhiguli and lit a Bellamore. He was soaked and likely crazy. As he put the car in gear, he noticed that the officer had stopped all traffic for him. He drove more carefully along the river. The major question was whether he should pull over to put the windshield wipers on. Was it worth getting even more wet just so he could see? Was he a good enough driver for it to make a difference? Clouds drifted in his way as the road dipped south by the swimming pool, where the Church of the Savior used to stand, and he found himself forced to drive onto the sidewalk and stop. It was stupid. Stalin had torn down the church. How many Muscovites actually remembered the Church of the Savior? Yet that was how they identified the pool. Once Arkady got out to put the wipers on, he lost interest in the task. The car looked like a jar draped with wet leaves on the outside and airless as a grave within. He needed a walk. Was he in an emotional state? He supposed so. Wasn't everybody, all the time? Had anybody ever, awake or asleep, experienced a totally non-emotional state? To his right, a swale of trees sank into steam flowing from the pool. He climbed down and then up through them, using branches as handrails, until he came to a real handrail of metal, cold and sweaty to the touch, and pulled himself onto an apron of concrete. He walked around a locked and shuttered changing house until he came to the edge of the water. Vapor rose, not in wisps, but as white and dense as smoke off the surface of the water. This was the largest swimming pool in Moscow, a perfect factory for the fog that wrapped around him and made his eyes smart from chlorine. He knelt. The water was heated, warmer than he had expected. Although he had assumed the pool was closed, the lamps were on, sodium halos hanging in the mist. He heard the slap of water against the sides, and then not words, but perhaps someone humming. He wasn't sure of the direction, but he thought he heard feet strolling around the pool's perimeter. Whoever it was hummed not so much tunelessly as idly and in snatches, in the manner of someone who believes himself or herself totally alone. Arkady guessed from the lightness of the step and voice that it was a woman, probably an attendant or a lifeguard who felt herself at home. Fog was a great confuser. On a trawler, Arkady remembered a veteran seaman who had listened to a distant foghorn for an hour before discovering that the sound came from an open bottle 10 meters away. Chattanooga Choo-Choo. That's what she was humming. A classic. Unless no one was there, because suddenly she was silent. Waiting for her to start again, he tried to light a cigarette, but the match was doused instantly, and the cigarette crumpled into wet paper and tobacco. How hard was it raining? He heard her from a new direction, straight ahead and higher, nearly level with the lamps. Her voice faded, paused, and he heard the flexing of a diving board. There was a flash of white dropping through the steam, and the swallowed splash of a clean entry. Arkady resisted the temptation to clap for what was, he thought, an unusual dive at every stage, finding the ladder, climbing the rungs by feel, walking out onto the high board, and keeping her balance while locating the board's end with her toes, finally pushing down against the strength of the board and flying off into nothing. He expected to hear her surface. He imagined she would be an expert swimmer, the sort who did laps with languid, tireless strokes. But there was no sound, besides the steady drumming of rain on the pool, and the irregular, barely audible rush of traffic from the embankment road. "Hello?" Arkady called. He stood and walked along the side. "Hello?" Chapter 12. The other customers in the dream bar of the Kazan railway station carried suitcases, duffels, cardboard boxes, and plastic bags, so Arkady didn't feel out of place with Yak's radio. Yulia's mother was a stocky peasant dressed in discards sent her over the years by a chic, long-legged daughter, a rabbit fur coat, denim skirt, and lacy hose. She consumed sausages and beer while Arkady ordered tea. Yak was half an hour late. "Yulia won't meet her own mother's train. She won't even send Yak. Oh, no, she sends a stranger." She studied Arkady. His jacket smelled like wet wash and sagged around the gun in his pocket. "You don't look Swedish to me." "You've got a good eye." "She needs my permission to go, you know. That's the only reason I'm here. But the princess is too good to come to the train herself, and now we have to wait." "Let me get you another sausage." "Big spender." They waited another 30 minutes before he took her outside to the taxi line. Clouds smothered the spire lights of the two other railway stations across Komsomol Square. Taxis slowed as they approached the line, perused the prospects, and drove on. "A trolley might be faster," Arkady said. "Yulia told me in an emergency to use this." As she waved a pack of Rothmans, a private car skidded to a stop. She hopped in the front and rolled down the window to say, "I'm warning you, I'm not going back home in any rabbit fur coat. I may not go home at all." Arkady returned to the dream bar. Still no Yak. He was never this late. Kazan station was the gateway to the east. The information hall had walls of flipping destination cards under a brick, mosque-like dome. A bronze Lenin, striding, right hand raised, looked strangely like Gandhi. A Tajik girl wore a brilliant scarf over braided hair and a dull raincoat over loose, multicolored pants. Gold earrings played at her neck. All the porters were Tatars. Arkady recognized Kazan mafia in black leather jackets making the rounds of their prostitutes, pasty-faced Russian girls in jeans. A shop in the corner dubbed music on cassettes. As an inducement, it played the lambada. Arkady felt like a fool carting the radio around. He had gone to his apartment and stared at it for an hour before forcing himself to return it to its rightful owner, as if it were the only one in Moscow that could receive radio liberty. He would get one of his own. On the outdoor platforms, army patrols searched for deserters. In the cab of a locomotive, Arkady saw two engineers, a man and a woman. He was seated at the controls, a muscular man, stripped to the waist. She wore a pullover and coveralls. Arkady couldn't see their faces, but he could imagine a life on the tracks, the whole country passing by the window, eating and sleeping behind the momentum of a diesel engine. He returned to the dream bar, crossing a waiting room that was so crowded and still that it could have been a madhouse or a prison. Row after row of faces were raised toward a silent, rolling image of folk dancers on a television screen, militia-prodded, sleeping drunks, whole Uzbek families bedded on huge pillow-like sacks that contained all their earthly possessions. By the bar, 2 Uzbek boys in knit caps played a treasure box. For 5 kopecks, they manipulated a grip that controlled a robot hand within a glass case. The bottom of the case was covered with sand, and strewn on this miniature beach were prizes that could be, with luck, picked up and deposited to the winner in a sliding tray. A tube of toothpaste the size of a cigarette, a toothbrush with a single row of bristles, a razor blade, a stick of gum, a piece of soap. Each in turn slid out of the grasp of the hand. When he looked more closely, he could see that the prizes had been in the case for years. The yellow bristles, the curling wrappers, the veins, and the soap were not so much treasure as trash, occasionally sorted, never removed. But the boys played enthusiastically, undeterred, since the idea wasn't the getting as much as the grasping. After an hour and a half, Arkady gave up. Jak wasn't coming. Lenin's Path Collective Farm was north of the city on the Leningrad Highway. Women bundled in scarves against the rain held up bouquets and buckets of potatoes to cars and trucks passing by. Where Arkady left the highway, the road turned immediately to a dirt lane that rose and fell through a village of dark cabins with painted eaves, newer houses of cinder blocks, and gardens of tomato poles and sunflowers. Black and white cows wandered on the road and through the yards. At the end of the village the road split into 2 tracks. He chose the one more deeply rutted. The country around Moscow was flat potato fields. Picking was still done bent over by hand. Students and soldiers were ordered out for the harvest, straggling behind peasants who tirelessly filled sacks. At any time, scavengers could always glean a few potatoes from a field. But he saw no one at all, only mist, turned earth, and a glow in the distance. He followed the road to a burning pile of cardboard boxes, burlap, and corn husks. It was a dirty country habit to mix trash with brown coal for incineration, not usually in the evening, though, and not in the rain. Around the fire were livestock pens, trucks and tractors, water and gas tanks, barn, garage, shed. Collectives were smaller farms where workers shared according to the time they put in. Someone should be on watch, but no one answered his horn. Arkady got out, and before he was aware of it, stepped into water that overflowed the yard from an open pit. The sharp odor of lime overlaid ambient barnyard smells. In the pit, garbage, slops, and animal bones stripped of skin floated in a stew that was pocked by rain. The fire was half again as tall as he was. It blazed in some sections and smoldered in others, individual flames blossoming around newspapers, gnawing on spoiled potatoes. A can rolled from the top of the pyre to the bottom, next to 2 neatly placed man's shoes. Arkady picked one up and as quickly dropped it. The shoe was hot, literally steaming. The whole yard glowed. The tractors were ancient models with rusty harrow discs, but both trucks were new. One, the truck from which Jak had bought his radio. Tractor attachments, reapers, balers, plows were laid out along the shed. Morning glories had grown around them, twined around tines, their petals folded for the night. Nothing stirred in the pens, no piggish grunts, no nervous clacking of a goat bell. The garage was open. There were no working switches, but the light of the fire was sufficient for Arkady to see a white four-door Moskvich with Moscow plates squeezed between oil cans and a tire vise. The car doors were locked. The barn was cement, with empty stalls on one side. The other side was a butchering house. A white coat hung on a wall. It took a while for Arkady to see that it was a pig on a hook. The pig was headless, upside down and speckled with flies. Below it was a pail with cheesecloth black with crusted blood. Beside it was a long tallow paddle for stirring fat. The floor was cement, with blood grooves leading to a central drain. Against one end were butcher blocks, meat grinders, and tallow pots as big as kettle drums on hooks standing before a hearth. On the blocks were perfume vials with labels that claimed both Sumatran origin and the rejuvenating powers of rhino horn. Why an endangered species would be famous for reproductive prowess, Arkady didn't understand. The shed's double doors stood ajar, bent where a crowbar had forced the lock. Arkady swung them wide to the light of the fire. Unpacked VCRs, CD players, personal computers, hard disks, and video games were stacked to the ceiling. Running suits and safari wear hung on racks, and a Japanese copier stood on slabs of Italian marble. All in all, a scene like a customs depot, except that it was in the middle of a potato field. The Lenin's Path Collective hadn't worked as a real farm for years, he realized. On the floor was a prayer rug. On a card table were dominoes and a newspaper. The paper's headline was in Arabic script, but the masthead was half in Russian and said Grozny Pravda. Arkady went outside to the fire. It was uneven, blazing through excelsior here, creeping through damp hay there. Paint rags burned in their own aura of colors. He pulled out a burning hose shaft, poked in the flames, and found nothing but charred brand names. Nike falling over Sony, crashing onto Love's, threatening to collapse over him. As he stepped back, he noticed that the reflections of the fire betrayed a narrow track of footsteps, leading between the butchering house and the shed to a meadow of tall, wild grass that obscured two berms, low earthen walls serving no apparent purpose. At the end of one, cement steps went down to a steel hatch with a wheel lock that wore a bar and heavy padlock. The second berm had a similar hatch without a bar. Arkady crouched as he entered because he felt how tight the space was. His lighter produced a weak glow, enough for him to see that he had stumbled into an army bunker. Command bunkers, capsules of buried, reinforced concrete like this, had been built all around Moscow, then mothballed when the nuclear holocaust didn't arrive. Elaborate venting and radiation monitors surrounded the hatch. On a long communications desk were a dozen phones. Two of them he recognized from his own service as radio frequency phones, artifacts of the past. There was even a high-speed Iskra system, phone and code modem intact. He lifted a receiver and got an earful of static, but was astonished that the line was alive at all. He returned to the yard. There was too much water to make out individual tire treads. He walked the periphery without finding any other tracks except to the road, and he had come that way. It struck him that since the truck and tractor tires weren't smeared with lime, the overflow was recent. There was no flooding anywhere else. In the reflection of the fire, the overflow was molten gold, though Arkady knew that in daylight it would look like watered milk. He guessed the pit was about 5 meters square. He sank the hoe. It was at least 2 meters deep. An object bobbed to the surface that resembled a cross-section of sausage. It rolled to show the circular jowls, cone ears, and snout of a pig, a face made smooth and hairless by corrosive lime, then rolled and sank again. Feathers and hair lay pasted on the scum. A stench, deeper and more profound than simple rot, pervaded the mist. Arkady reached into the middle of the pit with the hoe and hit metal. He hit metal and glass. As he walked back and forth along the pit, he traced the outline of a car beneath the surface. By now he was breathing in shallow gasps, not only because of the smell. He thought he heard Jak inside the car. He was beating on the roof of Yulia's Volvo and screaming. Not that the sound escaped the pit, but Arkady could feel it.
This ends Disc 4. Red square, Disc 5.
He pulled off his jacket and shoes and dove in. He kept his eyes closed against the lime and felt his way down the side window to the door, found a latch, and pulled without success because of the pressure of the water. He broke the surface, breathed, and dove again. The motion of his dive disturbed the pit, and unseen things rose, poking, prodding, as if trying to nudge him from the door. The second time he came up for air, the surface was crowded with the sweetmeats of the bottom, overwhelming him with the smell of death. On the third dive, he got both legs against the car and opened the door a crack. That was enough. As water leaked in, pressure equalized, faster by the second. He held on, because he wasn't going up and down again. As the door opened, water flowed in with a rush, Arkady with it. He swam blindly onto the front seat, then climbed into the back, where Jak was starting to float. The door shut with the suction of the water. Eyes still closed, Arkady located the inside latch, but the door wouldn't budge, and he couldn't get decent purchase for his feet, with Jak bobbing every which way around him. What a tight, well-made car, Arkady thought. He rolled down the window, and as the car filled up, the door eased open, and he kicked himself out, towing Jak behind him. He crawled over the lip of the pit and pulled the detective by the arms up onto the yard. Jak didn't look too bad. Wet, eyes wide, curly hair matted like a lamb's. But he was too cold and uncooperative, without a pulse at the wrist or neck, and his irises could have been glass. Arkady tried the breath of life, lifting Jak's arms and then beating life into his chest until a raindrop exploded in the center of Jak's eye and he didn't blink. Without trying, Arkady's hand found a small entry wound at the back of Jak's skull. No exit wound. Small caliber. The slug probably just bounced around the brain. The pig bobbed to the crowded surface of the pit. No, this head was smaller, ears shorter, followed by the surfacing X form of outstretched limbs. Arkady realized that his problem getting out of the car had been because there were two bodies, not one, in the back seat. What a regular fishing hole, this pit. With the hoe, he pulled the body close and dragged it up beside Jak. It was an older man, not Korean or Chechen, the features slack and dirty but familiar. Killed the same way, a hole in the back of the skull that the tip of his little finger fit into. A black mourning band on the left sleeve was how Arkady recognized him. It was Penyagin. What was the chief of criminal investigation doing with Jak? Why was Penyagin at the Lenin's Path Collective farm? If it was a payoff, since when did generals collect in person? Arkady resisted the temptation to kick him back into the pit. Instead, he peeled open Penyagin's jacket to remove the dead man's internal passport, ministry pass, and party card. Inside the vinyl book that held the card, a list of phone numbers was pressed against the image of Lenin's damp cheek. The car keys in Penyagin's pocket unlocked the Moskvich in the garage. Under the dashboard shelf was a briefcase stuffed with the pasteboard and ribbon folders of Soviet officialdom, ministry directives and memoranda, raw reports and correct analyses, 2 oranges and a ham, wrapped up in a copy of the TASS News Digest for official use only. Arkady locked the briefcase and car, wiped his prints from the car door, replaced the keys in Penyagin's pants, and radioed from his own car for help. He returned to Jak and emptied the detective's pockets of keys. 2 were house keys. A third was large and looked as if it had been fashioned to open a castle door. The Volvo keys were probably still in the car. Whoever put it in the pit had probably just set the car in drive. He walked around Jak. Was this worth it? His entire body stung. He found himself in front of the fire, which blazed away, cartons roaring, ignoring the rain. He remembered Rudy's words, legal anywhere else in the world. Kim had led them on. Jak had come close. For what? Things were no better, they were worse. A flaming carton tumbled from the top of the pyramid. A rolling cube lit inside and out. It crashed, split, and sputtered on a tide of Russian shit. Some things never change. Rudy had said that, too. Arkady upended a bucket and let the water flow over his head, chest, and back. Waiting for his radio call to be answered, he had built a fire in the hearth of the butchering house using cardboard and coal. Now the yard was lit like a circus, with a generator truck, lamps, tow truck, fire engine, and 2 forensic wagons, and animated by the silhouettes of ministry troops racing back and forth in combat gear. But the only person in the butchering house with Arkady was Rodionov, the city prosecutor, who kept to the shadow beside the door. As the fire in the hearth shifted, the pig on the hook took on a restless aspect. Water spread in rays from Arkady's feet, the runoff following the blood grooves of the floor. Kim and the Chechens are obviously working together, Rodionov said. It seems clear to me that poor Panyagin was abducted and brought here, shot either before or after he arrived, and then the detective was murdered afterwards. You agree? Oh, I understand Kim killing Jak, Arkady said. But why would anyone go to the bother of shooting the chief of criminal investigation? You've answered your own question. Naturally, they'd want to remove someone as dangerous as Panyagin. Panyagin dangerous? Some respect, please. Rodionov glanced at the doorway. Arkady walked to the butcher block, where a towel lay over the cast-off plain clothes that had been brought from the prosecutor's office. His shoes and jacket were beside them. As far as he was concerned, his own clothes could be burned. He started to towel off. Why are there ministry troops out here? Where's the regular militia? Rodionov said, Remember, we're outside Moscow. We got the men who were available. They certainly got here quickly. And they look like they're available to go to war. Is there something I'm not aware of? No, Rodionov said. I'd like to add this to the Rosen investigation. Definitely not. The killing of Panyagin is an assault on the entire structure of justice. I'm not going to tell the Central Committee that we added General Panyagin to the investigation of a common speculator. I can't believe that this morning Panyagin and I were together at a funeral. I can't imagine the shock. I saw you. What were you doing at the cemetery? Burying my father. Oh, Rodionov grunted as if he had expected a more imaginative excuse. Condolences. Through the door, the yard was so full of incandescent lamps that it looked to blaze. As the Volvo was winched from the pit, water poured in bright fountains from the doors. I'll fold the Rosen investigation into the Panyagin investigation. Arkady pulled on dry pants. Rodionov sighed, as if a difficult decision had been forced on him. We want someone working full-time on Panyagin and nothing else. Someone fresh, more objective. Who are you placing in charge? Whoever it is will have to spend time getting briefed on Rudy. Not necessarily. You're going to bring in someone cold. For your sake. Rodionov glanced around to demonstrate solidarity with Arkady. People will say that if Renko had found Kim, Panyagin would still be alive. They'll blame you for the tragic deaths of both your detective and the general. We have no evidence that Panyagin was abducted. All we know is that he's here." Rodionov was pained. "This sort of innuendo and speculation is uncalled for. See, you're too close to this case." The shirt was a sail with sleeves. Arkady tucked it in and slipped his bare feet into the shoes. "So who are you putting in charge of the investigation?" "A younger man. Someone who can bring more vigor to this case. In fact, this person is very well versed on Rosen. There should be no problems of coordination at all." "Who?" "Minin." "My Minin? Little Minin?" Rodionov became firmer. "I've already talked to him. We're raising him a grade so that he'll have equal authority to you. I think we may have made a mistake by bringing you back to Moscow, by glorifying you and letting you loose on the city. You should be careful, or you're going to fall further than you did before. I must tell you that not only will Minin bring more vigor to this case, he will also bring a clearer sense of direction. He'd kill that bucket if you told him to. Is he here now?" "I told him not to come until you were gone. Send him a report." "There'll be overlap between investigations." "No." Arkady had started to take his jacket from the butcher block. He put it down. "What are you trying to say?" As he answered, Rodionov carefully made his way across the floor. "This is a crisis that demands forceful action. The murder of Panyagin is not just the loss of a single man. It's a blow against the body of the state. Everything we do, our office and militia, must have one overriding goal: finding and arresting the elements responsible. We will all have to make sacrifices." "What's my sacrifice?" The prosecutor lifted a face lined with sympathy. The party still turned out great actors, Arkady thought. Rodionov said, "Minin will take over the Rosen investigation, too. It will be part of this case, as you suggested. Tomorrow I want all your files and evidence on the case delivered to him, as well as a report on tonight's events, of course." "This is my case." "The debate is over. Your detective is dead. Minin is reassigned. You don't have a team, and you don't have an investigation. You know, I think we've been demanding too much of you. You must have been in an emotional state after your father's funeral." "Still am." "Take a rest," Rodionov said. As he handed Arkady his jacket from the block, a pocket rang against the tile. "My God, an antique," Rodionov said, when Arkady took out the nagant. "An heirloom." "Don't point that at me." The prosecutor backed away from the revolver. "No one's pointing it at you." "Don't threaten me." "I'm not threatening you. I was just wondering. Panyagin and you were at the cemetery out of respect for—" He tapped the gun on his head to remember. "Asoyan. Panyagin succeeded Asoyan." The prosecutor edged toward the door. "Right. I never met Asoyan. Good man. I forget, just what did Asoyan die of?" But the city prosecutor had escaped to the blinding lights of the yard. Chapter 13. On his way into town, Arkady parked behind the apartment complex by Dynamo Stadium, where a blue militia precinct lamp on the corner announced what looked like an all-night bar. In the street, a drunk and his wife had a domestic conversation. He said something, and she slapped him. He said something else, and she slapped him again. He leaned into the blows, as if he agreed with her point of view. Another drunk, in good clothes lightly dusted, walked in circles, as if one foot were nailed to the sidewalk. Inside the station, the desk officer was helping to subdue a drunk who, stripped to the waist and blinded by methanol, was trying to fly, beating his tattooed arms against the wall and leading a chorus of drunks who shouted from separate tanks. Passing through, Arkady showed his ID, not bothering to open it. He might be dressed in odd sizes, but in this crowd he looked pretty good. Upstairs, where all the doors were padded in grey upholstery, a bulletin board displayed photos of Afghan vets on the force. In the Lenin Room, the meeting place for political reinforcement and morale, Militiamen were sacked out on long tables, towels across their faces. Yak's key opened a door to a room with a linoleum floor and yellow walls. Since a precinct undercover room was home to different detectives working different hours, the furniture was sparse, and the decoration was anonymous. 2 desks facing each other at the window, 4 chairs, 4 hulking pre-war safes made of iron plate. A car poster, a soccer poster, and a scene of the World's Fair were taped to the wall. A corner door was open to a pissoir, a foul nosegay to the room. The desks shared 3 phones, an outside line, an intercom, and a dispatch connection to Petrovka. The drawers held old sheaves of wanted faces, car descriptions, and calendars that went back 10 years. Around the legs of each desk chair, the linoleum was scarred by cigarettes. Arkady sat down and lit a cigarette. He realized he had always believed that one day Yak would decamp for Estonia, be reborn as an ardent nationalist, and heroically defend the fledgling republic. He had believed Yak had the capacity to have a different life, instead of this. The difference between him and Yak was not so great, dead or alive. The first phone call he made was to his own office. It was answered on the second ring. "Minin here." Arkady hung up. A naif might ask why Minin hadn't gone to the Lenin's Path Collective. Arkady knew from experience that there were 2 types of investigations, one that uncovered information, and the more traditional type that covered it up. The second was actually more difficult, since it demanded someone to cover the crime scene and someone to control information in the office. As Arkady's superior, Rodionov had to be the man at the collective. Minin, hard-working Minin, upgraded Minin, would be entrusted with gathering all the evidence and dossiers that showed any connection between the martyred General Penyagin and Rudy Rosen. Arkady pulled out the short list of phone numbers he had taken from Penyagin's party book. The first he recognized as Rodionov's. The other 2 were Moscow numbers, but were new to him. He glanced at his watch. 2 a.m., an hour when all good citizens ought to be home. He picked up the outside line and dialed one of the unfamiliar numbers. "Yes," a man's voice answered, calmly coming awake. "I'm calling about Penyagin," Arkady said. "What about him?" "He's dead." "That's terrible news." The voice stayed well-spoken, soft, calmer than before. "Did they catch anyone?" "No." There was a pause. Then the voice corrected itself. "I mean, how did he die?" "Shot at the farm." "Who am I talking to?" The very polish of the voice was unusual, Russian birch painted with foreign lacquer. "There was a complication," Arkady said. "What complication?" "A detective." "Who is this?" "Don't you want to know how he died?" There was a pause at the other end. Arkady could almost hear an intelligence becoming fully alert. "I know who this is." The line went dead, but not before Arkady had recognized Max Albov's voice, too, even if they had met for only an hour, because it was recently, and in Penyagin's company. He dialed the other number, feeling like a night fisherman dropping a hook in black water to see what would bite. "Hello!" This time it was a woman, wide awake, yelling over a background of television babble. She had a lisp. "Who is it?" "I'm calling about Penyagin." "Wait a second." While he waited, Arkady listened to what sounded like an American relating a tedious story interspersed by explosions and the popping of small arms. "Who is this?" A man came on the line. "Albov," Arkady said. Not that he was nearly as smooth as the journalist, but he modulated his voice a bit, and there was that racket on the other end. "Penyagin's dead. There was a pause, not a silence. With a musical segue, the American in the background moved on to a different story. The small arms fire continued, though, with echoes that suggested a luxury of space. "Why are you calling?" Arkady said. "There were problems." "The worst thing you can do is call. I'm surprised at a sophisticated man like you." The voice was strong, with the radiant humor and confidence of a successful leader. "You don't start panicking in the middle of the game." "I'm worried." There was the click of a well-hit ball, a burst of applause, and enthusiastic shouts of "Banzai!" By now Arkady could picture a bar of Marlborough colors and contented golfers. He could hear the ringing of the cash register, and in softer tones the distant chimes of slot machines. He could also see Borya Gubenko cupping the receiver, starting to be concerned. "What's done is done," Borya said. "What about the detective?" "You, of all people, know this is not a conversation to have on the phone," Borya said. "What next?" Arkady asked. It was the middle of the night now. The television's American voice had a reassuring mutter. Arkady could almost feel the campfire glow of the screen, an international sameness of news that must accompany businessmen everywhere. Once Americans were going to save Russia. Then the Germans were going to save Russia. Whoever was going to save Russia now would bring their golf clubs to Borya's, Arkady thought. He had said that the Japanese were always the last to leave. "What do we do?" he asked again. He heard the launch of another ball. Was it bouncing off one of the cut-out trees standing on the factory floor, or sailing long and true to the grass-green canvas on the far wall? "Who is this?" Borya asked, then hung up, leaving Arkady with nothing. First, he had not taped the conversations. Second, what if he had? He had captured no confession, nothing that couldn't be explained by sleepiness, noise, misunderstanding, a bad connection. So what if Penyagin had their phone numbers? Albov had been introduced as a friend of the militia, and the militia protected Borya Gubenko's driving range. So what if Albov and Gubenko knew each other? They were sociable members of the new Moscow, not hermits. Arkady had proof of nothing at all, except that the Rosen case had taken Yak to a collective farm where he was killed and was found in the same car with Penyagin. And Arkady had bungled the Rosen case. He didn't have Kim, and what evidence he did have was being seized at this moment by Minin. On the other hand, Yak might be dead, but he was not a bad detective. Arkady looked through all the drawers and under them, and then brought out Yak's oversized key. Each undercover detective had his own safe, a locked repository of his work. He tried the key on all 4 ancient safes in turn, fishing for a tumbler, until the last lock yielded, and the iron door swung open to the 3 private shelves of Yak's life. On the lower shelf were dead files tied in red ribbon, a basement of Yak's professional memory. On the top shelf were personal items, loose photos of a boy and a man fishing, of the same boy and man holding a model plane, of that boy now grown into an army uniform and recognizable as Yak posing with a happy but self-conscious woman smoothing her apron. They stood on the steps of a dacha. Light covered Yak's eyes, shade covered his mother's. A picture of soldiers in their tent, singing, the one with the guitar, Yak. Divorce papers, 8 years old, torn apart and taped back together. A snapshot of Yak with Yulia in an earlier phase of dark hair, blurred because they were plummeting on an amusement ride, also torn and taped together. On the middle shelf was a gray criminal code book stuffed with the sloppy addenda of daily changing laws, protocol forms for investigation, search, interrogation, red directory of detectives in the Moscow region, loose Makarov slugs in copper casings. There were a surveillance photo of Rudy, a mugshot of a younger Kim, Paulina's pictures of the black market, and of the burned shell of Rudy's car. Also an interoffice envelope. Arkady opened it and found the German videotape he had given Jack, along with 2 developed stills. So Jack had got the pictures done. They were individual photographs of the woman in the beer garden. On the reverse side of one, Jack had written, "Identified by reliable source as Rita, emigrated to Israel, 1985. A romantic name, Rita, short for the flower Marguerite. He guessed Yulia was the source. If Rita had married a Jew and got out, Yulia would remember her. Israeli? The combination of blonde hair, black sweater, and gold chain struck Arkady as a classic German style, added to a full red mouth and line of the cheek that were pure Slav. Why wasn't she in the Jerusalem tape instead of the Munich one? Why had Arkady seen her in Rudy's car and intercepted a glance from her that had read him and his Zhiguli as a man and machine all too familiar? Why had he seen her mouth on the tape, "I love you"? The second picture was identical. On its back, Jack had written, "Identified by Soyuz clerk as Mrs. Boris Benz, German, arrived 5/8, departed 8/8. 2 days ago." The Soyuz Hotel was not one of Moscow's best, but it was the closest to where he and Jack had sighted her with Rudy. The outside line rang. He picked it up. "Who's there?" Minin demanded. Arkady laid the receiver on the desk and softly left. By now they would be watching his apartment. Arkady drove to the south bank of the river, parked, and walked to stay awake. Moscow was beautiful at night. The other day when he was in the cafe with Paulina, he had recited a poem by Akhmatova. "I drink to our ruined house, to the dolor of my life, to our loneliness together, and to you I raise my glass, to lying lips that have betrayed us, to dead-cold, pitiless eyes, and to the hard realities that the world is brutal and coarse, that God, in fact, has not saved us." Paulina, the romantic, had insisted that he recite it again. Moscow was the ruined house, a cityscape that looked half-burned at night, yet a street lamp showed an iron gate open to a court of graceful linden trees around a marble lion on a pedestal. Another light, askew, shone on a church cupola, azure, studded with gold stars, as if in Moscow anything that wasn't ugly dared display itself only at night. His own bitterness surprised Arkady. He had been willing to tolerate a background of meanness and corruption if he could carry out his own work at a certain level of efficiency, the way a surgeon might be content with setting bones in the middle of an endless catastrophe. His own honesty had become a shell for him, a way to both deny and accept the general misrule. See the contradiction, Arkady told himself. A lie, to be precise. Still, if he had lost Rudy and Jack, never even caught sight of Kim, and probably been an evil influence on Paulina, just how good was he? What did he want? What he wanted was far away. For years he had been patient, yet for the last week he had felt that every second was like another grain of sand rolling through his fingers, ever since he had heard Irina's voice on the radio. If he felt this way, maybe he was in the wrong city. Was it possible to escape from the ruins of his own life? The Central Telegraph on Gorky Street was open 24 hours a day. At 4 a.m. its grand hall was populated by Indians, Vietnamese, and Arabs wiring home, and by equally desperate Soviets trying to reach relatives in Paris, Tel Aviv, or Brighton Beach. The air tasted of ashes, and the odor lingered on the teeth. Writers sat with telegram blanks to compose messages at 5 kopecks a word, men wadding up rejected attempts, women sitting more thoughtfully over theirs. Family groups collaborated in a circle of heads, usually brown heads with bright scarves. Occasionally a guard wandered in to make sure that no one stretched out on a bench, so the drunks in the hall made every effort to keep their bones assembled in a sitting position. There was an expression: a Russian is not drunk while there's a single blade of grass to hold on to. Maybe it was a law. Arkady wasn't sure. On the other side of a high counter, clerks maintained a quiet hostility. They held their own prolonged and whispered phone calls, turned their backs to read novels and privacy, disappeared for discreet naps. Their understandable grudge was that their shift gave them no chance to shop during working hours. Clocks above the counter showed the time. 0400 in Moscow, 1100 in Vladivostok, 2200 in New York. Arkady stood at the counter and studied the 2 identical photographs, one of a Russian prostitute in Israel, the other of a well-dressed German tourist. Was either identification correct? Neither? Both? Yak probably had the answer. On the back of a telegram blank, he drew Rudy's car, the approximate positions of Kim, Borya Gubenko, the Chechens, Yak, and himself. On the side, to give her a name, he added Rita Benz. On a second blank, he wrote Transcom, and listed Leningrad, Komsomol, Rudy, and Boris Benz. On a third, under Lenin's Path Collective, Penyagin, Rudy's killer, maybe Chechens, from the blood, maybe Kim, Rodionov, absolutely. On a fourth, under Munich, Boris Benz, Rita Benz, and an X for whoever had asked Rudy, "Where is Red Square?" On a fifth, under slot machines, Rudy, Kim, Transcom, Benz, Borya Gubenko. Frau Benz was the connection between the black market and Munich, and the contact between Rudy and Boris Benz. If Borya Gubenko had slots too, was he part of Transcom? Who better to introduce Rudy to his unlikely associates at a Komsomol gym than a former football idol? And if Borya was in Transcom, then he knew Boris Benz. Finally, Arkady drew a diagram of the farm, indicating road, yard, pens, barn, shed, garage, fire, Volvo, pit. He marked it with an estimate of distances and an arrow north, then added a diagram of the barn, with a sketch of the pail and cheesecloth of gore. He thought of the pet shop under Kim's apartment, and the shelf of dragon's blood, and the blood in Rudy's car. This reminded him of Polina. Public phones took only tiny 2-kopeck pieces, but he found one in his pocket and dialed her home. Her voice had the lower register of half-sleep, then was instantly awake. "Arkady?" "Yak is dead," he said. "Minin is taking over." "Are you in trouble?" "I am not your friend. You have always been suspicious of my leadership. You felt the investigation had strayed onto non-productive paths." "In other words?" "Stay clear." "You can't order me to do that." "I'm asking you," he whispered into the phone. "Please." "Call me," Polina said after a silence. "When everything is straightened out." "I'll take Rudy's fax and put it on my number. You can leave a message." "Be careful." He hung up. Suddenly exhaustion overwhelmed him. He stuffed the blanks into the pocket with the gun and assumed a semi-upright position at the end of a bench. As soon as his eyes closed, he was half asleep. He didn't dream, as much as feel that he was falling down a soft, loamy hill in the dark, rolling lazily and without a sound, following the course of gravity. At the bottom of the hill was a pond. Someone ahead dove in, and ripples spread in white rings. He hit the water without a struggle, sank, and then really was asleep. Two eyes stared up from a face of loose, badly shaven cheeks. A hand raised a black pistol. The fingers were filthy and calloused and shaky. Another dirty hand held Arkady's ID. As he came fully awake, he saw a plaque of war ribbons sewn onto a stained jacket. He also saw that the man, legless, stood on a wooden truck. By its casters lay 2 blocks, surfaced with strips of rubber tread for him to propel himself with. The face unveiled steel teeth, and a breath like gasoline fumes. A human car, Arkady thought. The man said, "I was only looking for a bottle. I didn't know I was going to run into a fucking general. I apologize." The pistol was the Nagant. Carefully he handed it to Arkady butt first. Arkady took the ID, too. The man hesitated. "Spare some coins? No?" He picked up the blocks to push himself away. Arkady checked the clock. It was 5 a.m. He said, "Wait." Something had occurred to him. While the idea was fresh, he laid his gun and ID down and pulled out the sketch of the farm. On a fresh blank, he drew the interior of the shed as best he could remember. Door, tables, stacks of VCRs and computers, racks of clothes, copier, dominoes, telltale Grozny newspaper on the table, prayer rug on the floor. Referring to the farm sketch, he added an arrow north. Now that he thought about it, the rug had been new, with no wear from knees or forehead, and it had been aligned east-west. But from Moscow, Mecca was directly south. "Do you have a 2-kopeck piece?" Arkady said. "For a ruble?" The beggar dug a change purse from his shirt and produced a coin. "You're going to make a businessman out of me." "A banker." He used the same phone he had called Polina on. For once he felt he had the advantage. Rodionov wasn't used to being confused and in the dark, but Arkady was. Chapter 14. At Veshki, on the verge of the city, the Moscow River seemed to hesitate among sedges and reeds, reluctant to leave a village where the drumming was the sound of frogs, the water reflected the morning hunt of swallows, and the steam of dawn wreathed beds of lilies. Arkady had sailed here as a boy. He and Belov would tack back and forth, disturbing the ducks, reverently trailing the swans that summered in Veshki. The sergeant would draw the boat up on the beach, and he and Arkady would walk up to the village through a maze of lanes and cherry orchards to buy fresh cream and sour candies. The sun always seemed to be uphill, beyond the crows that roosted in silhouette on the belfry of the church. Better, the village was surrounded by the lush tangle and wonderful disrepair of old forest. Tier upon tier of birches, ash, broad-leafed beeches, larches, spruces, and oaks that the sun penetrated only in providential single rays that searched for mushrooms. Everything was still and moving at once, ground litter alive with the tunneling of shrews and moles, an explosion of needles and leaves when a hare left its cover, warblers and tits cleaning branches of caterpillars, woodpeckers ministering to the trunks, the cello drone of insects. Veshki was the fantasy of all Russians, the village of perfect dachas. Nothing had changed. When he slipped into the woods, he followed paths that were familiar even in the mist. The same solitary oaks, not quite so dark and grandiose. A stand of birches with pale, trembling leaves. Someone had once tried to set out a lane of pines, but vines and smaller trees had sprung up around them and hauled them down. Everywhere ferns, ivy, the boughs of secondary growth tried to hide the way. 15 meters to the left, a squirrel with tufted ears swayed on a lower branch, hanging upside down to scold an overcoat lying in the leaves. Minin lifted his face, which only annoyed the squirrel more. Arkady counted a windbreaker huddled in the bushes and a pants leg farther to Minin's left. He moved right behind a screen of pines. He stopped when he caught sight of the road. It was smaller and the macadam more frayed than he remembered. A jogger went by in a warm-up suit, a gypsy with caved-in cheeks and black eyes on the woods. A woman rode by on a bicycle, chased by a terrier. When she was well past, he took the last few steps into the clear. In one direction the road continued for 50 meters, then veered right, approaching and then pulling away from a high gate, a black square framed by green trees. In the other direction, only 10 meters away, were Rodionov and Albov. The city prosecutor looked surprised to see his investigator, though this was the appointed hour and place. Some people resented missing even a single night's sleep, Arkady thought. Rodionov walked stiffly, angrily, as if it were cold, instead of the pleasant summer day that was unfolding. Albov, however, appeared well rested, in tweed jacket and slacks, with an aura of aftershave. "I told Rodionov we wouldn't spot you," he said as a greeting. "You must have visited here quite a lot." Rodionov said, "You were supposed to return to your office and write your account of what happened at the farm. Instead, first you disappear, and then you call and demand that we meet you in the middle of nowhere." "Hardly nowhere," Arkady said. "Let's walk." He started to amble in the direction of the gate. Rodionov stayed by his side. "Where is that report? Where did you go?" The road was still deep in shadow. Albov lifted his eyes appreciatively to sunlight, spilling halfway down a wall of trees. "Stalin had a number of dachas around Moscow, didn't he?" he asked. "This was his favorite," Arkady said. "Your father visited frequently, I'm sure." "Stalin liked to drink and talk all night. In the morning they would walk here. Notice that the larger trees are firs. Behind every fir was a soldier who had to stay absolutely silent and out of sight. Of course, times have changed." From either side of the road came the sound of crashing, as if heavy-footed mice were trying to keep pace. Rodionov was exasperated. "You didn't write a report." He jumped back when Arkady reached into his jacket. Instead of the nagant, however, he produced a folded sheaf of yellow pages neatly filled with handwriting. Rodionov said, "It will have to be typed on the proper forms. That's just as well. We'll go over it together at the office." "And then?" Arkady asked. Rodionov was encouraged. A report, even handwritten, was a token of surrender. "We're all shaken by the death of our friend General Panyagin," he said, "and I understand how upset you must be over the murder of your detective. Nevertheless, nothing excuses your disappearance and wild accusations." "What accusations?" Arkady kept walking. So far he had made no mention of his phone calls to Albov and Borya Gubenko. Neither had Albov. "Your erratic behavior," Rodionov said. "Erratic in what way?" Arkady asked. "Your disappearance," Rodionov said. "Your unprofessional reluctance to cooperate in the Panyagin investigation simply because you will not be in charge. Your fixation on the Rosen case. The pressure of being back in Moscow was too much. For your own sake, a change is in order." "Out of Moscow?" Arkady asked. "It's not a demotion," Rodionov said. "The fact is that there are crimes in other cities besides Moscow, real hotspots. I'm always lending investigators where they're needed. Without the Rosen case, you are available." "Where?" "Baku." Arkady had to laugh. "Baku is not just out of Moscow, it's out of Russia." They asked for my very best man. This is a chance for you to recoup some honor. Between the three-way civil war going on between Azeris, Armenians, and the army, in addition to mafia battles over the drug trade, Baku was a combination of Miami and Beirut. There was no easier place on earth for an investigator to vanish. 20 meters back, Minin stepped into the road to brush leaves from his overcoat, which was a signal for other men to emerge from the trees. The gypsy jogged back to Minin's side. To Arkady, it looked as if the stroll had become a parade. "A fresh opportunity," he said. "That's the way to look at it," Rodionov agreed. "I think you're right. It is time for me to leave Moscow," Arkady said. "But I wasn't thinking of Baku." "Where you go is not up to you," Rodionov said, "or when." They had reached the gate. Up close it wasn't black, but dark green, with a guard walk over double doors of wood backed with steel plates and guard towers on the sides. In front was a striped barrier to keep the curious away, but how could anyone resist? Arkady stepped over and ran his hands over the lacquer finish, still lovingly maintained. Through it the long sedans used to roll another 50 meters to the dacha, to the midnight dinners and the after-midnight writing of the lists of names, when men and women passed, even while they slept, from the living to the dead. Sometimes children were brought to the dacha to decorate a lawn party or present a bouquet, but always during the day, as if they were safe only in the sun. This was the door of the dragon, Arkady thought. Even if the dragon was now dead, the gate should be charred black, and the road should be scarred by claws. Bones should be hanging from the branches. The soldiers in greatcoats should at least have stayed on as statues. Instead, watching from the guard walk was the solitary wide-angle eye of a security camera. Rodionov hadn't noticed. "Minin will—" "Shut up," Albov said, and looked up at the lens. "Smile." He asked Arkady, "There are other cameras on the road?" "The entire way. The monitors are in the dacha. They're actively watched and taped. It's a historical area, after all." "Naturally. Do something about Minin," Albov said softly to Rodionov. "We don't want strong-arm tactics. Get the fool out of here." Confused, but beaming with goodwill, Rodionov waved to Minin, while Albov turned to Arkady with the expression of a man who keeps honest score. "We're friends who are concerned about your well-being. We have every reason to meet you out in the open. So someone is watching a television monitor and wondering whether we're bird-watchers or amateur historians." "I'm afraid Minin won't pass us either," Arkady said. "Not Minin," Albov agreed. Rodionov stepped down the road to shoo Minin off. "Slept?" Albov asked Arkady. "No." "Eaten?" "No." "It's miserable being on the run." He sounded sincere. He also sounded in control, as if Rodionov had been allowed to chair the meeting as long as items on the agenda were followed in order. The camera at Stalin's gate had changed that. Albov held his cigarette to his mouth as he spoke. The call was clever. "Penyagin had your phone number." "Then it was obvious. My best ideas are obvious." Arkady had also called Borya, as Albov must know by now. The question was implicit. What other phone numbers had Penyagin written down? When Rodionov returned, Albov lifted the report from the prosecutor's pockets. "Telegram blanks," Albov said. "He was at Central Telegraph all night." Rodionov glanced at the camera and muttered, "We were covering train stations, known addresses, the streets." "Moscow's a big city," Arkady said in the prosecutor's defense. "Did you send any telegrams?" Albov asked Arkady. "We can find out," Rodionov pointed out. "In a day or two," Arkady agreed. "He's threatening us," the prosecutor said. Albov said, "With what?" "That's the question. If he knows anything about Penyagin, the detective, or Rosen, he's legally bound to inform his superior, who is you, or the investigator of record, who is Minin. Otherwise he'll be regarded as a raving maniac. The streets are full of raving maniacs these days, so no one's going to listen to him. He's also obligated to follow orders. If you send him to Baku, that's where he goes. He can stand under this camera all day long. It's a dead end. There aren't any floodlights, so you can pick him up tonight, and tomorrow he'll wake up in Baku. Renko, let me tell you something from experience. You don't stop running until you've got something to trade. You have nothing, do you?
No, Arkady admitted. But I have other plans.
What other plans? I was thinking of pursuing the Rosen investigation.
Rodionov looked down the road. Minin is in charge of that now.
I wouldn't be in Minin's way, Arkady said.
Albov asked, how could you not be in Minin's way?
I'd be in Munich.
Munich? Albov cocked his head as if a new bird note had issued from the woods.
What would you look for in Munich?
Boris Benz, Arkady said. He didn't use the woman's name because he wasn't sure of our identification. In the silence, Rodionov stiffened, like a man who had missed a step. Albov looked down, around, and finally raised a smile of astonishment mixed with admiration.
You know, it's in the blood, he told Rodionov. When the Germans invaded and rolled to the gates of Leningrad and Moscow, and Stalin lost millions of men, and the entire Red Army fell into disorder and retreat, one tank commander never stepped back. The Germans thought they had trapped General Renko. What they didn't understand was that he was happy behind their lines, and the bloodier and more confused the action, the better. The son is exactly the same. Is he trapped? No. He's here, there. God only knows where he will turn up next.
There's a direct flight to Munich at 7:45 tomorrow morning, Arkady said.
You truly believe the prosecutor's office will let you leave the country? Albov asked.
I'm absolutely sure, Arkady said. He was, as soon as he saw Rodionov's reaction to Boris Benz's name, an instinctive flinch that had expressed the anger and fear of a stuck pig. Until then, the name could have meant nothing, but in an instant Arkady had ascertained, as Rudy might have put it, the high market value of Boris Benz. Even if the ministry wanted to, it's not up to us, Rodionov said. Foreign investigation is the responsibility of state security.
You were saying at Petrovka the other day that now we're members of Interpol, we work directly with foreign colleagues.
I'll only have a carry-on bag, no inspection.
I couldn't go tomorrow if I wanted to, Rodionov said. There's arranging an external passport and ministry orders. It could take weeks.
There are 12 rooms at the Central Committee. All they do is make up passports and visas on the spot. Lufthansa Flight 84, Arkady said. Remember, Germans are punctual.
There is a way, Albov said.
If you don't travel as an investigator, as an official of the prosecutor's office, but as a private individual. If the ministry can generate a passport, and if you had the American dollars or German marks, then you could simply buy a seat on the plane and take off. In fact, we've just opened a consulate in Munich. You could make contact and receive travel expenses there. The question is only where you'd get hard currency for the ticket.
And the answer is? Arkady asked.
I could lend it to you. In Munich, you could pay me back.
Arkady said, the money has to come from the prosecutor.
Albov said, then that's the way it will be done.
Why?
Rodionov protested. Because this is a more delicate investigation than we were first aware of, Albov said. Foreign investors, especially Germans, are sensitive to the messy scandals of the new Soviet capitalism. We want to clear everybody's name, even the names of people we've never heard of. Because even though the investigator may be chasing phantoms,
we don't want to place obstacles in his path. Besides, we don't know everything the investigator knows, or what rash steps he thinks he has to take to preserve his independence.
He never said what he knew.
Because he's only desperate. He's not an utter fool. He stuffed your pocket with telegrams, and you didn't even notice. I support Renko. More and more I'm impressed by his adaptability. Still, I wonder, Albov said, turning toward Arkady, I wonder if you've considered the fact that as soon as you step onto the plane you lose your authority. In Germany you'll be a common citizen, less a Soviet citizen. To Germans you'll be nothing but a refugee, because to them all Russians are refugees. Secondly, you will lose your credibility here. You won't be a hero to your friends anymore. No one will believe any warnings, alarms, or information that you left behind, because here, too, you will be regarded as a refugee. And refugees lie. Refugees will say anything to get out. Nothing they say is considered the truth anywhere. The one thing I can promise you is that you'll be sorry you ever went.
I'm only going for this case,
Arkady said. See, already you're lying. Albov's eyes rested on Arkady sympathetically. He seemed to have to force himself to remember a less interesting man. Rodionov, you'd better get to it. You have a great deal to do to make sure your investigator doesn't miss his flight. Necessary papers, funds, whatever, in a day. Turning to Arkady again, he asked, What about flying Aeroflot?
Lufthansa.
You want an airline where the seat belts work. I completely agree, Albov said. Rodionov backed away, excluded, stealing glances, still watching for some other signal from Albov. Far down the road, Minin and his men had reassembled into a confused, forlorn group. Go, Albov said. He opened a pack of Camel lights and lit a match for himself and Arkady. He had a fastidious manner, saving the last lick of the flame for the cellophane, which he let burn and blow away on the morning breeze. Then he returned his attention to the gate. As the sun rose, the trees on either side seemed to grow, come into focus, turn even more green, shift through stages of ornate light and shade. The light that crept around the guard walk was white, as if on fire. Simultaneously, the gate itself fell into more shadow, and by contrast loomed darker, reflecting the two men. It occurred to Arkady what Albov had meant about being paid back.
You will be in Munich?
Some of my best friends are in Munich, Albov said.
Part 2. Munich, August 13 to August 18, 1991. Chapter 15. Fedorov, the consular aide who gathered Arkady at the airport, pointed out sights as if he had personally built Munich, poured the river Isar, gilded the Peace Angel, and balanced the domes on the twin church spires of the Frauenkirche. The consulate here is new, but I was in Bonn, so this is pretty much old hat to me, Fedorov said. It wasn't to Arkady. The world seemed to be spinning around him, full of traffic and unintelligible signs. Streets were so clean that they looked plastic. Bikers in shorts and summer tan shared the road without being mangled under the wheels of every passing bus. Windows were glass instead of crusted dirt. There were no lines anywhere. Women in short skirts carried not string bags, but colorful sacks emblazoned with the names of stores. In full stride, legs and sacks moved with a purposeful, integrated rhythm. That's all you brought? Fedorov was looking at Arkady's carry-on. You'll have 2 suitcases on the way back. How long are you staying? I don't know. Your visa's only good for 2 weeks. He searched for some sign from his passenger, but Arkady was looking at walls of Bavarian yellow as smooth as butter, with balconies that had no weepy stains, stucco that was not cracked on brick lines, doors that did not wear graffiti and scars of abuse.
In a pastry shop window, marzipan pigs gamboled around chocolate cakes. One moment Fedorov had the cautious attitude of a young man who had been sent to take delivery of dubious goods. The next he was consumed by curiosity. Generally, when someone like you arrives, there's a welcoming committee and an official program. I want to warn you, there's nothing laid on for you at all. Good. Pedestrians waited like troops at red lights, whether traffic was coming or not. On green, cars swarmed ahead. It was like being in a hive of BMWs. The street spread into an avenue of stone mansions with steps that were guarded by iron gates and marble lions. Signs announced art galleries and Arab banks. The next square was lined by a row of medieval banners with corporate logos. Arkady saw a man who was dressed in lederhosen and high socks despite the heat. "I just don't understand how you got a visa so fast," Fedorov said. "Friends." Fedorov glanced over again because Arkady didn't look like a man who had friends. "Well, however you did it, you landed in whipped cream," he said. The consulate was an 8-story building on Seidelstrasse. A wood-paneled waiting room had chairs of bright chrome and black leather. Behind bulletproof glass was a reception desk with 3 television monitors. Fedorov slid Arkady's passport on a tray under the glass to a receptionist who looked Russian almost to her fingertips, which were long and polished like mother-of-pearl. When she started to push a book out, Fedorov blocked the tray and said, "He doesn't have to sign." He led Arkady onto the elevator and up to the 3rd floor, down a corridor of small offices, past a conference room with boxes and chairs still wrapped in blocks of plastic packing, and showed him through a metal door with a plaque that said in German, "Cultural Affairs." Inside was a man with grey hair, a good Western suit, and a frown. There were only 2 chairs in the room, and he nodded for Arkady to take the other one. "I'm Vice-Consul Platonov. I know who you are," he told Arkady. He didn't offer to shake hands. "That's all," he said to Fedorov, who could have been smoke. He was gone so fast. Platonov had the forward hunch of a chess player. He looked like a man with a problem. Something nasty, but not too large, something he could resolve in a day or two. Arkady doubted this was his usual office. The walls still gave off the tang of fresh paint. A wide-angle photograph of Moscow at sunset leaned against the near wall. Against the far wall were posters, dancers of the Bolshoi and Kirov, treasures of the Kremlin armory, a cruise boat on the Volga. The only other furnishings were a folding table, a phone, and an ashtray. "What do you think of Munich?" Platonov asked. "It's beautiful. It's very rich. It was rubble after the war, worse than Moscow. That says a great deal about the Germans. You speak German?" "A little." "But do you speak German?" Platonov seemed to think he had a confession. "In the army I was stationed for 2 years in Berlin. I was monitoring Americans, but I did pick up some German." "German and English?" "Not well." Platonov was in his mid-60s, Arkady guessed. A diplomat since Brezhnev? That took a man of both rubber and steel. "Not well." Platonov folded his arms. "Do you know how many years it has taken us to open a Soviet consulate here? This is the industrial capital of Germany. These are the investors we need to reassure. We're not even finished moving in, and we have an investigator from Moscow. Are you after someone on the consulate staff?" "No. I didn't think so. Usually we're ordered back to Moscow before we get bad news," Platonov said. "I asked if you were actually KGB, but they don't even want to see you. On the other hand, they're not stopping you." "That's decent of them." "No, that's suspicious. The last thing anyone wants is an investigator who is out of control." "That's been my experience, too," Arkady had to admit. "Aside from our staff, there aren't many Soviets in Munich. Factory directors and bankers training with Germans, a dance troupe from Georgia." "Who are you interested in?" "I can't say." Arkady supposed that representatives of the foreign ministry were taught a wide stock of encouraging expressions and public grins, those little gestures that signified they were still human. Platonov, however, seemed content with a direct, hostile stare that never wavered while he opened a case and took out a cigarette for himself. "Just so we understand each other. I don't care who you're after. I don't care if there's a family lying slaughtered in its blood back in Moscow. No murderer is as important as the success of this consulate. The German people will not give hundreds of millions of Deutschmarks to murderers. We have 50 years of bad history to make up for. We want quiet, normal relations leading to loans and commercial agreements that will rescue all the families in Moscow. The last thing we want is Russians chasing each other through the streets of Munich." "I can see that." Arkady tried to be agreeable. "You have no official standing here. If you contact the German police, they will immediately call us, and we will tell them you're simply here as a tourist. I've always been curious about Bavaria, the land of beer. We'll keep your passport. That means you can't travel somewhere else or register at a hotel. We have accommodations for you at a pension. In the meantime, I will be working hard to have you recalled to Moscow, tomorrow, if possible. My suggestion is that you forget about any investigation. See the museums, buy some gifts, have your beer, enjoy yourself." The pension was above a Turkish travel agency half a block from the train station. The accommodations were 2 rooms with bed, bare mattress, bureau, chair, 2 tables, and a cabinet that opened to reveal a miniature kitchen. The toilet and shower were down the hall. "Turks on the 3rd floor, Fedorov said, and pointed up. He pointed down. "Yugoslavians on the 1st. They all work at BMW. You could go join them." The lights worked. The refrigerator light went on when Arkady opened the door, and there were no cockroach eggs in the corners. Even the closet had a light, and he noticed when they came into the building that the hall smelled of disinfectant instead of piss. "So, this is paradise. It's not all quite as great as you thought, is it?" Fedorov asked. "It's been a while since you were in Moscow," Arkady said. He opened the rear window. The view was of the back of the train station and the tracks, steel ribbons shining in the sun. What was odd was that he felt as disoriented as if he were in a different time zone halfway around the world, when he had made only a 4-hour flight. Fedorov lingered at the door. "It occurs to me that you couldn't have a more inappropriate name than Renko, for a visitor to Germany, I mean. I've heard about your father. He may have been a hero at home. He was a butcher here." "No, he was a butcher at home, too." "All I mean is that with a name like yours, maybe it would be wiser to stay right here and not go out at all." "Key?" Arkady put his hand out when Fedorov started to leave. With a shrug, Fedorov gave it to him. "I wouldn't worry, investigator. One thing a Russian doesn't have to worry about in Germany is being robbed." Alone, Arkady sat on the windowsill and had a solitary cigarette. It was a Russian custom to sit before embarking on a trip, so why not on arrival? To take formal possession of a bare, unlocked room, especially with a filthy Russian cigarette. Down on the tracks he saw a sleek red and black train inching toward the station. In the locomotive an engineer wore the gray cap of a general. He remembered the train he had seen in Kazan station, with the man in the locomotive stripped to his waist, and the way the forearm of the woman with him rested on his shoulder. He wondered where they were now, pulling cars around Moscow, rolling across the steppe. He returned to the bed and opened his carry-on. From the pockets of his rumpled pants he disinterred Penyagin's handwritten list of 3 phone numbers, Rudy's fax, and the identified still of Rita Benz. From a rolled jacket he took the videotape. The clothes, which represented his complete traveling wardrobe, fit on 2 hangers and in 1 bureau drawer. He slipped the numbers, fax, and photo into the videotape case with the cassette. They were his treasure and shield. Then he counted the money he had squeezed out of Rodionov. 100 Deutschmarks. How far would that take the usual tourist in Germany? A day? A week? It would take thrift and paranoia to survive much longer. The cassette inside his shirt, Arkady went out and ran across the boulevard to the train station, which had the mammoth scale of a modern museum on the outside. Light filtered through frosted glass and pigeon netting on the inside. No gangs of Kazans in black jackets, no somnolently flipping television screen, no dream bar. Instead, bookstores, restaurants, wine shops, a theater with erotic films. A kiosk sold maps with translations in French, English, Italian, none in Russian. With the English version, Arkady headed back for the street and followed a crowd out the main entrance. The smell of a cafe's good coffee and chocolate almost dropped him to his knees. But he was so unused to restaurants, or even to eating at all, that he kept moving forward in hopes of seeing an approachable ice cream wagon. He focused not on shop windows, but on the reflections in their glass. Twice he entered stores and immediately came back out to see if anyone was waiting for him. A tourist sees the sights. Arkady, however, had a tunnel vision that excluded crowds, fountains, and statues for the sake of spotting a telltale Soviet face, rolling walk or habit, like wearing the wedding band on the right hand. The sound of German around him was a babble of surf. It was like waking up to notice that he had arrived in a wide plaza surrounded by handsome buildings patterned in brick, with stepped gables that climbed to spires of red tile. On one side of the square was a town hall of grey Gothic stone. Hundreds of people strolled or rested at tables with steins of beer, or stared up at the hall's carillon of life-size clockwork dancers and musicians. Arkady turned around. Businessmen wore muted suits and silk ties. Women wore a stylish, not a grieving, black. Boys sported the T-shirts, shorts, and backpacks of summer vacation. The volume of their voices swelled. There was a bookstore on a corner with 3 floors of books. Another shop had the sweet reek of tobacco. The yeasty bouquet of beer issued from this doorway and that. A golden Madonna looked down from a marble column. He bought ice cream in a waffle cone, pantomiming his choice rather than testing his command of German. The ice cream was so rich that it tasted like frosting. He spent 4 marks on cigarettes. All the same, he had engaged with Munich now. He ran down into the Plaza's subway station, bought a ticket, and jumped onto the first train returning the way he had come. Hanging onto the bar on either side of Arkady were a pair of Turks, each with a far-away gaze. Filling the seat before him was a woman holding a ham that rocked back and forth on her knees like a baby. What were the chances of anyone following him? Not great, considering the difficulty of trailing someone in an urban setting. According to Soviet technique, to carry out surveillance of a cautious, mobile target demanded 5 to 10 vehicles and 30 to 100 people. Arkady didn't know personally, because he'd never had more than enough manpower and cars to follow someone around a room. At the station stop, he returned to the same waiting hall where he had been an hour before. Some call boxes were in the open, but upstairs he found telephone cabinets and books for different cities on a stainless steel counter. In Moscow, phone books were so rare they were kept in safes, but these weren't even chained. The books were confusing because of the sameness and strangeness of German names, full of consonants in death throes, and the variety of advertisements that filled more than half the pages. Under Benz, the only Boris had an address on Koninginstrasse. There was no listing for any business called Transcom. The phone cabinet had a rounded, clear plastic door. Arkady decided he knew just enough German to talk to an operator. He thought she said she had no number for Transcom. Then he called Boris Benz.
This ends Disc 5. Red Square, Disc 6.
A woman answered. Ja, Arkady said. Herr Benz? Nein, she laughed. Herr Benz ist im Haus. Nein, Herr Benz ist in Ferien. Ferien? On vacation? Wird 2 Wochen lang nicht in München sein. Away for 2 weeks? Arkady asked. Wo ist Herr Benz? Spanien. Spanien. 2 weeks in Spain? The news was just getting worse. Spanien, Portugal, Morocco. Nein, Russland? Nein, macht Ferien in der Sonne. Kann ich sprechen mit Transcom? Transcom? The name seemed new to her. Ich kenne Transcom nicht. Sie ist Frau Benz? Nein, der Reinmacherfrau. The house cleaner. Oh, danke. Wiedersehen. As Arkady hung up, he thought that this was about as basic as a conversation could get without drawing pictures. So he had talked to a housemaid who said Boris Benz would be away on summer vacation for the next 2 weeks and who had never heard of Transcom. The only real information was that Benz had gone south for the Mediterranean sun. Apparently Germans did this. By the time he returned to Munich, Arkady would probably be back in Moscow. From the cassette he pulled Rudy's fax and dialed the transmitting number shown on the top of the page. Hello, a woman answered in Russian. Arkady said, I'm calling about Rudy. After a pause, Rudy who? Rosen. I don't know any Rudy Rosen. There was something slovenly about the voice, as if she wouldn't take a cigarette from her mouth. He said you were interested in Red Square, Arkady said. We're all interested in Red Square, so what? I thought you wanted to know where it was. What is this, a joke? She hung up. In fact, she did what any normal person would, given such a stupid riddle, Arkady thought. Because he had failed was no reason to blame her. On the same floor he found a bank of self-operated luggage lockers for 2 Deutschmarks a day. He made another circuit of the hall before returning, putting coins in the slot, placing the cassette in an empty locker, and pocketing the key. Now he could return to the flat or go back out on the street without fear of losing the evidence, which seemed a great accomplishment considering his state of confusion, or a pitiful achievement considering how little time he had. According to Platonov, 1 day. He returned to the phone book counter, opened the Munich book, flipped to R and to Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe. When he called the number, an operator answered only RLRFE. Arkady asked in Russian to speak to Irina Asanova, then waited for what seemed forever for her to come on the line. Hello? He had thought he was prepared, but he was so startled to actually hear her that he couldn't speak. Hello, who is this? Arkady. He recognized her voice, but, after all, he had been listening to her broadcasts. There was no reason for her to remember his. Arkady who? Arkady Renko, from Moscow, he added. You're calling from Moscow? No, I'm here in Munich. The phone was so quiet, he thought he might have lost the connection. Amazing, Irina said finally. Could I see you? I heard they'd rehabilitated you. You're still an investigator? She sounded as if her surprise was rapidly evaporating into irritation. Yes. Why are you here? She asked. A case? Congratulations. If they let you travel, they must have a lot of faith in you. I've been listening to you in Moscow. Then you know I have a broadcast in 2 hours. Papers rustled in the background to emphasize how busy she was. I'd like to see you, Arkady said. Maybe in a week. Give me a call. I mean soon. I won't be here long. This is a bad time. Today, Arkady said. Please. I'm sorry. Irina. 10 minutes, she said, once she had made it clear that he was the last man on earth she wanted to see.
Chapter 16. A taxi took Arkady to a park, where the driver pointed out a path that led him to long tables, chestnut trees, and a pagoda-shaped 5-story wooden pavilion. The Chinese tower, Irina had told him to say. In the shade of beech trees, diners carried giant steins of beer and paper plates that sagged under roast chicken, ribs, potato salad. Even the litter the breeze blew his way smelled good enough to eat. The lapping of the conversation and the steady pace of consumption had an unanticipated, sensual languor. Munich was still unreal to him. He had the sudden apprehension not that he was walking in a dream, but that he was in someone's nightmare, visiting the real world. He had feared he might not recognize Irina, but there was no mistaking her. Her eyes were a little larger, seemingly darker, and she still possessed a quality that selfishly gathered light only for her. Her brown hair was redder and cut shorter, a starker frame to her face. She wore a gold cross over a black short-sleeved sweater. No wedding ring showed. "You're late." She gave Arkady a handshake. "I wanted to shave," he said. He had bought a disposable blade and used it at the train station. Cuts on his chin tracked his haste. "We were about to leave," Irina said. "It's been a long time," Arkady said. "Stas and I have a newscast to get ready." She didn't appear to be excited or nervous, just pressed by a heavy schedule. "Not quite yet." A man, all bones, wrapped in a loose sweater and baggy pants, with bright tubercular eyes, arrived with 3 foaming steins of beer. He was Russian, Arkady knew immediately. "I'm Stas. Do I call you Comrade Investigator?" "Arkady is fine." The skeleton in the sweater sat by Irina and laid his hand over the back of her chair. "May I?" Arkady took the chair facing them and said to Irina, "You look wonderful." "You look good, too," she said. "I don't think anyone is thriving in Moscow," Arkady said. Stas raised his stein and said, "Drink up. The rats are leaving the ship now. Everyone's coming for a visit. Most of them are trying to stay. In fact, most of them are trying to get work, get radio liberty. We see them every day. Well, who can blame them?" He watched a buxom girl collecting empties. "Waited on by Valkyries. What a life." Arkady sipped for politeness' sake. "I heard you—" "So, Arkady, you've had rather a checkered career," Stas interrupted. "Member of Moscow's Golden Youth, member of the Communist Party, rising star of the prosecutor's office, hero who saved our dear dissident Irina, years of Siberian exile, atoning for that single act of decency, and now not only the prosecutor's pet, but his ambassador to Munich, able to hunt down your lost love, Irina. Here's to romance." Irina laughed. "He's just joking." "I understand," Arkady said. It was funny. An interrogation, he had been naked, hosed down, insulted, and hit, yet he had never felt as embarrassed as he did at this table. Besides being badly shaved, his stupid face was probably beet red, he thought, because the evidence seemed to be that he was crazy. Evidently he had been crazy for years, imagining a connection between himself and this woman, who clearly shared no similar memory at all. How much had he imagined? Their time hiding in his apartment, the shootings, New York, at the psychiatric isolator when the doctors injected sulfazine into his spine. They used to say that he was crazy. Now, over beer, it turned out that they had been right. He looked at Irina for any response, but she had the equanimity of a statue. "Don't take it personally. That's just Stas." She lit one of Stas's cigarettes without asking. "Arkady, I hope you have some fun in Munich. I'm sorry I don't have time to do anything with you." "That is too bad." Arkady drank to that. "But you'll have friends at the consulate, and you'll be busy with your case. You always were a dedicated worker," Irina said. "A fool for work," Arkady said. It must be a heavy responsibility representing Moscow. The prosecutor sent his human face. It's kind of you to say so. He was Rodionov's human face. Was that what you thought? Stas said, "That reminds me, we ought to do an update on the crime rate in Moscow." "On the deteriorating situation?" Arkady asked. "Exactly." "You work together?" Arkady asked. Irina said, "Stas writes the newscasts. I only read them." "Mellifluously," Stas said. "Irina is the queen of Russian emigre. She has broken hearts from New York to Munich and all stations in between." "Have you?" Arkady asked Irina. "Stas is a provocateur." "Maybe that's what makes him a writer." "No," Irina said. "No, that's what got him beaten at demonstrations in Red Square. He defected to the Americans in Finland, for which the Soviet prosecutor general you work for pronounced him guilty of a state crime with a sentence of death. Amusing, isn't it? An investigator from Moscow can come here, but if Stas ever went back to Moscow, he'd disappear. The same with me if I went back." Arkady agreed. "Even I feel safer here." "What is this case of yours? Who are you after?" Stas asked. "I can't tell you," Arkady said. Irina said, "Stas is afraid that I'm your case. Lately we've been seeing a lot of visitors in Munich. Family members, friends from before we left." "Left?" Arkady asked. "Defected," Irina said. "Dear old grandmothers and former soulmates who keep telling us everything is fine and that we can go home again." Arkady said, "Nothing is fine. Don't go back." "It's possible that at Radio Liberty we have a better idea of what's happening in Russia than you do," Stas said. "I hope so," Arkady said. "People outside a burning house generally have a better view than the people inside." Irina said, "Don't worry. I've already told Stas it hardly mattered what you said." The sigh of a tuba marked the start of a waltz. Musicians in lederhosen had appeared on the first floor of the pavilion. Otherwise Arkady saw little besides Irina. The women at other tables were beer-fed, slim, brunette, white-blonde, in slacks and skirts, and all of a German sameness and safeness. With her wide Slavic eyes and self-possession, Irina was unique, an icon at a picnic. A familiar icon. Arkady could have traced in the dark the line from the lashes of her eye over the curve of her cheek to a corner in the softness of her mouth. Yet she had changed, and Stas had put a name to it. In Moscow she had been a flame in the wind, so desperately outspoken that she was a danger to anyone near. The woman Irina had become was someone colder and in control. The queen of Russian émigrés was only waiting for Stas to finish his beer so she could leave. Arkady asked her, "You like Munich?" "Compared to Moscow?" "Compared to Moscow, rolling in broken glass is nice. Compared to New York or Paris, it's pleasant but a little quiet." "It sounds as if you've been everywhere." "And you, do you like Munich?" she asked. "Compared to Moscow? Compared to Moscow, rolling in Deutschmarks is nice. Compared to Irkutsk or Vladivostok, it's warmer." Stas set down his empty stein. Arkady had never seen anyone so thin drain beer so quickly. At once Irina rose, in command, ready to hurry back to real life. "I want to see you again," Arkady said in spite of himself. Irina studied him. "No, what you want is for me to say that I'm sorry if you suffered on my account. Arkady, I am sorry. There, I said it. I don't think we have anything else to say." With that she left. Stas lingered. "I hope you are a son of a bitch. I hate it when lightning hits the wrong man." Because she was tall, Irina seemed to sail between tables, her hair back like a flag. "Where did they put you up?" Stas asked. "Across from the train station." Arkady mentioned the address. "Sort of a dump," Stas said, surprised. Irina finally disappeared into a crowd arriving on the other side of the tower. "Thanks for the beer," Arkady said. "Any time." Stas hurried after Irina, maneuvering around tables with a limp that seemed more a gesture of determination than a handicap. Arkady stayed seated because he didn't trust himself to walk. He felt he had come a long way to be run over by a truck. Tables were filling all the time, and he wanted the beer garden to close in over him. Here beer had a sedative effect, leading to calm, reasoned conversation. Couples, young and old, enjoyed civilized steins. Men with fierce eyebrows poured their concentration onto chessboards. The tower with the oompa band was about as Chinese as a cuckoo clock. No matter. He had wandered into a village where he was not known, neither welcome nor rejected. He would settle for invisible. He sipped the good beer. What was really terrible, truly frightening, was that he did want to see Irina again. Humiliating though the experience had been, he realized he would accept more of it to be with her, which revealed a capacity for masochism that he had never known he had. Their encounter had been so grotesque as to be comic. This woman, this memory he had carried like an extra chamber of the heart, and found after so long, seemed to barely recall his name. Well, there was a disproportion of emotion that was, to use her word, amusing, or evidence of insanity. If he was wrong about Irina, perhaps he was wrong about the history he thought they shared. Reflexively, he touched his stomach and felt the groove of scar tissue through the shirt. Though what did that prove? Maybe he had punctured himself with an umbrella one day on the way to school, or been pinned by a statue of Lenin as it fell. In half his statues, Lenin pointed toward the future. It was a well-known, dangerous finger. "What's so hilarious?" "Pardon?" Arkady came out of his reverie. "What's so hilarious?" The place across the table had been taken by a large man with a florid face and crisp white shirt. A small wool hat perched on a head as bald as a kneecap. He held a beer in one hand and protected a whole roast chicken with the other. Arkady noticed that the entire table was elbow to elbow with people hoisting drumsticks, ribs, pretzels, golden beers. "You're enjoying yourself?" the man with the chicken asked. Arkady shrugged rather than unveil a Russian accent. The man's eyes darted to his Soviet coat. He said, "You like the beer, the food, the life?" "It's nice. We worked 40 years to have it so." The rest of the table paid no attention. Arkady realized he hadn't eaten anything except an ice cream. The table was so awash in food that he almost didn't need to. The band slid from Strauss to Louis Armstrong. He finished the beer. Of course, there were beer bars in Moscow, but there were no steins or glasses, so patrons filled cardboard milk cartons. As Yak would have said, Homo Sovieticus wins again. Not that everyone recognized the fact. When Arkady opened a map, the man across the table nodded, suspicions confirmed. "Another East German. It's an invasion." Retreating, Arkady headed toward the nearest buildings over the tree line, which proved to be offices for IBM and the tower of a Hilton. The lobby of the hotel could have been an Arab tent. Each chair and divan was occupied by a man in flowing white keffiyeh and yalaba. Many were elderly, with canes, walkers, and worry beads. Arkady assumed they had come to Munich for medical attention. Dark boys in western slacks and button-downs played tag. Their sisters and mothers were in Arab dress. Married women wore ornate plastic masks, showing only their chins and brows, and trailed perfume through the air.
In the hotel driveway, one young Arab was photographing another beside a new red Porsche. When the boy posing sat on a fender, the car's alarm erupted with a blaring horn and blinking lights. While the boys chased around the car and beat on the hood, the doorman and porter watched with expressively blank faces. Arkady found the route he had come by cab, following the east side of the park to the museums on Prinzregentenstrasse. Cars flashed past under street lamps. The sky, however, was already darker than a Moscow summer night, and the classical facade of the Haus der Kunst looked almost two-dimensional. It occurred to him that the west side of the park was bordered by Koninginstrasse, where Boris Benz lived. The houses were appropriately grand for a Queen's Street, stone mansions set behind gardens of aromatic roses and gates with plaques that warned "Vorsicht, bissiger Hund." Benz's address was between two enormous houses done in coquettish Jugendstil, the German answer to Art Nouveau. They looked like a pair of matrons peeping over fans. Squeezed in the middle was a garage that had been renovated as medical offices. The third-floor button was for Benz. Arkady pushed the button just in case. No answer. On either side of the door was a panel of leaded glass for viewing visitors. Inside, on a side table, was a vase of dried cornflowers and 3 neat stacks of mail. There was no answer when Arkady pushed the button for the office on the second floor. When he pushed the one for the first floor, a voice answered, and Arkady said, "Das ist Herr Benz. Ich habe den Schlüssel verloren." He hoped he'd said that he had lost his key. The door chimed and opened. Arkady sorted quickly through the mail for the doctors, medical journals, and advertisements for car care and tanning salons. The only letter for Benz was from the Bayern Franconia Bank. Someone named Schiller had handwritten his name above the return address. Whoever had let Arkady in wasn't altogether trusting. The ground-floor door opened, and a stern face in a nurse's cap looked out and demanded, "Wollen Sie hier?" Her eyes were on the mail. "Nein, danke." He backed out the door, surprised she had let him get as far as he had. Arkady didn't know much about social customs in the West, but it struck him as odd that a housemaid would tell an unknown caller how long her employer would be away from home, or that she would be so patient with the caller's primitive German. Why was she cleaning the apartment if Benz was gone? He wondered about the letter. In Moscow, depositors stood in line with bank books. In the West, banks mailed statements, but did the envelope usually come personally signed? He walked a couple of 100 meters up Koninginstrasse, crossed to the park, and strolled back on a path overhung with oaks to sit on a bench with a view of Benz's house. It was the hour when Müncheners walked their dogs. They favored small ones, pugs and dachshunds, not much larger than their beers. This parade was followed by a promenade of elderly, elegantly dressed couples, some with matching canes. Arkady wouldn't have been amazed to see carriages rolling down Koninginstrasse behind them. People went in and out of the house. The doctors drove away in long, somber cars. Finally, the nurse of the dour countenance emerged, gave the street a parting look that put it on its good behavior, and walked toward the other direction. At a certain point, Arkady became aware that the lamps were brighter, the path darker, the night black. It was 11 p.m. All he was sure of was that Herr Benz had not returned. It was 1 a.m. before he returned to the pension. If the rooms had been searched in his absence, he couldn't tell. They simply looked as barren as before. He remembered that he should have bought food. There were so many things he forgot to do. Here he was in the lap of luxury, and it was as if he craved starvation. He sat at the window with his last cigarette. The station was still. Red and green switches lit the yard, but no trains were moving. At one corner of the station was a bus terminal. It had shut down, too. Empty buses lined the street. An occasional headlight went by, racing after... what? What is the thing we crave most in life?
The sense that someone, somewhere, remembers and loves us. Even better if we love them in turn. Anything can be endured if that idea holds fast. What could be worse than discovering how fatuous, how ignorant that assumption can be? So, better not to seek. Chapter 17. In the morning, Arkady was visited by Fedorov, who flitted around the apartment like a maid on inspection. "The vice-consul asked me to check on you yesterday, but you weren't around. Not last night, either. Where were you?" Arkady said. "Sightseeing, walking around the city." "Because you have no proper introduction to Munich police, no authority, and no idea of how to conduct an investigation here, Platonov is concerned that you will get into trouble and make trouble for everyone else." He looked in the bedroom. "No blankets?" "I forgot." "I wouldn't bother, actually, if I were you. You won't be here long enough." Fedorov opened the closet and pulled out bureau drawers. "Still no suitcase? You're going to take back everything you buy in your pockets?" "I haven't actually gone shopping yet." Fedorov marched back to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "Empty. You know, you're such a typical Soviet cripple. You're so unused to food that you can't even buy it when it's all around you. Relax. It's real. This is chocolate land." He shot a smile back at Arkady. "Afraid of being taken for Russian? It's true, they despise us so much they're actually paying our army moving expenses to leave the DDR, building barracks for us in Russia just so we'll go. All the more reason to buy while you can." He shut the refrigerator door and shivered as if he had looked into a tomb. "Renko, you could be gone any minute. You should treat this like a vacation." "Like a leper on vacation?" "Something like that." Fedorov tapped and lit a cigarette for himself. Arkady didn't necessarily want a cigarette first thing in the morning, but one thing he could say for Russians at home, even interrogators, was that they shared. "This must be a bore for you, having to check on what I have for breakfast." "This morning I have to take the Belarusian Women's Chorus to the airport, welcome a delegation of honored state artists of the Ukraine and get them situated, attend a lunch with representatives of Mosfilm and Bavarian film studios, and then oversee a reception for the Minsk Folkloric Dance Group." "I apologize for any complication I've caused." He offered his hand. "Please call me Arkady." "Artur." Fedorov shook hands reluctantly. "Just as long as you understand what a pain in the ass you are." "You want me to check in? I could give you a call later." "No, please, just do what's normal. Shop, get some souvenirs. Be back here by 5. "By 5? Fedorov strolled to the door. "Have a beer at the Hofbrauhaus. Have a couple." Arkady had coffee at a stand-up cafeteria in the train station. Fedorov was right. Outside Russia, he didn't know how to conduct an investigation. He had no Yak or Polina. Without official authority, he couldn't enlist local police. Minute by minute, he felt more a stranger than at home. The counter was banked with apples, oranges, bananas, sliced sausage, and pig's knuckles, all for sale. Yet he found his hand starting to swipe a sugar packet. He stopped. It was the hand of a Soviet cripple, he thought. At the end of the bar was a man almost identical to him, with the same pallor and disheveled jacket, except that he was stealing both sugar and an orange. The thief gave him a conspiratorial wink. Arkady looked around. At either end of the central hall was a pair of soldiers in grey uniforms with H&K submachine guns. Anti-terrorist troops. Munich had its troubles, too. He fell in with a group of Turks walking by the cafeteria toward the subway. At the steps he turned and joined the crowd climbing up and hurrying to the station exits. Outside he balanced on the plaza curb, waiting with all the good Münchners for the light to change, when he suddenly took off on his own against the red through a gap in the traffic to an island in the middle of the street, then raced, again alone, toward people who were lined along the far curb and watching him aghast. Arkady made a detour through an arcade and came out on the pedestrian mall of the day before. He kept moving, checking each passing telephone booth without success for a directory, until at a side street car park he found a yellow kiosk with a phone, bench, and book. A tiny woman whose coat touched her toes stood by the kiosk and looked pointedly at her watch, as if Arkady were late. The phone rang, and she glided by him to take possession of the booth. A sign on the door indicated that this was one of the few German public phones that accepted calls. The woman's conversation was explosive but quick, ending with a decisive slap of the receiver on the hook. She slid the door open, announced, "Ist frei," and walked away. The telephone was his hope. In Moscow, public booths were gutted or out of order. Phones, when they rang, were usually ignored. In Munich, booths were maintained like bathrooms, better than bathrooms. When the phone rang, Germans answered. Arkady looked up the Bayern Franconia Bank and asked to speak to Herr Schiller. He imagined he would be stirring up some clerk, but there was a certain hush on the other end that let him know his call had gone to another level. A different operator asked, "Mit wem spreche ich bitte?" Arkady said, "Das sowjetische Konsulat." He waited again. One side of the street was a department store whose window offered woolens, horn buttons, felt hats, the paraphernalia of Bavarian identity. On the other side, people headed to and from a garage. Cars rolled up and down the ramps, BMWs and Mercedeses, bumper to bumper, steel bees and a giant beehive. An authoritative voice came on the other end of the line and asked in Russian, "This is Schiller, can I help?" "I hope so. Have you ever been to the consulate?" Arkady asked. "No, I regret." By the sound of it, it wasn't a bottomless regret. "We're fairly new here, as you know." "Yes," a dry tone. "We have some confusion at the consulate," Arkady said. The answer mixed caution and amusement. "How so?" "It may just be a misunderstanding or something lost in the translation." "Yes?" "We were visited by a certain firm that wants to engage in a joint venture in the Soviet Union. Of course, that's good. That's what the consulate is here for. What is especially promising is that the firm claims it can produce financing in hard currency." "Deutschmarks?" "Quite a large sum of Deutschmarks. I was hoping you could give us some assurance that these funds are, in fact, available." A deep breath at the other end suggested the effort necessary to explain finances to small children. "The firm may have a sufficient corporate budget, private funds, a loan from a bank, or other institutions. There are many combinations, but Bayern Franconia can only give you information if it is a partner in the venture. My advice is that you should study their credentials." Precisely what I was getting at. They led us to believe, or we misunderstood them to say, that their firm is associated with Bayern Franconia and that all the funding would come from you. A new gravity issued from the other end. "What is the name of this company?" "Transcom Services. It's engaged in recreational and personnel services. This bank has no subsidiaries involved in the Soviet Union." Arkady said, "I was afraid not. But the bank might have committed itself to such financing?" "Unfortunately, Bayern Franconia does not believe the economic situation in the Soviet Union is stable enough to recommend investment at this time." "Strange. He used the name of Bayern Franconia freely at the consulate," Arkady said. "Which is something we take seriously at Bayern Franconia. Just who am I talking to?" "Artur Fedorov. We would like to know, today if possible, whether the bank stands behind Transcom or not." "I can reach you at the consulate?" Arkady paused a suitable length of time to check a schedule. "Oh, I'll be out most of the day. I have a Belarusian chorus to meet at the airport, then Ukrainian artists, lunch with Bavarian film studios, then some dancers." "You do sound busy." "Could you call at 5? Arkady asked. "I will keep that time clear to speak to you. The best line to reach me on is 55-56020. He was reading the number of the phone booth. What was the name of the representative of Transcom? Boris Benz. There was a pause. I'll look into it. The consulate appreciates your interest. Herr Fedorov, my interest is in the good name of Bayern Franconia. I will call it 5 exactly. Arkady hung up. He assumed the banker would verify the call by immediately phoning the listed number of the consulate to ask for an Artur Fedorov, who should be safely bearing bouquets to the airport. He hoped the banker wouldn't be inquisitive enough to ask for anyone else at the consulate. As he stepped out of the booth, he felt something change. A foot withdraw into a doorway, or a shopper suddenly transfixed by a window display. He considered slipping back into the department store until he caught sight of himself reflected in the window. Was that him? This pale apparition in a shrinking jacket? In Moscow he could pass as one scarecrow among many. Among the robust sausage-eaters of Munich he was frighteningly unique. He could no more lose himself among shoppers and tourists in the Marienplatz than a skeleton could hide by wearing a hat. Arkady turned to the garage and walked up a ramp under a yellow and black sign that said Ausgang. A BMW roaring down the chute squealed and rocked on its shocks while he pressed himself against the wall. The driver's beefy head swiveled and shouted, "Kein Eingang! Kein Eingang!" On the first level, cars cruised among parked rows and concrete pillars in search of an empty slot. Arkady counted an exit on the opposite street, but all the signs pointed to a central elevator with steel doors and a line of Germans dressed well enough to go to heaven. He found emergency stairs to the next floor, which was a similar scene of cars reverberating to the throaty urgency of gas engines and the deliberate ticking of diesels. Fewer cars reached the next level. Arkady saw a number of parking places and a red door at the other end of the floor. He was halfway to it when a Mercedes rose from the ramp and coasted between open slots. The car was an older model, a white chassis crazed like old ivory, with the tinny resonance of a punctured muffler. It stopped in the dark under a missing light. Arkady walked with his hand on his pocket, in the manner of a man reaching for keys. As soon as he cleared the last car, he started to trot. He should have studied German more, he thought. The sign on the red door said, "Kein Zutritt." No admittance, he translated too late. The jam had a built-in digital lock that he fumbled with for a second before giving up and looking back for the Mercedes, which had vanished, but was not gone because the walls echoed with its rheumatic tremor. Alone on this level, the sound seemed to be amplified. He could hear the knock of cylinders, the chime of a loose tailpipe. The driver had moved behind the elevator, he thought, or into one of the parking docks on the side. The docks were unlit, a good place to hide. His return route to the emergency stairs crossed one open space where there were no pillars or parked cars to protect him. There was a different way out, down the up car ramp, defying the Kein Eingang prohibitions painted on either side. He slipped between cars and was at the head of the ramp before he realized his mistake. The white Mercedes was waiting. It had backed down the ramp to watch him. Arkady raced the car to the stairs. He didn't know what sounded worse, his lungs or the car behind him, although the driver seemed to be keeping pace at Arkady's heels more than trying to run him over. At the first side dock filled by a car, Arkady dove in. The Mercedes stopped, effectively blocking the dock, and the driver got out. On foot, the odds were different. A fire extinguisher hung on the wall of the dock. Arkady lifted it from its hook and bowled it, making the driver jump in a particularly ungainly fashion. Arkady hit him on the way down. While the man tried to rise, Arkady ripped the rubber hose from the extinguisher, wrapped it around the driver's neck, and dragged him out of the dock into the light. Even with his neck squeezed up around his chin and ears, the driver was obviously Stas. Arkady unwound the hose, and Stas sagged against a wheel. "And a good morning to you." Stas felt his neck. "Talk about living up to your reputation." Arkady squatted beside him.
I'm sorry. You scared me. I scared you? My God. He swallowed in a tentative manner. That's what they say about Dobermans. He gagged and felt his chest. At first Arkady was afraid Stas was having a heart attack until he produced a pack of cigarettes. Got a light? Arkady held out a match. Stas said, Fuck it, take one for yourself. Beat me up, steal my cigarettes. Thanks. Arkady accepted the offer. Why were you following me? I was watching you. Stas cleared his throat. You told me where you were staying. I couldn't believe they'd bring their favorite investigator all the way from Moscow to put him up in a hole like that. I saw that weasel Fedorov leave and followed you to the station. I wouldn't have kept up with you for long in the crowd, but you stopped at the phone. When I came back with the car, you were still there. Why? I'm curious. You're curious? Arkady noticed a woman who came out of the elevator and froze, bags swaying like pendulums at the sight of two men sitting on the floor beside a car. Curious about what? Stas shifted onto a more comfortable elbow. About a lot of things. You're supposed to be an investigator, but you look to me like a man in trouble. You know, when that shit, Rodionov, your boss, was in Munich, the consulate made a big fuss about him. He even visited the radio station and gave us an interview. Then you come, and the consulate wants to bury you. What did Rodionov say? Arkady asked in spite of himself. Democratization of the party, modernization of the militia, sanctity of the investigator's independence, the usual cock in the usual vigorously moving hand. How would you like to do an interview? No. You could talk about what's happening with the prosecutor general's office. Talk about anything you want. The elevator arrived again, and the woman with the bags backed in with the briskness of someone going for the authorities. No. Arkady offered Stas a hand up. I'm sorry about the mistake. Stas stayed on the floor as if he didn't mind being a heap of bones, as if he could win an argument from any position. It's early. You can hit people this afternoon. Come to the station with me now. To Radio Liberty? Wouldn't you like to see the world's greatest center of anti-Soviet agitation? That's Moscow. I just came from there. Stas smiled. Just visit. You don't have to do an interview. Then why would I come? I thought you wanted to see Irina. Chapter 18. Now that he was in Stas's Mercedes, Arkady couldn't believe that he had ever thought it was a German's car. The passenger seat was covered by a balding rug. The back seat was hidden under a nest of newspapers. With every curve, tennis balls rolled around his feet, and with every bump, volcanic clouds rose from the ashtray. In a magnetic frame on the dashboard was a photo of a black dog. Laika, Stas said. Named after the dog Khrushchev sent into space. I was just a kid, and I thought, our first achievement in outer space is starve a dog to death? I knew right then I had to get out. You defected? In Helsinki, and I wet my pants. I was so scared. Moscow claimed I was a master spy. The English garden is full of spies like me. The English garden? You've already been there, Stas said. When they emerged on a boulevard that ran by the Pseudo-Greco Museum of the Haus der Kunst, Arkady began to recognize where he was. Left was Koninginstrasse, the Queen Street that Benz lived on. Stas turned right, and then along the park. For the first time, Arkady noticed a sign that said Englischer Garten. Stas turned onto a one-way street with the red clay courts of a tennis club on one side and a high white wall on the other. A dark row of beeches that grew along the wall screened whatever was behind it from the street. Bikes rested against a steel barrier that ran the length of the curb. Stas said, When I wake up in the morning, I ask Laika, what's the most perverse thing I can do today? I think today will be one of my most interesting ones. Parking was on the diagonal in front of the courts. Stas picked up a briefcase, locked the car, and led Arkady across the street and through a gate of steel slats that was monitored by cameras and mirrors. Inside was a compound of white stucco buildings with more cameras clinging to the walls.
Like anyone who had grown up in the Soviet Union, Arkady had two contradictory images of Radio Liberty. All his life, the press had described the station as a front for the American Central Intelligence Agency and its loathsome collection of Russian stooges and traitors. At the same time, everyone knew that Radio Liberty was the most reliable source of information about Russia's missing poets and nuclear accidents. Still, though Arkady had himself been accused of treason, he felt uneasy about Stas and where they were headed. He had half expected American Marines, but the guards in the station's reception foyer were German. Stas showed his ID and gave his briefcase to a guard, who pushed it into the leaded box of an X-ray detector. Another guard motioned Arkady to a desk protected by thick, lead-reinforced glass. The desk was bigger, the chairs plusher. Otherwise, there was a generic sameness to American and Soviet reception areas, an international design to accommodate the traveling pacifist and the bomb-heaving terrorist. "Passport?" the guard asked. "I haven't got it," Arkady said. "His hotel is still holding it," Stas volunteered. "It's that fabled German efficiency we hear so much about. This is an important visitor. The studio is waiting for him right now." Reluctantly, the guard accepted the trade of a Soviet driver's license in exchange for a visitor's pass. Stas peeled off the backing and slapped it on Arkady's chest. A glass door buzzed, and they pushed through into a corridor of cream-colored walls. Arkady stopped before they went any farther. "Why are you doing this?" "Yesterday I told you I didn't like it when lightning hit the wrong man. Well, you definitely have all the marks of a singed body. Aren't you going to get in trouble for bringing me in?" Stas shrugged. "You're one more Russian. The station is full of Russians." "What if I meet an American?" Arkady asked. "Ignore him. That's what we all do." The hall had a thick American carpet instead of a Soviet runner. At a half-march, half-limp, Stas led him by display cases that illustrated stories Radio Liberty had reported to the Soviet Union. Berlin airlift, Cuban missile crisis, Solzhenitsyn, invasion of Afghanistan, Korean airliner, Chernobyl, Baltic crackdown. All the photographs were captioned in English. Arkady felt he was gliding through history. If the halls were tidy and American, Stas's office had the anarchy of a Russian repair shop. Desk and rolling chair, anonymous furniture wearing a shawl, wooden filing cabinet, huge audiotape splicer, and armchair. This was the bottom layer. The desk was covered by a manual typewriter, word processor, telephone, water glasses, and ashtrays. On the shawl were 2 electric fans, 2 stereo speakers, and a second computer monitor. A portable radio and spare computer keyboard stood on the cabinet. On the tape player were reels of tape, both loose and rolled. Everywhere, on desk, windowsill, cabinet, armchair, towered unsteady, ominous stacks of newsprint. A wall telephone drooped from an accordion extender. At a glance, Arkady knew that apart from the typewriter and desk phone, not a single item worked. He leaned over the desk to admire pictures on the wall. Big dog. It was the same dark and hairy beast who rode in the dashboard frame. Here Laika had been captured by the lens in a car, savaging a snowman, sprawled across Stas's lap. What breed? Rottweiler and Alsatian. Usual German personality. Make yourself comfortable. He cleaned newspapers off the armchair and followed Arkady's eyes around the room. Well, they gave us all this electronic shit with useless software. I disconnected it. But I keep it around because it makes the bosses happy. Where does Irina work? Stas closed the door. Down the hall. The Russian section of Radio Liberty is the largest. There are also sections for the Ukrainians, Belarusians, Baltics, Armenians, Turkics. We transmit in different languages for different republics. Then there's RFE. RFE. Stas folded himself into the desk chair. Radio Free Europe, which serves Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, Romanians. Liberty and RFE employ hundreds of people in Munich. The voice of liberty to our Russian audience is Irina. He was interrupted by a scratch at the door. A woman with bristling white hair, white brows, and a black velvet bow waddled in,
with a handful of bulletins. Her body had gone to fat, but she scrutinized Arkady's pinched suit with the slow-rolling eyes of an aged coquette. "Cigarette?" Her voice was lower than Arkady's. From a drawer stuffed with cartons, Stas opened a fresh pack for her. "Ludmilla, you are always welcome." When Stas lit the cigarette for her, Ludmilla leaned forward and closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were on Arkady. "A visitor from Moscow?" she asked. Stas said, "No, the Archbishop of Canterbury." "The DD likes to know who comes in and out of the station." "Then he should be honored," Stas said. Ludmilla gave Arkady a last sweep of her eyes and went out the door, leaving a vapor trail of suspicion. Stas rewarded himself and Arkady with cigarettes. "That was our security system. We have cameras and bulletproof glass, but they don't compare to Ludmilla. The DD is our deputy director for security." He looked at his watch. "At 2 steps a second, 30 centimeters a step, Ludmilla will reach his office in exactly 2 minutes." "You have security problems?" Arkady asked. "The KGB blew up the Czech section a few years ago. Some of our contributors have died from poisoning and electrocution. You could say we have anxiety problems." "But she doesn't know who I am." "Undoubtedly she has seen the identification you left at the desk. Ludmilla knows who you are. She knows everything and understands nothing." "I've put you in a difficult situation, and I'm in the way of your work," Arkady said. Stas patted the bulletins. "Because of these? This is the daily budget of wire service reports, newspapers, and special monitoring reports. I'll also talk to our correspondents in Moscow and Leningrad. From this flood of information, I will distill about a minute of truth." "The newscast is 10 minutes long." "I make up the rest," he added quickly. "Only joking. Let's say I pad. Let's say I don't want to put Irina in the position of telling the Russian people that their country is a rotting corpse, a Lazarus beyond resurrection, and that they should lie down and not even try to get up." "You're not joking now," Arkady said. "No." Stas leaned back to release a long sigh of smoke. He actually wasn't much wider than a bent chimney pipe, Arkady realized. "Anyway, I've got all day to trim the budget. And who knows what newsworthy disasters will happen between now and airtime. The Soviet Union is fertile ground. I must be modest. I only harvest, I do not sow." Stas fell silent for a moment. "Speaking of the truth, I can well believe that the bloodiest, most cynical Soviet investigator could fall in love with Irina, jeopardize family and career, even kill for her. Afterwards, as I heard it, you received a party reprimand, but the only punishment was a short tour in Vladivostok, where you had a soft job with the fishing fleet shuffling papers in an office. Then you were brought back to Moscow to help the most reactionary forces stifle business entrepreneurs. I heard that the prosecutor's office could barely control you because you were such a well-connected party member. So when you joined us at the beer garden yesterday, you were not the plump apparatchik that I expected. I noticed something else." He rolled his chair forward. He moved more agilely on casters. "Give me your hand." Arkady did so, and Stas spread the hand to look at scars that had crossed the palm laterally. "Those aren't paper cuts," he said. "Trawl wires. The fishing equipment is old, so the wires fray. Unless the Soviet Union has changed more than I knew, hauling a bloody net is hardly the usual reward for a favorite of the party." "I lost the trust of the party a long time ago." Stas studied the scars like a palm reader. It struck Arkady that he had that heightened level of concentration that came from years of being either crippled or confined to bed. "Are you after Irina?" he asked. "My business in Munich has nothing to do with her." "And you can't tell me what that business is?" "No." The phone rang. Although dust seemed to rise with the clamor, Stas equably regarded the phone as if it were waving from a distant shore. He checked his watch. "That'll be the deputy director. Ludmilla has just told him that a notorious investigator from Moscow has infiltrated the station. He studied Arkady. It just occurred to me that you're hungry. The station cafeteria was on the floor below. Stas led Arkady to a table where a German waitress and a black-and-white dirndl took their orders for schnitzel and beer. Young, fresh-faced Americans went outside to the garden. The tables inside were occupied by an older, largely male émigré population that lingered under a haze of cigarette smoke. "Won't the director look for you here?" Arkady asked. "In our own canteen? Never. I usually eat at the Chinese Tower. That's where Ludmilla will head first." Stas lit a cigarette, gave a preparatory cough, and inhaled as he swept the room with his bright gaze. "It makes me nostalgic to see the Soviet Empire. Romanians sit at their own table there, Czech table there, Poles there, Ukrainians over there." He nodded to Central Asians in white short sleeves. "Turkics there. Turkics hate Russians, of course. The problem is that these days they go ahead and say it. Things have changed. For 3 reasons. 1, the Soviet Union started falling apart. As soon as the nationalities there started going for each other's throats, the same thing happened here. 2, the canteens stopped serving vodka. Now you can only have wine or beer, which is thin fuel. 3, instead of the CIA, now we're run by Congress." "So you're not a CIA front anymore?" "Those were the good old days. At least the CIA knew what it was doing." The beer came first. Arkady took small, reverent sips, because it was so different from sour, muddy Soviet beer. Stas didn't so much drink as pour it into himself. He set down an empty glass. The émigré life. Just among Russians there are 4 groups: New York, London, Paris, and Munich. London and Paris are more intellectual. In New York there are so many refugees you can spend your life without speaking English. But Munich is the group that's really trapped in time. This is where you find the most monarchists. Then there's the third wave. "What's the third wave?" Stas said. "The third wave is the most recent wave of refugees. Old émigrés don't want anything to do with them." Arkady took a guess. "You mean the third wave is Jews?" "Right." "This is just like home." Not exactly like home. Though Slavic conversation filled the cafeteria, the fare was pure German, and he felt solid food being instantly transformed into blood, bone, and energy. Better fed, he looked around with more attention. The Poles, he noticed, had suits, no ties, and the expression of aristocrats temporarily short of funds. The Romanians chose a round table, the better to conspire. Americans sat alone and wrote postcards like dutiful tourists. "You really had Prosecutor Rodionov here as a guest?" "As an example of new thinking, of political moderation, of the improved climate for foreign investment," Stas said. "You personally had Rodionov here?" "I personally wouldn't touch him with rubber gloves." "Then who did?" "The station president is a great believer in new thinking. He also believes in Henry Kissinger, Pepsi-Cola, and Pizza Hut." "These illusions are lost on you. That's because you've never worked at Radio Liberty." A waitress brought Stas another beer. With her blue eyes and short skirt, she looked like a large, overworked girl. Arkady wondered what she made of her clientele of sunny Americans and contentious Slavs. A large Georgian broadcaster with the curls and beak of an actor joined the table. His name was Ricky. He nodded abstractedly through an introduction to Arkady, then launched immediately into a tale of woe. "My mother is visiting. She never forgave me for defecting. Gorbachev is a lovely man, she says. He would never gas demonstrators in Tbilisi. She has a little letter of remorse for me to sign so I can go home with her. She's so gaga she'd take me right to jail. She's having her lungs looked at while she's here. They should look at her brains. You know who else is coming? My daughter. She's 18. I've never seen her. She arrives today. My mother and my daughter. I love my daughter. That is, I think I love my daughter because I've never met her. We talked on the phone last night. Ricky lit one cigarette from another. I have pictures of her, of course, but I asked her to describe herself so I would recognize her at the airport. Growing children change all the time. Apparently I'm going to the airport to pick up a girl who looks like Madonna. When I started to describe myself, she said, "Describe your car." "This is when we miss the vodka," Stas said. Ricky fell into a trough of silence. Arkady asked, "Tell me, when you broadcast to Georgia, do you often think of your mother and your daughter?" Ricky said, "Of course. Who do you think invited them here? I'm just surprised they came. And I'm surprised who they're turning out to be. Having a loved one come sounds like a combination of reincarnation and hell," Arkady said. "Like that, yes." Ricky lifted his eyes to the clock on the wall. "I have to go. Stas, cover for me, please. Write something, whatever you want. You're a lovely man." He heaved himself up and plodded tragically toward the door. "A lovely man," Stas muttered. "He'll go back. Half the people here will go back to Tbilisi, Moscow, Leningrad. What's crazy is that we, of all people, know better. We're the ones who tell the truth. But we're Russian, so we like lies, too. Right now we're in a state of special confusion. We had a head of the Russian section, very competent, highly intelligent. He was a defector like me. About 10 months ago, he went back to Moscow. Not just to visit, he re-defected. A month later, he's a spokesman for Moscow, appearing on American television, saying how democracy is alive and well, the party is a friend of the market economy, the KGB is a guarantor of social stability. He's good. He should be. He learned here. He makes such a believable case that people at the station wonder, are we performing a real service, or are we fossils of the Cold War? Why don't we all march home to Moscow? "Do you believe him?" Arkady asked. "No. All I have to do is look at someone like you and ask, why is this man running?" Arkady left the question in the air. He said, "I thought I was going to see Irina." Stas pointed to the lit red lamp above the door and ushered Arkady into a control booth. An engineer with a headset sat at the faint illumination of his console. Otherwise the booth was silent and dark. Arkady sat in back, below the turning reels of a tape recorder. Needles danced on volume meters. On the other side of soundproof glass, Irina was at a padded hexagonal table with a central microphone and overhead light. Across from her sat a man in an intellectual's black sweater. Saliva sprayed like stoker's sweat when he talked. He joked, laughing at his own humor. Arkady wondered what he was saying. Irina's head was slightly to one side, the pose of a good listener. Her eyes, in shadow, showed its deep-set reflections. Her lips, slightly open, held the promise of a smile, if not the smile itself. It was not a flattering light. The man's forehead bunched in muscles, his brows 2 hedgerows over the pits of his eyes. But the light flowed over Irina's even features, and outlined in gold the corona of her cheek, her loose strands of hair, her arm. Arkady remembered the blue line that used to be under her right eye, a result of interrogation. The mark was faint now, and she seemed flawless. An ashtray and a glass of water stood in front of her and the subject of her interview. She said a few words, and the effect was like blowing on coals. At once the man became even more animated, waving his hand like an axe. Stas leaned across the console and turned on the sound. "That's my point exactly," the man in the sweater burst out. "Intelligence agencies are always drawing psychological profiles of national leaders. It's even more necessary to understand the psychology of the peoples themselves. This has always been the province of psychology." "Could you give us an example?" Irina asked. "Easily. The father of Russian psychology was Pavlov. He's best known to the world for his experiments with associative reflexes, particularly his work with dogs, accustoming them to associate their dinner with the ringing of a bell, so that after a time they began to salivate just at the sound of the bell. What do dogs have to do with national psychology? Well, just this. Pavlov reported that there were some individual dogs that he could not train to salivate at the sound of the bell. In fact, he could not train them at all. He called them atavistic throwbacks to their wolf ancestors. They were useless in the laboratory. You're still talking about dogs. Wait, then Pavlov expanded. He called that atavistic trait a reflex of freedom. He said that this same reflex of freedom existed in human populations, the same as in dogs, but to different degrees. In Western societies, the reflex of freedom was pronounced. In Russian society, however, he said there was a dominant reflex of obedience. This was not a moral judgment, only a scientific observation. And since the October Revolution and 70 years of communism, you can imagine how complete that reflex of obedience has become. So, I'm simply saying that our expectations of any genuine democracy should be realistic. Define realistic, Irina said. Low. He exuded the satisfaction of a man describing the death of a reprobate. The engineer broke in from the booth. Irina, we get feedback when the professor gets close to the microphone. I'm going to play the tape back. Take a break. Arkady expected to hear the conversation over again, but the engineer listened on his headset as sound continued to feed into the booth from the studio. Irina opened a bag for a cigarette, and the professor almost jumped the table to light it. As she shifted, her hair swayed, revealing the glint of an earring. The blue cashmere top was more elegant than Arkady would have thought she would wear in a radio station. When she thanked her guest with her eyes, he seemed content to squirm in them forever. "That's a little harsh, don't you think? Comparing Russians with dogs?" she asked. The professor folded his arms, still wrapped in self-satisfaction. "No. Think about it logically. Those individuals who wouldn't obey were all killed or left long ago." Arkady saw contempt in her eyes, like the dilation of a flame. Or perhaps he was mistaken, because she responded with more amiable small talk. "I know what you mean," she said. "There's a different type leaving Moscow now." "Precisely. The people who are coming today are the families who are left behind. They're stragglers, not leaders. This is not a moral judgment, merely an analysis of characteristics." Irina said, "Not only families." "Oh, no. Former colleagues I haven't seen for 20 years are popping up everywhere." "Friends." Friends? It was a category he hadn't considered. Smoke had collected at the light and turned it into a nimbus around Irina. It was her contrast that was arresting. A mask with full mouth and eyes, dark hair cut severely but gently touching her shoulders. She glowed like ice. Irina said, "It can be embarrassing. They're decent people, and it's so important to them to see you." The professor hunched forward, eager to commiserate. "You're the only one they know." Irina said, "You don't want to hurt them, but their expectations are fantasies. They've lived in a state of unreality. They've thought about you every day, but the fact is that too much time has gone by. You haven't thought of them for years," Irina said. "You've lived a different life, in a different world." "They want to pick up where you left off," Irina said. "They'd smother you." "They mean well." "They'd take over your life." "And who knows any more where you left off?" Irina said. "Whatever it was is dead." "You have to be friendly, but stern." "It's like seeing a ghost." "Threatening?" "More pathetic than threatening," Irina said. "You just have to wonder, after all this time, why do they come?" "If they listen to you on the radio, I can just imagine the fantasies." "You don't want to be cruel." "You're not," the professor assured her. It seems to me that they actually would be happier if they stayed in Moscow with their dreams." "Irina," the sound engineer said, "let's retape the last 2 minutes. Please remind the professor not to get too close to the microphone." The professor blinked, trying to look into the booth. Understood, he said.
Irina twisted her cigarette into the ashtray. She took a drink of water, long fingers around the silvery glass, red lips, white teeth, cigarette bright as a broken bone. The interview started again at Pavlov. Shame-faced, Arkady sank as far into his chair and as deep into shadow as he could go. If shadow were water, he would have drowned happily. Chapter 19. The phone in the booth rang exactly at 5. "Fedorov here," Arkady said. "This is Schiller at the Bayern Franconia Bank. We spoke this morning. You had some questions about a firm called Transcom Services." "Thank you for calling back." "There is no Transcom in Munich. No local bank knows it. I spoke to several state offices, and no Transcom is registered in Bavaria for workers' insurance." "It sounds like you've been thorough," Arkady said. "I think I've done all your work for you." "What about Boris Benz?" "Herr Fedorov, this is a free country. It is difficult to investigate a private citizen." "Is he an employee of Bayern Franconia?" "No." "Does he have a bank account with you?" "No, but even if he did, there are safeguards of depositor confidentiality." "Does he have a police record?" Arkady asked. "I've told you everything I can." "Someone who misrepresents an association with a bank has probably done so more than once. He could be a professional criminal." "There are professional criminals, even in Germany. I have no idea whether Benz is one. You told me yourself that you might have misunderstood what he said." "But now the name of the Bayern Franconia Bank is in the consulate reports," Arkady said. "Remove it. It's not that simple. With such a major contract, there's sure to be an investigation." "That sounds like your problem." "Apparently Benz showed documents from Bayern Franconia describing the bank's financial commitment. He took the papers with him, but Moscow will want to know why the bank is pulling out now." The voice on the other end spoke as distinctly as possible. There was no commitment. "Moscow will wonder why Bayern Franconia isn't more interested in Benz. If the bank is being unfairly implicated by a criminal, why isn't it more cooperative about finding him?" Arkady asked. "We've cooperated with everything." Schiller sounded convincing, except there was that letter from him to Benz. "Then you don't mind if we send a man over to see you?" "Send him, please, just so we can get this over with." "His name is Renko." The third floor of the Soviet consulate was filled with women in such intricately embroidered blouses and full, brightly striped skirts that they looked like Easter eggs, rolled pell-mell into the hall. Since each held a bouquet of roses, negotiating the corridor involved force and apologies. Fedorov's desk stood among pails of water. He looked up from a stack of visas with a snarl that announced he had already fulfilled his day's quota of diplomacy. "What the devil are you doing here?" "Nice," Arkady said. The office was small and windowless, the furniture modern and slightly miniature. Perhaps the occupant faced a subtle, nightmarish sense of growing larger every time he went to work. And getting wetter. A damp spot on the carpet showed where one pail had been kicked over. Arkady noted the dampness of Fedorov's pants and sleeves, pink petals on Fedorov's lapel, and the way Fedorov's tie had become not looser but tighter and twisted to one side. Like a florist shop. "If we want to talk to you, we'll visit you. Don't come here."
This ends Disc 6. Red Square, Disc 7.
Besides the passports, the desktop held sheets of consulate stationery, a pen and pencil set, and a brace of phones, all new and shiny as a startup kit. "I want my passport," Arkady said. "Renko, you're wasting your time. First of all, Platonov has your passport, not me. Second, the vice-consul is going to keep it until you get on the plane for Moscow, which will be tomorrow if all goes well." "Maybe I could make myself useful." "It looks like you have your hands full." Arkady nodded toward the hall.
The Minsk folkloric chorus, we asked for 10, they sent 30. They're going to have to sleep stacked like Bleeny. I'll try to help them, but if they insist on tripling their visas, they're going to have to suffer. That's what a consulate is for, Arkady said. Maybe I can help. Fedorov took a deep breath. No, I think you're about the last person I would choose as my assistant. Maybe we could get together tomorrow, have lunch or tea, even dinner. I'm on the run tomorrow. Delegation of Ukrainian Catholics in the morning, lunch with the folkloric chorus, catch up with the Catholics at the Frauenkirche in the afternoon, and an evening revival of Bertolt Brecht. Full up. Anyway, you'll probably be flying home by then. Now, if you don't mind, I'm really busy. If you want to do me a favor, don't come back. Could I at least make a call? No. Arkady reached for the phone. The circuits to Moscow are always busy. Maybe I could get through from here. No! Arkady picked up the receiver. It'll be quick. No! As Fedorov grabbed the receiver, Arkady let go, and the consular attaché stumbled backward, tipping over another pail of water. Arkady tried from the wrong side of the desk to catch him. Instead, he swept all the passports from the desktop. Red booklets landed on the carpet in puddles, in pails. "You idiot!" Fedorov said. He scrambled around the pails to pick up passports before they sank. Arkady used handfuls of stationery to soak water from the carpet. "That's useless," Fedorov said. "I'm trying to help." Fedorov blotted passports on his shirt. "Don't help me. Just go." A thought occurred to him as palpably as the squeal of a brake. "Wait!" Eyes on Arkady, he gathered all the passports onto his desk. Breathing hard, he counted them out carefully, not once, but twice, and checked to be positive that the contents were, even if damp, still intact. "Okay, you can go." "I'm very sorry," Arkady said. "Just leave." "On the way out, should I warn people below about the water?" "No, don't talk to anyone." Arkady regarded the overturned pails, the flood-plain of the carpet. "It's a shame, such a new office." "Yes, goodbye, Renko." The door opened, and a woman crowned by a felt hat draped with pearls peeped in. "Dear Artur Arturovich, what are you doing? When do we eat?" "In a second," Fedorov said. "We haven't eaten since Minsk," she said. She took a brave position inside the door, and other folkloric singers followed. As they flowed into the room, Arkady went in the opposite direction, squeezing past skirts and ribbons, dodging thorns. In a Polish second-hand shop west of the train station, Arkady found a manual typewriter with spindly type bars, shabby plastic case, and Cyrillic characters. He turned it over. On the base was a stenciled military number. "Red Army," the shop owner said. "They're getting out of East Germany, and what the bastards don't want to take, they sell. They'd sell the tanks, if they could." "May I try it?" "Go ahead." The shop owner was already moving to greet a better-dressed, more likely customer. From his jacket, Arkady took folded stationery and rolled a page into the machine. The paper was from Fedorov's desk. At the top was the embossed letterhead of the Soviet consulate, complete with hammer and sickle set in golden sheaves of grain. Arkady had considered trying to write in German, but he didn't trust his grasp of barbed Gothic letters. Besides, for a certain roundness of style, only Russian would do. He wrote, "Dear Herr Schiller, this note is to introduce A.K. Renko, a senior investigator from the Moscow prosecutor's office. Renko has been assigned to inquire into questions concerning a proposed joint venture between certain Soviet entities and the German firm Transcom Services, in particular, the statements of its representative, Herr Boris Benz. Since the activities of Transcom and Benz may reflect badly on both the Soviet government and the Bayern Franconia Bank, I hope we share a mutual interest in resolving this matter as rapidly and quietly as possible. With every good wish, A.A. Fedorov." The close sounded grandly Fedorovian to Arkady. He pulled the sheet out and signed it with a flourish. "So it works?" the shop owner called. "Amazing, isn't it?" Arkady said. "I can give you a good price, an excellent price." Arkady shook his head. The truth was he couldn't afford anything. Do you have many buyers for a Russian typewriter? The owner had to laugh. The lights were still out in the Benz flat. At 9 p.m. Arkady gave up. With a little planning, half his route back lay through parks. Englischer Garten, Finanzgarten, Hofgarten, Botanischer Garten. He wondered if this was the solace of rabbits, the whispered tread of paths, the soft arms of trees, the balm of shadows. From time to time he stopped in the dark to listen. The student would wander by, nose in a book, hurrying to the light of the next lamp, or a jogger at a serious slow-motion pace. He heard no footsteps that abruptly stopped. It was as if when he had left Moscow he had stepped off the edge of the world. He had disappeared. He was in free fall. Who needed to follow? He emerged from the botanical garden a block from the train station. He was crossing the street to check the videotape in the station locker when he saw pedestrians scatter from a car making an illegal U-turn. The civil outcry was so great that he didn't see the car itself. He stayed on the boulevard's central island and hurried past the station and along the switching yard. It was not an example of good survival planning to be surrounded by a wide boulevard with fast-moving traffic. The approaching street was Seidelstrasse, with his room, and farther on the Soviet consulate. As tires slowed behind him, he turned to face a familiar, disheveled Mercedes. At the wheel was Stas. "I thought you wanted to see Irina," Arkady said. "I saw her." "You took off before she even finished her interview. You were in the booth 1 second, and the next second you were gone." "I heard enough," Arkady said. Stas ignored the Halten verboten signs, blithely waving on the cars backed up behind him in the fast lane. "I came looking for you because I thought something was wrong." "At this hour?" "I had work to do. I came when I could. How would you like to go to a party?" "Now?" "When else?" "It's almost 10. Why would I want to go to a party?" Drivers behind Stas shouted, honked, and flashed their lights in a chorus wasted on him. "Irina will be there," he said. "You haven't actually talked to her yet." "But I got her message. I got it twice in one day." "You think she doesn't want to see you?" "Something like that." "For a man from Moscow, you're very sensitive. Look, in a second we're going to be eaten alive by angry Porsches. Get in the car. We'll just drop in at the party." "For another round of humiliation?" "Have you got something better to do?" The party was up 4 flights in an apartment full of what Stas called retro-Nazi. The walls were checkered red, white, and black with Nazi flags. On the shelves were helmets, iron crosses, gas masks in and out of canisters, various-sized ammunition, photographs of Hitler, his dental mold, a picture of Hitler's niece wearing an evening gown, and the wry smile of a woman who knows this is coming to no good end. The theme of the party was the first anniversary of the demolition of the Berlin Wall. Bits of the wall, grey concrete with aggregate, were tied up with black crepe like birthday presents. People crowded the stairs, chairs and sofas, a mix of nationalities with enough Russians smoking enough cigarettes to make the eyes smart. Out of the haze, Ludmilla loomed like a long-lashed jellyfish, blinked at Arkady, and disappeared. Stas warned, "When you see Ludmilla, the deputy director is not far behind." At the drinks table, Ricky was pouring Coke for a girl in a mohair sweater. "Since I picked her up at the airport, my daughter and I have been doing nothing but shopping. Thank God the stores close at 6:30. She was about 18, wearing lipstick as red as an alarm sign, and had blonde hair with dark roots. "In America, malls are open all night long," she said in English. "Your English is good," Arkady said. She said, "In Georgia, no one speaks Russian." "They're still communists. They just play a new flute," Ricky said. Arkady said, "Was it an emotional moment for you, seeing your father after all this time?" "I almost didn't recognize his car." She hugged Ricky.
Are there American bases around here? Don't they have malls? Her eyes lit at the approach of a young athletic American in a button-down shirt, bow tie, and red suspenders, who included Arkady and Stas in an incriminating gaze. Ludmilla hovered at his back. "This must be the surprise guest we had at the station today," he said. He gave Arkady a firm, democratic handshake. "I'm Michael Healy, the deputy director in charge of security. You know, your boss, Prosecutor Rodionov, visited the station. We gave him the red carpet." "Michael is also the deputy director in charge of carpets," Stas said. "That reminds me, Stas, isn't there a security directive that says official Soviet guests have to be cleared in advance?" Stas laughed. "Station security is so thoroughly compromised that one more spy could hardly make a difference. Isn't tonight the perfect example of that?" Michael said, "I love your sense of humor, Stas. Renko, if you want to visit the station again, just be sure to give me a call." He wandered off in search of white wine. Stas and Arkady had scotch. "What's so special about tonight?" Arkady asked. "Besides the first anniversary of the tearing down of the wall, rumor has it that tonight we will be joined by the former head of the Russian section. My former friend. Even the Americans loved him." "This is the one who redefected to Moscow?" "The same." "Where's Irina?" "You'll see." "Ta-da!" The host of the party entered from the kitchen bearing a cake iced in black chocolate, with a candy Berlin wall surrounded by burning red candles. He set the cake down. "Happy birthday, end of the wall." "Tommy, you've outdone yourself this time," Stas said. "I'm a sentimental fool." Tommy was the sort of fat man who had to keep tucking in his shirt. "Did I show you my wall memorabilia?" "The candles," Stas reminded him. But the first note of the birthday song was interrupted by a commotion on the stairs, a wave of excitement that spread through the apartment, and a general movement to greet new arrivals. The first in the door was the professor that Irina had interviewed at the station. He unwrapped a scarf that looked like a hair shirt and kept the door wide for Irina, who seemed to float in on a bubble. Arkady could tell that she'd had good food and good wine at a good restaurant. Champagne and something better than borscht. She'd probably gone straight from the station, which explained how overdressed she had seemed there. If her eyes noticed Arkady, they registered no interest or surprise. Following her was Max Albov, loose on his shoulders the same elegant jacket he had worn when Arkady had first met him at Petrovka. The three of them were laughing at a joke that had carried them up the stairs. "Something Max said," Irina explained. Everyone leaned toward them, wanting to share. Max shrugged modestly. "All I said was, I feel like the prodigal son." Immediately came protests of "No!" explosive laughs, appreciative applause. Max's cheeks glowed from the exertion of the climb and the warmth of the reception. He put Irina's arm through his. Someone remembered. "The cake!" The birthday candles had burned themselves out. The candy wall sank into a pool of wax. Chapter 20. The cake tasted like ashes and tar. The party, however, took on fresh life and became an event, with Max Albov settled onto a sofa with Irina at the center. They reigned together, beautiful queen and cosmopolitan king. "When I was here, people said I was CIA. When I went to Moscow, people said I was KGB. For some minds, those are the only conceivable answers." Tommy said, "Maybe you're an American television star now, but you're still the best damn head of the Russian section we ever had." "Thanks." Max accepted a whiskey as a small token of esteem. "But those days are gone. I'd done what I could accomplish here. The Cold War was over. Not only over, it was passé. It was time to stop being a cheerleader for Americans, friends though they might be. I felt that if I really wanted to help Russia now, it was time to go home." "How did they treat you in Moscow?" Ricky asked. "They wanted my autograph." "Seriously, Ricky, you're a radio star in Russia." "Georgia," Ricky corrected him. "Georgia," Max conceded. He told Irina, "You're the most famous radio voice in Russia." He slipped into Russian. "What you're really asking is whether the KGB put the screws to me, whether I spilled any secrets that could have harmed the station or any of you. The answer is no. That time is past. I haven't seen the KGB, or even met anyone from the KGB. Frankly, people in Moscow don't worry about us. They're too busy trying to survive, and they need help. That's why I went." Stas said, "Some of us have death sentences waiting for us." "Those old sentences are being taken off the books by the hundreds. Go to the consulate and ask." Max switched to English for the larger audience. "There's probably nothing worse waiting for Stas in Moscow than a bad meal, or in his case, bad beer." Arkady thought that Irina would be repelled by Max's touch, but she wasn't. With the exception of Ricky and Stas, they were all, Russians, Americans, and Poles, if not persuaded, at least charmed. Had he suffered from his trip back into the inferno? Obviously not. No singed hair. Instead, the healthy glow of a celebrity. "In Moscow, what exactly did you do to help the hungry Russian people?" Arkady asked. "Comrade investigator," Max acknowledged him. "You don't have to call me comrade. I haven't been a member of the party for years." "More recently than I have been, though," Max said pointedly. "More recently than any of us in Munich has been. Anyway, former comrade, I'm glad you asked. Two things in diminishing importance. One, creating joint ventures. Two, finding the hungriest, most desperate man in Moscow and arranging a loan so he could come here. You'd think that man would be more grateful. By the way, how is your investigation coming?" "Slowly. Don't worry, you'll be home soon enough." Arkady didn't mind so much being skewered like an insect on a pin as seeing his image in Irina's eyes. Look at this mosquito, this apparatchik, this ape at a civilized party. She listened to Max as if she had no independent memory of Arkady at all. She turned to Albov. "Max, could you give me a light?" "Of course. You're smoking again?" Arkady retreated from the circle of admirers and found himself back at the bar. Stas had followed. He lit a cigarette of his own and inhaled so deeply that his eyes seemed to glow. "You saw Max in Moscow?" he asked Arkady. "He was introduced to me as a journalist." "Max was an excellent journalist. But he can be what he wants to be, wherever he wants to be. Max is the next step in evolution, post-Cold War man. The Americans wanted someone who was knowledgeable about Soviet affairs. Actually, they wanted a Russian who sounded like an American, which is what he is. Why was Max interested in you?" "I don't know." Arkady found vodka hiding behind bourbon. Why do people drink? A Latin to be amorous, an Englishman to unbend. Russians were more direct, Arkady thought. They drank to be drunk, which was what he wanted to be now. Ludmilla was already there. She emerged from the haze, all eyes and a velvet bow, and stole his glass away. "Everyone blames Stalin," she said. "That does sound unfair." Arkady searched around the bottles and ice bucket for another glass. "Everyone is paranoid," she said. "Including me." There were no glasses anywhere. Ludmilla lowered her voice, which was already a conspiratorial croak. "Did you know that Lenin lived in Munich under the name Meyer?" "No." "You knew that it was a Jew that shot the Tsar?" "No." "All the bad things, the purge and the famine, were done by the Jews around Stalin to destroy the Russian people. He was the pawn of the Jews, their scapegoat. It was when he started to move against Jewish doctors that he died." Stas asked Ludmilla, "Did you know that the Kremlin has exactly as many bathrooms as the Temple of Jerusalem? Think about it." Ludmilla backed away. Stas filled a glass for Arkady. "I wonder if she'll report that to Michael." He cast a consumptive, sardonic gaze around the room, not sparing anyone. A mixed bag. The party blossomed into arguments. Arkady took shelter on the stairs with another misanthrope, a German dressed in intellectual black. The girls sobbed at the bottom of the stairs. At any decent Russian party there were arguments and a girl crying at the bottom of the stairs, Arkady thought. "I'm waiting to talk to Irina," the German said. He was in his 20s, with furtive eyes and nervous English. "Me too," Arkady said. There was a silence, comfortable enough to Arkady, until the boy blurted out, "Malevich was in Munich." "And Lenin," Arkady said. "Or was it Meyer?" "The artist." "Oh, the artist, that Malevich." The artist of the Russian Revolution. Arkady felt slightly stupid. There is a tradition of contact between Russian and German art. Yes, no one could argue with that, Arkady thought. The boy examined his nails, which were bitten to the quick. The red square symbolized the revolution. The black square symbolized the end of art. Right. Arkady downed half his vodka in a swallow. The boy giggled as if he had remembered something worth sharing. Malevich said in 1918 that footballs of entangled centuries would burn out in the sparks of bubbling light waves. Bubbling light waves. Bubbling light waves. Amazing. Arkady wondered what Malevich drank. Irina was never alone long enough for Arkady to approach her. While he maneuvered between groups, he was snared by Tommy and led to an enormous map of Eastern Europe tacked to a wall, with German and Russian positions on the eve of Hitler's invasion marked by swastikas and red stars. Tommy said, "This is terrific. I just learned who your father was, one of the great military minds of the war. What I'd love to do is mark exactly where your father was when the Germans rolled in. If you could point that out, it would be great." It was a Wehrmacht map. Place names and rivers were in German. Widely spaced lines climbed the Ukrainian steppe. Dashes warned of swamps and Bessarabia. Swastikas were massed to sweep on separate fronts to Moscow, Leningrad, and Stalingrad. "I have no idea," Arkady said. "Not a hint? Did he leave you any anecdotes?" Tommy asked. "Only tactics," Max joined them. "Hide in a hole and stab your enemy in the back. Not bad tactics when you're overwhelmed and overrun." He turned to Arkady. "Are you feeling overwhelmed and overrun?" Question retracted. "What interests me, however, is that the father becomes a general and the son becomes an investigator. There's a similarity there, an inclination towards violence. What do you think, Professor? You're a medical man." A psychologist who had arrived with Max was still tagging along. He ventured, "Perhaps a discomfort with normal society." "Soviet society is not normal society," Arkady said. "Then you tell us," Max said. "Explain to us why you are an investigator. Your father chose to kill people. That's why men become generals. To say a general hates war is to say that a writer hates books. You're different. You choose to arrive after the murder. You get the blood without the fun." "Much like the victim," Arkady said. "Then what draws you? You live in one of the worst societies on earth, and then you choose the worst part of it. What is the morbid appeal? Picking over bodies? Sending one more hopeless soul to jail for the rest of his life? As my friend Tommy would say, what's in it for you?" They weren't bad questions. Arkady had asked them about himself. "Permission," he said. "Permission," Max repeated. "Yes. When someone is killed, for a short time people have to answer questions. An investigator has permission to go to different levels and see how the world is built. A murder is a little like a house splitting in half. You see what floor is above what floor, and what door leads to another door." "Murder leads to sociology?" "Soviet sociology." Assuming people are honest, I would assume that people would lie.
Murderers do.
Arkady noticed that Max's retinue had regrouped around them. Stas watched from a corner. Irina was in conversation in the hall that led to the kitchen, her back to this exchange. Arkady regretted ever opening his mouth. "Speaking of honest answers, how long have you listened to Irina on the radio?" Max asked.
"About a week."
For the first time, Max seemed genuinely surprised. "A week? Irina's been doing the newscast for a long time. I expected you to say you'd sat devotedly by the radio for years."
"I didn't have a radio."
Arkady glanced toward the hall. Irina was gone. "And a week ago you did. And here you are in Munich, at this very party. Now that's an amazing coincidence," Max said. "Pure chance hardly explains that."
"Perhaps it was luck." Stas joined the conversation. "Max, we want to hear more about your new television career. What is Donahue really like? And about your joint venture, I always thought of you as an inspirational leader, not a businessman."
"But Tommy was going to tell me about his book," Max said.
"Tommy said we were just getting to the interesting part."
Arkady ducked away. He found Irina in the kitchen, taking cigarettes from a carton open on the counter. Tommy was a haphazard chef. Carrot shavings and celery greens spilled from chopping boards and around bright plastic appliances. A portable television sat on a shelf of cookbooks. A poster of an Aryan mother hung on the wall. The clock said 2 a.m. Irina struck a match. Arkady remembered that the first time they had ever met she had asked for a light, a test to see how he reacted. She didn't ask now. That first time he remembered he had been unruffled. Now his mouth was dry, his breath stopped, without words. Why was he trying a third time? Was he intent on exploring how many levels of humiliation he could sink to? Or was he a kind of Pavlov's dog that insisted on being kicked? What was strange was that Irina looked so much the same, and yet not at all the same. She wasn't changed so much as an amalgam of someone he knew and of a total stranger who had moved into the familiar body, not recently but long ago. She folded her arms. The cashmere and gold she wore were a long way from the rags and scarves she used to sport in Moscow. The image of her he had carried with him still fit her, but only as a mask. Different eyes looked through it. Arkady had been on Arctic ice. It wasn't as cold as this room. That was the trouble with knowing a woman intimately. When you're no longer welcome, you're banished to the dark. You spin around a sun that turns its back. "How did you get here?" she asked. "Stas brought me." She frowned. "Stas? I heard he also took you to the station." "I told you he was a provocateur. He's going a little far tonight." "Do you remember me?" Arkady asked. "Of course I do." "You don't seem to." Irina sighed. Even to himself he sounded pathetic. "Of course I remember you. I simply haven't thought about you for years. It's different in the West. I had to survive, get a job. I met a lot of different people. My life changed. I changed." "Don't be sorry," Arkady said. The way she described it, they were two tectonic plates moving in different directions. She was cold, analytical, correct. Irina said, "I didn't set back your career too badly?" "A Russian hiccup." "Don't make me feel bad," she said, though there was no indication that he could. "No. I had inflated expectations. Maybe my memory was playing tricks. To tell you the truth, I barely recognized you." "I look that good?" Arkady asked, a feeble joke. "I heard you were doing well." "Who told you?" Arkady asked. Irina lit a second cigarette from the first. Why do Russians need to burn a little all the time, he wondered. She stared at him, the smoke shifting, her face shrouded by her hair. He imagined holding her. No, it wasn't imagination, it was memory. He remembered the weight of her cheek against his hand, the smoothness of her brow. Irina shrugged. Max was a friend and support for years. It's wonderful to see him here again. I can tell he's popular. No one knows why he went back to Moscow. He helped you, so you have no reason to complain. I wish I'd been here, Arkady said. If I stood and crossed the room, he thought, if I crossed the room and simply touched her, could a touch be the bridge? No, her face said. It's too late now. You never followed me. Every other Russian here emigrated or defected. You stayed. The KGB said, I would have understood if you'd stayed for a year or two, but you stayed forever. You left me alone. I waited in New York. You never came. I went to London to be closer. You never came. When I found out where you were doing exactly what you did before, being a policeman in a police state. Now, here you are, finally. But not to see me. You're here to arrest someone. Arkady said, I couldn't come without... Irina asked, did you think that I'd help you? When I think of the time when I did want to see you, when you weren't here, thank God Max was. Max and Stas and Ricky. Everybody here had the nerve one way or another, swimming, running, or jumping from windows to escape. You didn't. So you have no right to criticize any of them, or question any of them, or even to be with them. As far as I'm concerned, you're dead. She took a pack of cigarettes with her and left the kitchen, as Tommy danced in, humming a polka, gathering olives and chips. His legs were drunk. On his head was a German helmet. In the helmet was a hole. Arkady knew the feeling. Chapter 21. The Bayern Franconia Bank was a Bavarian palace of limestone blocks under the practical hat of a red tile roof. The inside was all marble, dark wood, and the discreet hum of computers calculating mysterious interest rates and currency exchanges. Led up an elevator and down a hall with rococo cornices, Arkady felt intimidated, as if he were trespassing in the church of a foreign rite. There was something padded and posed about Schiller. He sat rigidly behind his desk, about 70, with clear blue eyes and a pink face. Silver hair was brushed back from a narrow forehead. A linen handkerchief showed above the pocket of a dark young suit. A man in a windbreaker and jeans, with a tan that flowed into blonde hair, stood at Schiller's side. His blue eyes and expression of restrained contempt were about the same as the banker's. Schiller scrutinized the letter that Arkady had typed on Fedorov's stationery. "You are what a senior Soviet investigator looks like?" he asked. "I'm afraid so." Arkady handed over his red identification book. He hadn't noticed before how much the corners were worn, the bindings torn. At arm's length, Schiller scrutinized the picture. Even shaved, Arkady felt he looked as if he had sat on his clothes before dressing. He fought the impulse to pinch a crease in his pants. "Peter, will you examine this?" Schiller asked. "You don't mind?" the other man asked Arkady. There was the sort of courtesy extended to a suspect. "Please." Peter turned on the desk lamp. As he held a page under the light, his jacket rode up to show a holster clip and pistol. "Why didn't Fedorov come with you?" Schiller asked Arkady. "He apologizes. He's with a church group this morning. then folk singers from Minsk. Peter gave back the ID. "Do you mind if I call?" Arkady said, "Go ahead." Peter used the phone while Schiller kept watch on his visitor. Arkady looked up. On the ceiling, fat cherubs with tiny wings were painted in mid-flutter against a plaster sky. Walls of Dresden blue colored the air a sombre grey. Oil portraits of ancestral bankers hung between engravings of merchant ships. The good burghers looked embalmed, then painted. On a bookshelf were tomes on international law, arranged by year, and in a crystal dome a brass clock with a pendulum that wrapped itself around a pole. He noticed a black-and-white photograph of rubble and burned walls. A roof had collapsed like a tent on a skirt of bricks. A bathtub was set out on the street as a water trough. People huddled around the tub in the grey uniforms of displaced persons. "An interesting picture for a bank," he said. Schiller said, "That is the bank. That's this building after the war." "Very impressive." "Most countries have recovered from the war," Schiller said dryly. Peter finally reached someone on the phone. "Hello." He checked the letter. "Is Fedorov there?" "Where could I find him?" "Could you tell me exactly when?" No, thank you." He hung up and nodded to Arkady. "Some religious group and singers." "Fedorov is a busy man," Arkady said. Schiller said, "Your Fedorov is an idiot if he thinks the Bayern Franconia Bank considers itself obligated to investigate a German citizen. And only a cretin could imagine Bayern Franconia joining any venture with a Soviet partner." "That's Fedorov," Arkady agreed, as if the attaché's antics were legend. "All I know is that I've been told to clear this up quietly. I understand that the bank is under no obligation to help." Schiller said, "We have no inclination to help either." "I don't see why you should," Arkady said. "I told Fedorov he should inform the ministries and get it out in the open. Bring in Interpol, let it go through the courts. The more public the better. That's the way to protect a bank's reputation." "The bank's name could be protected by simply removing it from the reports on Benz," Schiller said. "True," Arkady agreed. "But the situation in Moscow being what it is, no one at the consulate is willing to take that responsibility." "Could you?" Schiller asked. "Yes." "Grandfather, do you want my advice?" Peter asked. "Of course," Schiller said. "Ask him how much he wants to leave the bank alone. 5,000 Deutschmarks? If he splits with Fedorov, 10,000? This whole story about Transcom, Benz, and Bayern Franconia, they've cooked it up. There are no reports. There's no connection. I look at him and I know he's lying. This is a protection racket. I suggest that we call other banks and ask whether they've been approached by Fedorov and Renko, whether they've heard a story about joint ventures and investigations. You should call the Consul General right now, make an official protest, and then call a lawyer. What do you think of that?" The banker's mouth had almost no lips at all, not enough to hold a smile. There was nothing old or weak about the eyes, though. They weighed Arkady as if he were small change. "I agree," Schiller said. "You have probably never seen a less genuine-looking article in your life. On the other hand, Peter, you've never met a Soviet banker. It's true that the bank has no knowledge of or connection to any claims made by the individual whom the Soviet consulate has described. Certainly we feel under no obligation to give the consulate any assistance. However, if we've learned anything from history, it is that mud makes good paint. Whether we deserve it or not, it never washes off entirely." He fell silent, as if he had left the room for a moment. Then he gathered himself and looked at Arkady. "The bank will not participate in any inquiry, but purely as a courtesy to me, my grandson Peter has volunteered to assist you as long as this affair is kept absolutely quiet." The outrage working in Peter's face showed less than wholehearted enthusiasm, Arkady thought. "On an informal basis," Peter said. "How can you help?" Arkady asked. Peter produced a much nicer case than Arkady's. Authentic leather, gold tooling, with a color photo in green jacket and cap of Lieutenant Schiller, Peter Christian, Münchner Polizei. This was more windfall than Arkady wanted. It was a trap of his own devising, though, because if he didn't accept the offer, the Germans would call the consulate again and again until they got through to Fedorov. "I'd be honored," Arkady said. Peter Schiller's police car was a green and white BMW, radio and phone under the dash, blue flasher on the back seat. He wore a seat belt and always used the turn indicator, yielding to bikers who left their lane, passing pedestrians massed in docile formations to wait for walk signs at corners where there was no cross-traffic in sight. He looked a little too big for the car. He also looked as if he would be happy to run down anyone who crossed against the light. "I bet your radio and phone work," Arkady said. "Of course they do." Irrationally, Arkady yearned for Yak's homicidal driving and for the suicidal dashes of Moscow pedestrians. Peter looked as if he kept in shape by lifting small oxen. His windbreaker was yellow. Arkady had noticed that yellow was the most popular color worn in Munich, a gold mustard diarrhea yellow. "Your grandfather speaks Russian well. He learned it on the Eastern Front. He was a prisoner of war." "Your Russian is good, too." "I think all police should speak it," Peter said. They headed south, toward the two bonneted spires of the Marienkirche in the center of the city. Peter downshifted to pass a trolley that was as well maintained as a toy. You had to work to keep Peter Schiller's kind of tan, Arkady thought. Ski in the wintertime, swim in the summer. "Your grandfather said you'd volunteered." "Volunteer something," he said. Peter gave him a couple of level looks before responding. "Boris Benz has no criminal record. In fact, the only thing we have is that according to the Bureau of Vehicle Registration, Benz has blonde hair, blue eyes, was born in 1955 in Potsdam, outside Berlin, and does not need glasses." "Married?" "To a Margarita Stein, a Soviet Jew. Her records are where? Moscow, Tel Aviv, who knows?" "That's a start. Tax or employment records, service or medical records?" "Potsdam is in the DDR. Was in the DDR. Understand we're all one Germany now, but many East German records have not been transferred to Bonn yet." "What about telephone calls?" "Without a court order, telephone records are protected by law. We have laws here." "I understand. You also have customs control. Did you check them?" "Benz could be home, he could be anywhere in Western Europe. Since the EEC, there isn't any real passport control anymore." "What kind of car does he drive?" Arkady asked. Peter smiled, getting into the rhythm of the game. "A white Porsche is registered in his name." "Plate number?" "I don't think I'm allowed to share any more information." "What information?" "Call Potsdam and order his records from there." "For a private matter, that's absolutely against the law." At an obelisk, cars merged and separated with none of the nebular fury of a Moscow roundabout. There, particularly in winter, trucks and cars thundered into roundabouts with all the discipline of yaks. Here, drivers, bikers, and walkers seemed to have received their orders for the day. It was like a rest home the size of a city. Peter smiled like a man who could play all day. "Many murders here?" Arkady asked. "Munich?" "Yes." "Beer murders." "Beer?" "Oktoberfest. Fasching. Drunks, not real murders. Not like vodka murders." "You know what they say about crime in Germany?" Peter asked. "What do they say about crime in Germany?" "It's against the law," Peter said. Arkady recognized the trees of the Botanischer Garten. As soon as the BMW stopped at a light, he got out and reached back to stuff a piece of paper into Peter's jacket. "That's a Munich fax number. Find out who it belongs to, if that's not against the law." On the other side is a phone number. You can call me there at 5. Your number at the consulate? I won't be there. It's a private number. My private minute at the booth, Arkady thought. Renko! Peter shouted as Arkady reached the sidewalk. Stay away from the bank! Arkady kept walking. Renko! Peter added another warning. Tell Fedorov what I said. Armed with soap and string, Arkady returned to the pension, washed his clothes, and hung them up to dry. From the floor below came the sweet smell of spiced lamb. He wasn't hungry. Such lethargy came over him that he could barely move. He stood by the window, looking down the street and toward the railroad yard at the trains sluggishly moving in and out. The rails were as silvery as snail tracks, perhaps 50 parallel lines, and as many switches, shunting an engine from this line to that. How easily, without noticing, a man finds himself parallel to the life he meant to have, then arrives years later to find the band gone, flowers dead, love past. He should be ancient, bent and bearded, disembarking with a cane, instead of merely being too late. He dropped onto his bed, and at once fell into a black sleep. He dreamed he was in a locomotive. He was the engineer, stripped to the waist and sitting in a cockpit of gauges and controls. Blue sky sped by the window. A woman's hand rested lightly on his shoulder. He didn't look back for fear that she might not be there. They were running along the seashore. Somehow, without tracks, the engine plowed through the beach. Faraway waves reflected rows of sunlight. Nearer waves curled lazily over each other and collapsed on the sand. Perfect gulls plunged into the water. Was it her hand or the memory of her hand? He was happy not to look and keep the train moving by sheer will if necessary. But the wheels ground to a stop. The sun was sinking. Waves mounted in towering black walls that carried along dachas, cars, militiamen, generals, Chinese lanterns, and birthday cakes. In panic, Arkady opened his eyes. He was in bed in the dark. He looked at his watch. 10 p.m. He had slept 10 hours, right through the call to the booth from Peter Schiller, if he had ever called. Someone was knocking at the door. Getting up, he brushed aside the drying shirts and pants hanging in his way. He didn't recognize the visitor, a heavy-set American with stringy hair and a tentative smile. "I'm Tommy, remember? You came to a party at my place last night." "The man in the helmet, yes. How did you know where to find me?" "Stas, I bugged him until he told me. Then I just knocked on every door here until I found you. Can we talk?" Arkady let him in and searched for a shirt and cigarettes. Tommy wore a corduroy jacket, stressed at the buttons. He bounced on his toes, and his hands hung in soft fists. "I told you last night that I was a student of World War II, the Great Patriotic War, to you. Your father was one of the outstanding generals on the Soviet side. Naturally, I'd like to talk some more about him with you." "I don't think we talked about him at all." Arkady sat down to pull on socks. "That's what I mean. The truth is, I'm writing a book about the war from the Soviet side. I don't have to tell you about the sacrifices the Soviet people made. Anyway, that's one reason I work at Radio Liberty, for the information. When someone interesting comes through, I interview them. I heard you might be leaving Munich pretty soon, so I came over." Arkady searched for his shoes. He wasn't following Tommy closely. "You interview them for the station?" "No, just for me, for the book. I'm interested in more than military tactics. I'm also interested in the clash of personalities. I was hoping you could give me some insight into your father." Out the window, the rail yard was a field of signal lights. Arkady saw flashlights running around flat cars and heard the heavy grip of couplers engaging. "Who told you I was leaving soon?" he asked. "People said." "Who?" Tommy rose on his toes. "Max?" "Max Albov.
You know him well? Max was head of the Russian section. I'm in the Red Archives. We worked together for years. The Red Archives? The greatest library of Soviet studies in the West. It's at Radio Liberty. You were friends with Max? I'd like to think we're still friends. Tommy held up a tape recorder. Anyway, what I wanted to cover to begin with was your father's decision, despite being overrun, to stay behind the German lines and wage guerrilla warfare. Arkady asked, Do you know Boris Benz? Tommy leaned backward and said, We met once. How? Right before Max went to Moscow. Of course, no one knew he was going. He was with Benz. You haven't seen Benz since? No. It was purely by chance. Max and I were surprised to see each other. You met Benz only once, and yet you remember him. Under the circumstances, yeah. Who else was there? As Tommy squirmed, his shirt tail showed under his jacket. Employees, customers, no one I've seen since. Maybe this isn't a good time for an interview. It's the perfect time. Where did your encounter with Benz and Max take place? Red Square. In Moscow? No. Munich. It's a club. Would it be open now? Sure. Show me. Arkady picked up a jacket. I'll tell you all about the war, and you tell me about Benz and Max. Tommy gulped down a brave breath. If Max was still with Liberty, you couldn't get a word. Have you got a car? Sort of a car, Tommy said. Arkady had never ridden in an East German Trabant before. It was a fiberglass tub with tail fins. The sound of its 2 cylinders was a syncopated popping. Fumes flowed not only from the exhaust, but from a kerosene heater that sat on the car floor between his feet. They drove with the front windows rolled down. The rear windows were glued shut. Every time an Audi or Mercedes passed, the Trabant bobbed in its wake. What do you think? Tommy asked. It's like being on the road in a wheelchair, Arkady said. It's more an investment than a car, Tommy said. The Trabi is a piece of history. Except for being slow and dangerous and polluting, it's probably the most efficient piece of technology in the world today. It goes 50 miles an hour, and it'll run on methane or coal tar, probably even on hair tonic. Sounds more Russian. In truth, however, the Trabant made Arkady Zhiguli look like luxury. It made a Polish Fiat look good. 10 years from now, this will be a collector's item, Tommy promised. They had reached the outer city, a black plain where stakes of light led to different autobahns. When Arkady twisted to see whether anyone was following, the seat almost snapped beneath him. The whole German-Russian thing is so incredible, Tommy said. Historically, with the Germans always moving east and the Russians always moving west, and then you add Nazi racial laws, making all Slavs into Untermenschen, only good for slaves. Hitler on one side, Stalin on the other, now that was a war. His face was creased with a new grin of pride and camaraderie. He was a lonely man, Arkady realized. Who else would ride around late at night with a Russian investigator? When a tank truck approached in the passing lane, engulfed the air and roared by, the Trabi vibrated violently in the shock wave, and Tommy glowed with pleasure. I got to know Max best before I came to the Red Archives, when I ran the program review section. I didn't create programs. I had a separate staff that reviewed them for content. Radio Liberty has guidelines. Our strongest anti-communists, for example, are monarchists. Of course, we're supposed to be pushing democracy, but sometimes a little anti-Semitism creeps in, sometimes a little Zionism. It's a balancing act. We also translate programs so that the station president knows what we're putting on the air. Anyway, my life was easier because Max was head of the Russian desk. He understood Americans. Why do you think he went back to Moscow? I don't know. We were all amazed. Obviously, he had to be in contact with the Sovs before he went back, and they played it as a feather in their cap when he showed up in Moscow. But nobody here suffered. He wouldn't have been welcome at the party if anyone had. How did the Americans at the station feel about him? To begin with, President Gilmartin was upset. Max was always the favorite. It was a shock to think that the KGB had penetrated Liberty. You met Michael Healy at my party. He's deputy director. He tore the station apart looking for moles. Now it looks like Max went back just to make money. Like a capitalist. Can't blame him for that. Did Michael talk to Benz about Max? I don't think Michael knew about Benz. You don't want Michael messing with your life. Anyway, it all turned out okay. Max came back smelling like a rose. Tommy made his point stronger. He's been on CNN. Arkady turned in his seat to look behind them again. If something was impinging on his consciousness, there was nothing in sight but the haze of the city. Ahead, the road forked north toward Nuremberg, south to Salzburg. Tommy turned right, and as soon as they came off the curve and through an underpass, Arkady saw what appeared to be a pink island in the dark. He didn't know what he had expected. Kremlin walls or St. Basil's domes rising like phantoms by the Autobahn? Whatever. Something more than a one-story building of white stucco framed in red neon with a square red light bleeding into the air beside a sign that said Red Square and in more demure cursive, Sex Club. As he got out of the trobby, he thought that nothing you dream is as strange as what you see. The inside of the club was so washed in red lights that it was difficult to focus, but Arkady did notice women in garter belts, black stockings, push-up bras, and corsets. The theme was established by brass samovars on the tables and fluorescent stars on the walls. "What do you think?" Tommy scooped his shirt back into his belt. "Like the last days of Catherine the Great," Arkady said. It was interesting how intimidated men were at a house of prostitution. They had the money, the choice, the chance to leave. Women were servitors, slaves, mattresses. Yet the power, at least before sex, was inverted. The women, ogled in their lingerie, sprawled on love seats as comfortably as cats. The men betrayed the tics of the undressed. American soldiers stood at a horseshoe bar. Approached by a prostitute, they nervously played out a charade of charm and